What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel, and welcome to the pregame. Before I start, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and ring that notification bell. The way you're going to be notified of my daily videos. Guys, the shirts are here. They sent me the samples today. I have a shirt. King has a shirt. Blessing has a shirt. We all have the Women Shouldn't Vote t-shirts. All of this craziness and debauchery that we see going on in society today really all started with the first sexual revolution in the 1900s caused by what? Women voting. It's like the root of all evil. I mean, look what happens when we make decisions about boyfriends. Terrible, right? And now they want us to pick the leader of the free world. Naysky, nada. Take it away. Get yourself a Women Shouldn't Vote t-shirt today. Also, guys, like the video. That's the most important metric that YouTube uses to push out these streams. Okay, a couple announcements before we start the show. 2 Clips channels, Just Pearly Clips and Pearl Daily. Make sure you go subscribe to both. And also, guys, we're going to be doing a meetup soon in England. I believe the 24th. I think on the 24th we're going to do it. So sign up to our Google form. The link to that is in the description to get updates on the meetup. I know I've been gaslighting you guys about this all summer, but it's happening. 2 weeks. We booked the place today, so it's happening. Okay. So guys, welcome to the show. Why don't we start? Everyone say your name, your age, relationship status, and fun fact about yourself, starting here and then go around.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Tristy Jade. I'm 31 and I'm married. I'm a singer-songwriter and I'm also a lawyer.
Hi, my name is Pixie. I'm 24. I am Puerto Rican. And what else? Any
Name, age, relationship status, and fun fact.
Oh, yeah. I guess my fun fact is I know Spanish. And I'm single.
Troy Francis, 47 years young, single, obviously, after that tweet. And fun fact about me is I am 3% Albanian.
Wow.
I have the Zerka gene.
And are you like super,
I'm
unfulfilled and depressed like the trad
I'm crying into my crying into my drink as we speak. Yeah.
You cry every day.
I cry every day. I have to get comforted by my friends. It's a sad situation, man, I'm afraid.
Okay, go ahead. Christine.
I'm Christine. I'm 22 years old. I'm in a relationship. Fun fact about me, I'm actually a YouTuber here at the Audacity Network.
Yeah, and guys, go subscribe. Her link is in the description. We're trying to get her to 20K, so make sure you go subscribe.
Hi, I'm Vic. I'm 36. I'm seeing someone, and a fun fact about me, I'm a railway engineer.
Nice.
Yeah, guys, your boy like Romeo. Relationship status, it's somewhere there. I wouldn't say what it is. But
okay, now you're doing what the women do.
Fun fact about me is like I'm an actor, model. Also, I can roller skate.
Oh, you can blade?
Yeah.
You should have done some laps here the other day.
What was you was outside on the?
Yeah, we were doing laps on the blades.
I'll bring my quads when I get back.
Yeah. And you recruit for us.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Oh, the main important thing. I'm top recruiter right now. Obviously, like you see all those people you see on the panel. I might as well join you guys today and see what it's about. So now I'm here.
Okay, so today was sparked, guys. Troy did me such a solid today. I woke up. I had no plans for this show. I had no idea what I was going to do today. And Troy decided to go viral on Twitter and come on today. Thank you for that.
It's absolutely fine. Whatever I can do, Carl.
Could you pull up the tweet I sent you, King? So Troy had a tweet go viral. And I think this is a conversation about like what we talk so much about high value men in the red pill. And we don't really define it often, and there's a lot of disagreement. So Troy came in and gave us an awesome definition. Okay, put it on the screen. All right, so we got a high value man is a bachelor in his 40s and 50s, has a vasectomy, child free by choice, travels extensively, reads voraciously. Miraculously, I don't.
Voraciously.
I don't know British words. I don't know. I don't know big words. I
Swims
don't
in the
know
sea
them.
every
It's not
morning.
my thing. All right, swims in the sea every morning in the sunshine. Is that something you do?
Well, we'll get into this in a minute, but
Okay,
it's something
okay.
I'd like to do.
Okay, enjoys the best of life, unfettered by the consequences and responsibilities that others have. Okay, so tell me your thought behind this tweet.
I think it all makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, to be honest? I can't see any disagreement from the audience on that, any of that at all.
As a vasectomy, though.
So look, there is a little bit of context behind this, and I don't want to be like special pleading here because I'm sort of hauled up in front of the court now to explain myself. So the vasectomy thing has been a little bit of a meme, I would say, around, and it's I know you've discussed it sort of seriously, semi-seriously, semi-humorously sort of discussed. I think it was sparked off by Rollo Tomasi, who did a tweet a little while ago, which also went viral, when he talked about, it was a very similar sort of layout to this, really, where he talks about high value man, and he was saying the fastest way to become the highest value version of yourself. And one of the things on there was to get a vasectomy. And when he was challenged about that, he said, well, the reason for that is because if you get into a situation with a woman where you get somebody pregnant, maybe by accident, or maybe it's not the right woman for you at that time, obviously that's going to impede your progress. And he was talking about basically like making money and you know, becoming that sort of high value.
I understood it perfectly, but everyone else was going crazy.
No, everyone went nuts. And then that was when he appeared on Fresh and Fit, and then he got challenged by, well, it was Destiny, wasn't it? And Sneeko, and then there was that whole debate. So that whole thing happened. So when I referenced vasectomy in my tweet, I was sort of humorously referencing that, if that makes sense. It was kind of like a little bit of a nod to that. But, you know, some of the other things in the tweet, I do think, I do stand by in the sense that I think that there's a model for life here that gets shut out a little bit from the conversation, particularly with a lot of the trad cons that are around. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and why do you think that is? Like, what?
Well, I think what I was basically trying to say in that tweet is that it is possible, if you want to, as an older guy, to have a great life, and you don't have to go down, you know, the conventional pathway if you don't want to. Now, obviously, for most people, that's not going to be applicable, and I completely accept that. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is, you know, myself, I mean, I'm in my 40s. I have a pretty good time. I travel around a lot. I date around. I've got quite a lot of personal freedom, which I personally, you know, value. I also know dudes in their 50s, even in their 60s, who are also living a similar sort of lifestyle. So the whole point of the tweet, and a lot of the stuff that I put out recently, which is a little bit satirical, a little bit spiky, whatever. But the whole point of it is just to say, look, there's a load of trad cons on here who are basically telling you to get shacked up at 22, find a wife, have 15 kids, go to IKEA every weekend and pretend to be happy. And all I'm saying is you don't have to do that, and you don't have to be afraid if you don't do that you're going to just be left on the shelf.
Well, and I had a thought the other day. I was thinking about how you're more likely to fail at marriage than succeed. And I thought about this, okay?
Yeah.
What's the general reputation of marriage?
Pretty awful.
Yeah, negative, right? It's not a good thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it can't ever be a good thing, but just by and large, it's like a lot of times what I see them do is they'll blame everyone else for marriage's reputation. I didn't create this society.
Yeah.
I didn't, so it's not our fault for talking about it. So when I thought about, okay, if we take 50% of marriages fail, and then we take the other 50%, and if there's a negative reputation, we can assume at least half of those are unhappy, which isn't something that we would strive for, right? Then you could argue 75% failure rate, meaning you're more likely to fail than succeed. Why is that the path to happiness?
Yeah, no, I agree. Because I think you used that stat, 75%, I think, in a tweet.
Yeah, that was my reasoning. Everyone's like, it's not really 75. I'm like, well.
Yeah, no, I did wonder what the figure was. But I think actually Rich Cooper as well had a tweet a while back, and he had some stats on unhappiness within marriage as well. And, you know, we'd have to look it up, but it was, you know, the bottom line is that there was a lot of unhappiness.
Well,
so
a quarter of them are sexless, too. So if you add up all these different,
Yeah. So I think there's just a fundamental problem with, and particularly the tradcon crowd. You look at something like Twitter or X or whatever it is, you've got a bunch of these tradcons, and they're just pushing this narrative. Just get married, bro. It's going to be fine. It's all going to be great. That's the end point that you want to strive for. And I don't believe, firstly, that that's always the case, because I think, as we said, a lot of marriages end up failing. And secondly, a lot of marriages are not very happy. And there's a lot of infidelity as well. And secondly, I don't believe if you don't want that route, that has to be the only route that's open to you.
Well, and what red pilled me a bit was interviewing these guys for this divorce documentary.
Yeah.
And I would just look and I'm like, I can name at least 10 men off the top of my head that are absolutely worse off because they went that route.
Well,
Like,
I
there's
mean,
no ifs, ands, or I'm not saying don't do it. Like,
Yeah.
for some people, it's amazing and awesome. But this idea that, like, one is the best path moving forward.
I think, look, I mean, I think if it worked as it's meant to work,
Correct,
it would be brilliant. And who wouldn't want to sign up for that? You know what
Correct.
I'm saying? But unfortunately, and I think you've made this point, we live in a society where it just doesn't work in the same way that it was meant to. You know?
Right.
And a good friend of mine recently has been completely, screwed over by this. I mean, he's having big problems in terms of custody of his child. And, you go down that traditional route and suddenly the rug gets pulled out from under you.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not saying don't do it, but I think you do have to proceed with caution and realize what the reality of the situation is now.
Yeah. What are you guys' thoughts on his tweet?
I mean, I can see why it's controversial, and I understand it from both perspectives because I'm married and I see the value in marriage, and I think that marriage is really important. And, I love my husband and he loves me and he protects me, he provides for me. And like, there's something so beautiful in that. So I see it from that perspective. So there's like the romantic in me and the woman in me that, that values marriage. But at the same time, also being a lawyer, I understand how the law discriminates against men. I understand how, especially when it comes to divorce, custody battles, division of the assets, all of these types of things are all against men. And it's true what you said, Troy, about how the tradcons sort of talk about marriage as the ultimate goal, and they don't necessarily talk about the risks that come with it. And so, yeah, like you said, men get blindsided. So I see both sides of it. The vasectomy thing is controversial, but at the same time, it's like a form of birth control. Like, women get, the metal rod up, and that's extreme.
Right.
I mean, it can be reversed. I don't know much about vasectomies, but I understand they can be reversed. But yeah, I see both sides.
Yeah. I think it's a lot less guaranteed to be able to get vasectomy reversed versus using other methods of birth control. I think that when it comes to contraception, that's probably the number one way to go about it. If you're not sure about having children, if you feel like it might be something that you want, but you want to increase your values and assets. So I feel like instead of going the whole route of vasectomy, which you possibly can't reverse it in a lot of cases, a better method instead is like, okay, make sure that your partner's on contraception, that you're using contraception, make sure that your plane gets
You
safe.
trust these chicks to tell you if
Yeah,
you're
that's
on
what I was gonna say.
contraceptive? You know how many guys I know that have been.
I mean, yeah, you don't have to trust them. I think you should encourage them. But you should also use a condom, right? I'm just saying try to cover as many bases as you possibly can if you're not certain about having children, but you don't want to completely cut that possibility. Because I think having children for a lot of people is a very fulfilling experience that means a lot to them.
Of course. I mean, just on this vasectomy point, I would say I think that the argument that it is reversible, I think I would treat that with a lot of skepticism personally. You know what I'm saying? Because I theoretically I believe it is, but I think if you're going to go to that route, I wouldn't rely on the reversibility of it. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
trying to
I
be
think-
trying to be responsible here.
No,
after the
I
event.
do. Well, you're going to lead these men down the path of
Well, I know,
destruction.
but I didn't know. I didn't know he's going to get a million hits.
You're just, that's
So
what
what?
they'll always say. Like, you're leading them down
Yeah,
the
I
path.
know. I
So
know,
what,
I
Troy?
know.
Do you have a vasectomy? Yeah.
No, God no.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, I'm shooting blanks anyway. I don't need one, mate. It was all the cocaine, you know.
Oh shit.
Cocaine and tren. It's just like, you know. No, I mean, I don't, and of course that's, you know, again, I have to say the vasectomy,
It's a smart tweet, bro.
the vasectomy reference was a little bit tongue in cheek, and it was a reference to some of these other tweets that have gone
Well,
around. But you know,
I just think it's interesting how you can't say it without people getting so mad.
people go, yeah. Well, this is the
Yeah.
interesting thing. People go absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
You know, and I kind of knew that, I suppose, when I put it in. You know, it was obviously it was meant to be provocative. It was meant to piss people off a bit. It worked. And it is interesting, isn't it? Because why is it? And we could, I suppose, link it to the, you know, Plan B kind of you know, the debate around.
I mean, I know a girl. There was a girl that came on the show that's infertile because of Plan B. So it's like
Right.
it's not like the birth control methods don't have fertility issues later too.
No, but it seems like there's a sort of my body, my choice when we're discussing it from the woman's perspective, but from the male perspective, I mean, look, there's also a lot of guys who are objecting to that tweet as well. So it's not just this is coming from women, but it does feel a little bit like the my body, my choice thing doesn't apply to men so much, even though perhaps it should for something like this. You know.
What do you think, Christine?
Yeah, I mean, I see both sides of it as well.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I think it is interesting that that particular tweet went viral, and I do probably think it's because of the vasectomy part of it.
It's exactly the same as what happens with Rollo's tweet, wasn't it? It's just like
I said vasectomy. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone has free will, right? And if you want to get a vasectomy, then of course go and do that. But, you know, like anything, you need to understand the risks behind that. And, you know, if you do then decide you want kids in the future, you know, who knows if these things are reversible or not. And the same thing applies with women taking birth control and Plan B and all of that stuff. It's the exact same thing, but it is just interesting, the response to a man talking about something like a vasectomy, but yet no one's screaming at all of the women about
90% of women.
all of us are on birth
I know
control.
90% of us have been on birth control at one point or another.
Yeah, I think it's important to recognize though that although if you like misproperly use birth control, like if you use Plan B as your main source of contraception, then yeah, that can lead to infertility. But overall, the methods of birth control are a lot like safer and not very permanent compared to a vasectomy.
Well,
So-
I mean, I disagree with that because I think that they tell us that birth control is safe and they tell us that birth control has no permanent effects on us. But at the end of the day, you're pumping synthetic hormones. If you're taking the pill or you've got like the marina in your arm, you're pumping synthetic hormones into your body, and we have absolutely no idea what that does on a long-term basis. And imagine being the woman who's been told it's been safe your whole life, and then you cannot have
Yeah,
kids.
let's talk about the contradictions. How about the fact that the NHS website tells you that when you're on the pill, it can reduce your chances of cancer, when there are studies left, right, and centre proving that actually being on the pill increases your chance of getting certain types of cancer. So let's not forget the fact that a lot of these stories that are talking about birth control being a safe option for women, and a lot of the public health authorities that are saying that it's a safe option for women, there's an agenda behind that, and a lot of it is to do with the fact that it, like anything, it's a business and there's money to be made. So let's not be ignorant to that fact.
Well, to be completely fair, when you're talking about like, oh, synthetic hormones, we don't know what they do, et cetera, et cetera. The fact is, like, there has been a lot of data about how birth control can actually like help with hormonal regulations. And although I would have agreed with you if we lived in a completely natural world, maybe that would be the case where it's like, oh no, like it causes more imbalances, and for some women it does. The fact of the matter is, there's so much hormones in our food. There's so many things that we're consuming on a day-to-day basis that affect our cycles. Personally, I got an IUD and it really changed my life for the better. And the reason why I say that is because before that, my hormones were all out of whack. Probably has to do with my food, maybe genetics, things like that. And once I was able to get it, my period reduced, my cramps reduced. I was able to actually start like living a more fulfilling life and not just being put out of commission 1 week every month.
But do you not think you could have done that naturally as well? I mean,
Well,
can you not see that that could have been done naturally, and perhaps you're just putting a plaster on, you know, an immediate symptom? You're saying all of these symptoms have changed, but realistically, you don't actually know what the underlying cause of all of that is. I know it's increasingly hard in a world where, as you say, everything's unnatural. Completely agree with that. There's hormones in the water. We all know this. There's, you know, probably a bunch of shit in the air that we're breathing. But can you not see that perhaps you're kind of buying into this idea that the way to solve your health problems is just by taking more drugs?
well, here's the idea, right? If I'm not living in a jungle separated from all people, right? I'm living in a society where I constantly have to interact with these things, whether I like it or not. So unless if I was able to put myself in like a deserted island and live completely naturally, then I'd be like, yeah, sure, maybe that has to do something more with my lifestyle there.
But you can eliminate certain things out of your life, and you can take measures to ensure that you are getting the least amount of hormones in things like your water. You know, there's filters and things that you can buy, and you can do things like the elimination diet to see what certain foods that may be irritating you and causing an influx in your immune system. There are measures you can take that are natural instead of
Sure.
resorting to hormones.
Sure, I'm not. What is it? Well, yes and no, right? It depends a lot also on your like personal like body genetics. You know, for some people, and this is just a random example, like having this increase of hormones and whatever might not really affect them, but for another person, it might really affect them, right? So I think you try your best to do whatever natural method you can. But at the end of the day, like, I don't think you should be ashamed if, hey, you know what, that's not really working. It's really hard to live in a complete natural world. This seems to be the best method.
I mean, it's not
But
really
it's not-
a method of. There's nothing. No one's trying to shame you, but the point is to just acknowledge that, you know, there are ways to do things naturally, and they are the harder ways. It is the harder route. I think it's more just about acknowledging the laziness of our generation, which is there are so many easy options available, and sometimes it's just a bit easier to go, yeah, I'll take this because it will solve the symptoms immediately,
As
instead of
well,
having to
and-
go through the months and perhaps years of finding out what the underlying cause is.
Because the thing is, like, potentially, I've heard of women who've had this happen to them, where they've been on a certain type of birth control and they say, I feel a lot better. And that's because of all of the, like Christine said, it's basically a plaster over your symptoms. And then you come off it and you have the exact same symptoms that you had in the first place because you never did anything to actually heal what was going on. And like Christine said, there's a lot that you can do naturally to help your body and to heal because you don't know the damage that you could be doing.
But it is, you know, I get that that's going to take up a lot of time and energy and effort. But I just think that we're selling this idea to women that, you know, contraception can be used for all these good things. It's like, okay, I hear what you're saying. It can relieve symptoms, but we can't ignore the fact that we're just talking about symptoms that present on the surface. None of this is actually tackling any underlying cause. And unfortunately, that's the world we live in. No one's going to talk about the underlying cause because, look, I've said it before, I'll say it again. A sick patient is a returning customer, and that will continue to be the consensus for our society because it's the world we live in. Everything revolves around money.
Well, I think there's a couple of things to tackle here. If this is reducing your symptoms for, like, let's say 4 to 5 years or for as long as you have it, then you're technically not getting as frequently sick as if you didn't have it, right? So for example, let's say I did not have my IUD. Okay, well then I have extreme cramps like every month. I'm gonna have to be constantly getting Advil, pain relief medication, constantly buying more feminine products than when if I have the IUD.
But do you see how your
once
go-to
every
is that
couple of
when you have
years.
these issues, okay, I need to go get Advil, I need to get this. Your go-to, it's like you've been so programmed that you can't see a way around something other than to pump yourself with more drugs.
Well, the point that I'm trying to get across, which I think goes back to your whole laziness comment, is that if we lived in a world where, again, there was no outside influence, sure, but we don't. And I don't think it's fair that you can assign that to like laziness. I think there's a systemic issue at play here.
Oh
that
no,
we
I
should.
think we're all so lazy. Oh my.
Oh,
have you
shit.
seen the 55-year-old, 60-year-old women? I mean, compared to our generation, they'll do the laundry, like they'll hand dry. Like, have you seen them just like get to work versus us? We get our Uber Eats. They'll like cook for a house party of 12 in like 45 minutes. It's crazy.
Do you
I think we are lazy. I think we are absolutely lazier than the people before us.
Okay,
I agree.
I can see what you're saying, but I also think we have to take into consideration that there's like, like mega corporations out there with a lot of money and power. And like, I don't think it's fair to be
What
like,
do those have to do with us?
well, we're talking about like hormones in the water. We're talking about hormones in the food. We're talking about things that affect our cycle.
But if
and they
you're
are
saying- if you're
systemic
saying
levels.
that there's hormones in the food and hormones in the water and all these things, then why add more hormones on top of all the hormones that we're already getting?
Well, the whole idea is that it's trying to reach like a hormonal balance, right?
But it's not rechecking it. It's just masking the symptom. It's not treating the problem.
It's
So
treating the problem by basically getting your hormonal levels to the
See, I
rate
think
it's
I
supposed
think
to be
it's
at.
interesting because you're 24.
Mhm.
So it's interesting when you get, because I'm about to turn 27. And I'm sure same 31.
I'm
Yeah.
31,
So
yeah.
you start to see like the chicks that were on birth control for like 10 years really have, and it's not something that I really think they're going to take an interest in taking the time to like, I mean, do studies and like, they're not going to push this. They're selling the stuff. But it's like, I know so many chicks that are struggling to get pregnant now in their late 20s and they had an IUD or they were on birth control for 10 years. And this is just anecdotal. Like you can take it or leave it, but I just don't believe that stuff at all.
I think my problem with that is that there's a lot of more direct factors that we actually have like consistently studied to show effects on fertility. So for example, like microplastics are a really big thing that shows effects on fertility, and plastic is
I'll
in
give you
everything.
I'll give you an example. Okay, so growing up, I had nannies. So we would have nannies every like 2 years. They would come in, and I had one nanny. I was so close with her. I was literally like she was, and she would have been such a great mom. and she got like this shot that they recommended. It was like to prevent STDs. She can't have kids now, and it's like directly from that shot. Now, I know this is anecdotal, right? I mean, you could say it's just a one-off, but I guess I just know too many random people that have had stuff like that happen for me to say that didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, I guess my main question would be like, what else do these random people have in common, right? Are they consuming like a lot of plastic? Did they live in the same area that might have had like,
Well,
you
I
know,
mean, I've lived all over. Do you know what I mean? Like, I live in England now. I've lived, and it's just like a weird thing starts happening when you just interview so many people. You just hear the same stories from different people. It's like the girl I'm thinking of was from Germany.
mhm.
You know,
Yeah, and you
another
can
girl
look it
I'm
up.
thinking of is from America, but like the commonality was that they both had birth control. Now,
But-
again, it's all anecdotal, right? But
Yeah, because I would argue like another commonality is that they all probably use like plastic products, right? Or like they,
so let me get this straight. We think that the plastic water bottle is the same as like turning off your fertility.
no, what I'm saying is that there's like a lot of like clear evidence and data that shows that the products that, like microplastics, they get into our blood, they like affect our like hormones, they affect our fertility.
Yeah.
There's more clear data showing other things that we consume that have major effects on fertility.
I'm not
than
doubting
IUD,
it, but I
IUDs.
just think there's some things I can like get through common sense,
Just
right?
use a
I mean, I
condom,
think.
Just use a condom, guys, man.
No, I think there's things that are common sense, right? And I just think it's common sense if you turn off your fertility, that's gonna be the biggest effect that you can have on your fertility.
Well, I think what is it? I mean, it depends on what type of birth control you're using. I
Mhm.
think IUDs, most of them, what they do is they kill the sperm, so they're not really like affecting like your inner what is it? Like egg
Shoving a piece of
production.
plastic up there, like I don't know. Weren't you just talking about microplastics?
I don't think all IUDs are made of like pure plastic or
Well,
the
that's
same
the
type of
majority,
plastic.
though. That's the majority.
Yeah,
people.
but it's
They're
not the
made of
same.
metal.
No, there's one
Yeah.
that's made. There's one that's made of metal, but like that's
Metal,
not the, that's-
copper,
yeah,
and also
it's not the most. It's not the most common though. The more
Um,
people get like the plastic one.
Yeah, I think what is it? Again, there's different type of IUDs, so you can like work with your doctor to find out which one you think is the best for you. And on top of that, like again, not all plastics are also created equal. I'm talking about like the plastic in your water bottle. Like there's different types of plastic out there as well. Some are more likely to leak microplastics than others.
So you think that this has more to do with infertility than birth control?
Not just your water bottle. Think about everything you
No,
consume.
I'm asking. I'm asking. Like microplastics has more to do with infertility than birth control.
Yeah, like based on the available data directly.
Okay.
You can laugh at it, but
Okay.
you guys can search it up. It's pretty easy. Google's a thing.
There's no
Okay.
denying that microplastics can affect your fertility, but at the end of the day, you're pumping yourself with synthetic hormones. You're pumping yourself every single day for 10 years with synthetic hormones that are designed to turn off your fertility. That is going to have a far greater effect on your life than drinking from a plastic water bottle.
Well, that's not how every IUD works, right? There's a variety. A lot of them just kill the sperm before it enters. Not every IUD is hormonal. So if you don't want to do an hormonal IUD,
Mhm.
that's okay too. You can do a non-hormonal one.
Yeah, because to me, I just go down to the basics. I'm like, you're shoving a big piece of metal up there, like that,
How's that gonna
like
be
that.
good
That
for
just
you?
can't be good. Yeah, I'm not. I don't like. And that's the thing. You start to be around long enough. Half of the research is funded by people that have an interest in lying to you about the research. So half of it's like funded by the people that are making this stuff and selling it to you. Why would I believe them? That's like believing like the people that like sell toothpaste and they're like, our dentist recommended this is the best one.
Yeah.
That's just how I think of it.
Yeah, I think my main problem with that argument is that you can technically say that everybody's trying to sell some sort of product, right? So you can be like, oh, people who are convincing you not to get IUDs are trying to convince you to have like, children not safely, so that you have to like buy more materials for your
Right.
children. Like they're trying to
Right.
sell you
Well,
diapers
but I think
baby products.
that's why I always say, like, for me personally, it's like the number one thing I think we can go about is like common sense and what we see in the real world. And I just think like we've kind of lost as a society where it's like they want to convince you water isn't wet, the sky isn't blue.
Yeah.
And it's like to me, I don't see how pumping your body full of, like, just personally, I can't see how pumping your body full of hormones and messing with your natural fertility, it just seems like that's going to have issues.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't,
Yeah, I think again, if you feel like a hormonal IUD is too much for you because you
The
have that
copper too.
intuition.
I'm like, that doesn't seem good. That shit, it doesn't to me.
Power sensitive to copper.
Out of curiosity, do you feel like people should still have the freedom to choose it?
No, I'd ban it if it was in Pearl's world. I'd get rid of it. I have no power over this decision, but personal opinion, I think it does more harm than good.
Okay. Out of curiosity, do you feel the same way about like all forms of birth control?
Yeah, I would ban it all.
Okay. I think it's really interesting because like we were just having a conversation about like vasectomies and like how they can be useful when it comes to making sure you're having
I would ban some other stuff too. Like you can't just ban the birth control, okay? I have a whole list of like things I would ban.
Would you ban vasectomies?
Well, I would, but only hear me out. I would, but you have to ban divorce too.
Okay.
So if I ban divorce, like you can't do one or the other. It has to all go together. So I would like ban the divorce. I would ban all the. This is just if I was like queen, tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm not. I have no say over this.
Pixie, can I ask you something?
Go for it.
So you're not on any contraception? Are you on contraception at the moment?
Yeah, I have an IUD. I got it for health purposes. It changed my life for the better.
So do you never use condoms then? Answer my question. Okay.
I think everybody should use like as many forms of contraception as possible because that's just a safe thing, right? I want like to have children in the future. I don't want to get an STD. I think everybody should be safe.
Okay. Just use condoms, guys. Skins all the way.
What do you guys think about the tweet? What's you guys' opinion?
I think when it comes to vasectomy, I think it's like a choice thing, because I think for one of the things I've been listening is there is this expectation in society of what makes you a happier person or what makes you live a more fruitful life. But I think no one really knows, right? So obviously there being responsible or be irresponsible. You have to make that choice. Me personally, I've got children, and I want to have a lot more children. So naturally, from a personal standpoint, it's like, okay, I wouldn't do a vasectomy. However, I wouldn't feel like, I know enough to say to someone, don't ever do that because you'll make you feel unhappy, because I don't know that. I've never done it myself. So I think with the tweet, I think naturally you've acknowledged you're being provocative by mentioning it. Yeah. And the fact you haven't got it yourself is quite telling. Tweeting it and not having it. So I don't know. I think it's kind of a preference thing.
Well, I don't swim in the sea every morning either. So, I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
That would be awesome.
I would love to. I would love to swim in the sea every morning. I think in an ideal world, I would swim in the sea every morning. But I mean, if we want to go to the letter of the law, if you look at the phrasing of the tweet, it doesn't say these are the things I've done to make me a high value man. I've said it's a proposition. It's a notional proposition of some factors that could add up to a high value man, of which the vasectomy was, a little bit jokey. I mean, if I'd have known it was going to hit 1.2 million or whatever it is, I probably might have rethought it a little bit. But, at the same time, I do think guys, should be allowed to have that autonomy if they want to. I don't see why there should be any problem with that, really.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about why you would ban it completely, or why you would ban vasectomies and like birth control. Can you elaborate more on that?
Oh, I think it does more harm than good. I think we have like a collapsing birth rate problem. And I think family, I have weird views on this, right? I think family is good. I think marriage is good. But I think that the way we do it today, like, I just think it's unfair to men. And so I think we should get rid of birth control. I think, one, it gives us all these hormonal issues. Two, we're not having as many kids as we used to have. And three, I also think it's kind of weaponized against men. A lot of times, like, women lie about being on it, not being on it. I think that's unfair. But yeah, I don't think it's a net good for society. So I would ban it, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think, I mean, obviously I'm in disagreement with you guys when it comes to like the hormonal issues. But I do think when it comes to what you're talking about, like collapsing birth rate, a lot of people talk about it as it's like this inherently bad thing, but I don't really think of it that way. And the reason why I don't think of it that way is because having lots of children isn't good if those children aren't being raised right? If those children are in like bad economic scenarios, If you're just having a lot of children to have a lot of children, you're not going to be able to have enough time or money to give them the attention and care that they need. I think in a lot of Western countries, you see like a lower birth rate, but in return, you see like a higher quality of life for a lot of these children compared to other places.
I disagree. I think we'd have less mental health problems if that was true. Because what I see is more mental health issues in Western countries.
I think what's much more likely is that in Western countries, you can actually get properly diagnosed, while in developing countries, like everything is so messed up there that it's hard to get a proper diagnosis, much less afford to go to a doctor, much less like afford to get.
Have you spent a lot of time in developing countries?
I mean, I would argue.
Okay.
I mean,
Yes,
I haven't been.
I would argue, or yes.
I mean, I went to Colombia for like a mission trip a few months ago to help with like doctors there translating English and Spanish.
And your like conclusion was that they had mental health issues, they just didn't know it.
Oh, my conclusion is basically like if you're living in a low quality life, you're gonna have mental issues no matter what. But yeah, like there's also been like data researching this.
Sorry, what would you class as a low quality life?
Having trouble affording food, basic necessities, not being able to afford treatment for like mental health or physical health either. Having like trouble.
So what countries have a low quality? Like what countries would you say the majority?
You can probably like search up an index online right now. I would argue like a lot of African countries. I would argue a lot of like countries in South America.
I mean,
I think you know what. To be obviously you're entitled to your opinion, but I think so Colombia, is that the only like country you've gone to that would say is like developing?
I've been to Dominican Republic. I've been to Costa Rica.
I think considering like me personally, I think considering how big the world is, like to have such a like generalized statement, I think it would require traveling more and just experiencing it more. So I think because it can become a dangerous rhetoric to say that from going to a few places. And one of the things you referenced was, oh, you could check the index online. I don't think that's like a representative of how those countries are like what's going on over there. Like maybe you should take a trip to more places and just have a look.
Okay, I have a genuine question for you guys. Do you think that not being able to have food, water, access to like health means that your quality of life is going to be peachy and okay? Do you not think those things are relevant when it
But
comes
that's
to
because
quality of life?
you're determining the value of life by your materialistic, consumeristic possessions instead of.
Health is not consumerist. Health is literally how you
But your
feel about
definition
your
of health is
body.
how many drugs you can pump into your body.
That is not my definition of health. My definition of health is whether you're getting the basic nutrients to like survive and not be like near death. That's my definition of health.
Western countries are obese.
So like
So they're less healthy.
No, but okay.
You just said that they're like they would have issues because they're less healthy, but we're less healthy.
Okay. At least when it comes to obesity, you can like lose that weight. It's difficult, but it's a lot harder. Or what is it?
But they don't like.
I mean, you can.
Statistically, like
There's a
don't.
very big difference between like, hey, you're overweight and you can lose it versus you're not having access to clean water. Like these are vastly different things. Like one is actually much easier to remedy than the other.
Where do they like? Where would you say they don't have access to clean water? Because didn't you say we don't have clean water either?
I mean, there's a difference between like water that's going to give you like parasites and like, like bacterial problems versus like water that might have like a few hormones in there. Like there's a very big difference between those two, I would say.
So I have a question. When you traveled to wherever you traveled to where you saw where they have waters that have parasites, was it like the whole city of like where you went to, or was it like a fringe little village?
Well, what is it? I mean, in a lot of countries, they recommend for you to like not drink the water without a filter because drinking the water like can give you those problems. I visited the Wayu people, which is like a whole like basically northern area of Colombia. Their population is like over 1 million people, but yeah.
And
they recommended not to drink the water in general.
The population of over 1 million people, one, according to you, are living in poverty. They have mental health issues, and then they are malnourished.
Yeah.
1 million people.
I think, or a number similar to that. And it's not just there, right? There's global poverty is a thing that exists, right?
Yeah,
like we're not going to pretend that.
My point is like, okay, so those 1 million people are living in poverty. They have health issues. They have mental health issues. They have bad water, and yet they seem to still thrive. and there's no widespread disease in that area. There's no like famine.
It's the opposite. There is widespread disease in that area. There's
wow.
a bunch of people who have parasites, a bunch of children who have parasites. It's really sad, actually.
I'm gonna say. I think to be fair to you, you're trying to empathize. However, I think you're operating with limited information.
Very limited,
I
especially when you mentioned Africa, because
100%.
It's just what I notice about Americans. You guys live in such a bubble. You think that America is the only place that has technology or has the answer to life. The reality is, what you were speaking about when you were talking about Africans that live in poverty and all of that, the thing is, you haven't actually spoken to these people. You haven't actually had discussions with these people. The truth is, most people that live in a family unit, no matter what their economic status is, are usually happier than people that live the way you live.
Facts.
And I'm speaking about this from personal experience.
Facts.
I grew up in an estate where it was literally like a family unit where in that little environment where we lived, there were like more than 1,000 different apartments, and we all saw each other as family. We all grew up together. We weren't necessarily the richest people in the world, but we all thrived. I'm here today. I'm healthier than most people I see walking around, even though I come from where I come from. So the fact that you guys have this narrative of just because people are from Africa, they are not healthy or they have.
I didn't say that. I didn't say just
it's
because.
weird.
Okay, I didn't say just because you're in Africa, you're automatically going to live an unhealthier life. That's not what I said. What I said is that there are African countries who have a lower quality of life, and not just African.
What I will tell you is the places that have what you're speaking about are usually the minority. It's not the majority. You put it out as if it's something that's afflicting Africa.
Okay.
Which is
and
not.
Also, your point was on mental health, that these
Exactly.
people are unhappier.
Well, I'm saying mental and physical.
It's actually the mental health point I'm actually trying to tackle. The health one is completely false, but the mental health one is very laughable because there are more mad people in America than you'll find in Africa. I can guarantee you that.
Okay.
You have people walking down the street, shooting people, going into schools, shooting. Things like that don't happen in Africa. People don't just carry guns and start shooting up a school in Africa.
Do you think crime doesn't happen in Africa?
No, crime happens, but think about it. What kind of madness do you have to have for you to pick up a gun and walk into a school with children and shoot up a school?
Yeah, there's definitely different types of madness.
Has that ever happened in America?
Happen in Africa, bruv.
Has that ever happened in Africa? Has anyone? Have you heard about shootings in Africa like that?
Yeah, we can Google it.
School with children.
The main argument that
also, do people in Africa suddenly wake up and decide that they want to be a different gender?
Okay,
I don't think that happens.
Trying to go back to the main argument, I think what I was trying to say is that developing nations tend to have like worse outcomes physically. I would say mentally as well. That doesn't mean every single person has mental health issues or that, it's all one or another. I'm just saying that when you're in a less developed nation, you tend to have like a worse quality of life overall. And I think that's messed up.
What makes a good quality of life?
Access to basic necessities, lower risk of
like money?
Like food and water.
Okay, but what's interesting, what you don't say? A stable family.
I mean, I would agree with that. Sure.
I think that's the most important thing because I know rich kids that literally are so messed up mentally because their parents like didn't care.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's like to me, like the most important thing like kids need is parents.
Yeah.
I think that's like above access to all the stuff you're talking about. I genuinely like think that the most messed up thing you can do to a kid is not have parents.
Yeah, and I would respond with that one of the things that makes it hardest to have a stable family unit is being in poverty and not having access to those supplies. And there's been like a couple of like studies about this that, guess what? When you help get people out of poverty, when people are moved out of poverty, their home life situation improves because they're less stressed. They can take more time to focus on the kids, to nurture them, instead of having to worry about like, okay, where am I going to get clean water? Where am I going to get good food?
I think
like, where do I have to travel?
But then why when the quality of life has gone up in the last 100 years, have you seen more divorces? That doesn't make any sense. Like 90% of people were married 100 years ago. Life was a lot harder then.
But here's the thing. She's conflating places that probably have issues that come from either war with normal African places. So for instance, the point I'm trying to make is, if you go to any village in Nigeria, you'll find way more healthy people than you'll find in America. You'll see people that live until they are 90 because they eat natural food, they farm their food, they
So
know
true.
they get their medicine straight from the ground. They don't take drugs. They don't take all of that. You see people that understand. In Africa, you have people that they call herbalists. These are medical doctors that you call them medical doctors in the West, but there we call them native doctors that understand plants that can heal your headaches, heal your menstrual issues, heal your fertility issues without having to go to a hospital. And you find all these people there in Africa, and they live a very high quality of life because they don't have the problems of the Western world.
Can
They live
you
very
it's
simple
wait,
true.
wait.
lives.
Like for
And
example,
they find solutions to most of the problems you think are problems. For instance, you were saying something about dirty water. You look at it as dirty water because you probably went to a place where there is water on. Literally, they go to the river, fetch their water, go home and boil it.
Yeah.
So you saying dirty water as if they're just going to pick up the water from the ground and drink it straight from there. These people understand these things. They've had systems that they have developed over centuries. Just because they don't do it the way the Western people do it doesn't mean that they are wrong or you guys are better.
I have two things to say. I would love it if you could give me the name of like these villages that have like a higher longevity of life compared to Western countries. Like like that would be cool. So that way I can like research it myself and I could see and learn more. So if you can give me a list, that would be awesome.
She's onto you, King.
No.
I don't even have to give you. Literally, just search Nigeria and search any state you want to search and just look. You can find information online. Look for any state in Nigeria and look for a village.
And then the second thing I would say is that you can boil water to make it cleaner in certain circumstances, but there's other circumstances where, a lot of people, the way that they get their water is from the ground, right? And what happens sometimes is that depending on like the mineral composition of that area, it could be very salty. So you can't really boil salt out of water, which makes the water like very hard to drink and makes it like kind of bad to drink.
This is the problem. You're speaking about this from a Western point of view. The people that are indigenous to those places know where to get their water from, not because they just happen to stumble on some.
Yeah, no, the Wayuunaki knew.
They've had generations upon generations because most of them are indigenous to the place. They know where they get their good water from. They know where they get the water where it will probably be poisonous to you. They're not just stumbling into whatever ground to pick up whatever water.
I know, but even then, like the Wayu people still struggled because that was a problem. Like even though they knew where to get clean water, it was still like a limited supply, so they had to get it from other sources as
but
well.
What I said, that is just a minority. You can't use that as a blanket to say, well, that means African people and Colombians are all suffering and they're all poisoned.
You can't wait. I feel you can't say that about yours as well. You're saying like, oh no, like this is how the majority of people live, and I feel like we would need like data or studies.
The majority of people in Nigeria actually live really good average lives.
Okay, well, I'm talking about Africa as a whole.
They have access. No, my point is the majority of people in Africa live in cities. We have cities in Africa just the way you have in America.
Yeah, sure.
The villages are there, obviously, but most people live in cities. We have skyscrapers, we have elevators.
Yeah,
we have
absolutely. Yeah.
Well, you didn't sound like you knew that, but I'm just trying to make sure that you did.
Well, yeah. What I was trying to convey is that you have global poverty in a lot of places in Africa, India, China, South America. Like, I'm not trying to say like, oh, Africa is the only place that has poverty. Of course not. I know that there's people who live a great quality of life there. What I'm trying to say is that, hey, global poverty is a thing. People are living lives that could be better, that could be improved, and we should try to do that.
But why do we assume Western is better?
I don't assume Western is better. I assume access to basic supplies is better.
Yeah, so sorry, I will just listen to this, and as an African Cameroon, I wasn't born in this country. Shout out to King, Nigerian, shout out to obviously all the other Africans, shout out to Vic as well, another Cameroonian brother. So I think you're talking about this from a very Western way of looking at it. I think it's quite offensive as well, how you're speaking. It is not for us to tell you what the percentage of African countries that are living, is for you to say, because you're coming out with a very brand statement right now. We don't need to prove anything. You need to prove what you're talking about. And it seems that you have a very, very minute specimen and data to come from, and you're talking about little tribes in South America. That's not Africa.
No, I didn't just say...
No, wait, let me carry on. So the reason why I'm saying this is because America as a whole, there's parts of America that are literally look like a third world country. You have people, you have crack epidemics, you have, what's the other one? What's that one they got?
Fentanyl.
Fentanyl, all these types of things, right? And to come out here and to speak and to say to somebody like King, who came from nothing literally and is here now, as a producer of the Just Pearly show, how did he do that if he was struggling, if he was skinny? How did he do that? So this, I find it quite offensive. I'll be honest with you, because in order for you to say these things, you need to have data, and you don't have data. And when we ask you, it's kind of like, well, you know, you tell me the countries. No, you tell me the countries, because Africa is not. See, when people speak about Africa, it's not a monolith. Africa is a continent. It's made up of so many different countries, right?
Course.
And let me speak about RP Gaddafi. See, Gaddafi was a great man, a very great man, Colonel Gaddafi. Libya we used to fly through Tripoli. We used to fly through Africa Airlines to Cameroon. Libya was a very developed country. You know, none of the residents needed to pretty much do anything. Gaddafi used to pay for a lot. Gaddafi wanted to have a Central Africa, kind of like United States of America. He also wanted to put a pipe through Africa to run water across Africa. The other nation didn't like this, and it started a war in Africa. And obviously now Libya destabilized. And obviously, like, to the outside world, you guys will think that Libya was a war zone, but Libya was never a war zone. Libya was a beautiful place. Now Libya is a war zone, and now they're trading in slaves. So the reason why I say this is because America has so much influence in Africa, and you guys, and literally Africa is the backbone to the modern society. So when you speak like this, it's quite offensive, because we couldn't even be doing this show right now without Africa. You couldn't be using your phone without Africa. You couldn't be using the computer we're using without Africa. Africa is the bloodline of the world. So when you speak, just get a little bit more education. And if you want to speak about countries, make sure you say some names. That's
okay,
all.
I can pull up my phone right now. Like, I'm feeling.
Please do.
Okay, sure. I'll pull up like the global poverty index. But by the way, I just want to make it really clear. I think it's insane that people are saying, oh, access to basic food and water is a Western concept. I think that's something that all nations strive for.
No,
okay?
not a Western
And wait. Let me add on top of that. You guys asked me to name some countries, some places that have poverty. I said some countries in Africa. Obviously, Africa isn't the only place that has poverty, okay? Like, I never said that. I feel like you guys are twisting my words.
Why was that your first thing to say?
Your go-to.
What was your first thing to say?
Because at least to my understanding and to my knowledge, there are high rates of poverty in certain countries there that are war-torn. And yeah, a lot of it has been because of European and United States influence in the past. I'm not denying that. I would never deny that. But then I followed with the countries in South America. India and China have also really high rates of poverty. Like, I'm sorry if I came across saying like, oh no, just Africa, because that wasn't my full sentence and that wasn't my full sentiment. The point that I was trying to get across is, yeah, there's a lot of nations around the world that are poor, and that sucks.
I think you're attached. So, see, what King was saying about Africa has a big sense of family unit, and that's what we promote over there. So it seems to be a Western thing where you attach monetary value of how happy you are, and this is why people work so much. They get, they go get the mortgage, they go get the kid, they get the finance, they get all of these things, and they feel suffocated because they were told that this is what's supposed to make you happy. But come to Africa and you're going to see kids literally just walking down the road playing with sticks, and they're going to be way more happier than you. Do you know why? Because it's quality of living versus what you think it is. So you're talking about boiling water. People do that every single day. But to you, it seems like, wow, how could they do that? Their life must be so hard. I couldn't believe you said that if you don't have access to health, that means basically you have mental health. That's crazy to me, because...
No, I'm saying it's higher. There are higher correlations.
Really. No way, because that means...
I'm sorry, you're pretending like if access or lack of access doesn't add stress to your life. I'm sorry.
You're talking about stress. Everyone has stress versus... mental health condition. That's completely different.
No, stress absolutely affects your mental health.
No, but that's
this
not...
is well documented.
It's not cause. You're talking about correlation versus cause, right? So what I'm talking about is, end of the day is, across the world, people have stress. People are poor everywhere. People are poor. Come around London and I'll show you some poor people too.
Yeah.
So exactly.
And the more stressed you are because of those situations, the harder it is to deal and create a healthy family dynamic. I'm not saying it's impossible.
It's
definitely not impossible. I never said that. But I am saying like, hey, yeah, it is hard to maintain a happy family when your family's struggling in general to get basic food or supplies.
This is what we're saying. You literally don't know what you're speaking.
You don't know.
You're speaking from a Western.
No, I'm speaking from facts. I'm sorry, that's not Western.
Because do you have a big family?
Yes, I have a big family.
How many people
Absolutely. At least 17 first cousins.
Okay.
I'm Hispanic.
No, immediate.
I'm talking about your immediate family.
What do you?
Siblings, direct siblings.
Okay.
How many siblings do you have?
I have what is it, mom, dad, and brother. But I consider,
Okay, good. All right.
dude,
now-
I'm
now-
sorry, but
no,
Hispanic,
no.
now I'm going to tell you about my culture. I'm going to tell you about
I'm
Hispanic
trying to make a
culture.
point about
Okay,
Western
the point that
culture.
I'm trying to make is that when you say, oh, direct family is the only thing that matters, that's
I'm not-
bullshit.
I never said direct families.
Okay, then why are you being like, oh, how many direct
Can I
siblings do you
say
have?
something?
I asked you
Can
for
I
a
say
reason, but you
something?
didn't let me land.
Okay,
I asked you for a reason.
Let me
Finish.
sip my
So,
tea.
for instance, I would say, obviously, the whole family thing has started being destroyed all around the world. It's just not even in the West. It's started even affecting Africa. My point is, our generation, we live in a selfish generation. Everybody is all about me, me, me. If you go back 2 generations ago, if you go to, like, for instance, my mom's generation, my mom had 12 siblings. Now, my mom came from a family that she had 12 siblings. There's no issue on earth that she could be going through that she wouldn't have someone to go and speak to. There's nothing she could have gone through, no matter how stressful her life is, that she wouldn't have someone in her corner that she could speak to. But now what you guys do is you outsource things that your family should do to you, to like a therapist, you outsource it to a doctor, you outsource it to your friends, you outsource it to all other people that don't actually care about you. And that is the culture that has been perpetrated in the West. The point is, when you have families, you literally have a place you can run to in your time of need. And these are people that you are sure, at least for the most part, that have your best interest at heart. That was my point. So when you say things like, oh, it's hard to have a good family when you guys are in poverty, that's not true, because I can literally point to many people that are living in poverty and they have tons of brothers and sisters and they are all happy. They all sleep in the same room. They all sleep side by side with each other. They all eat from the same plate and they are all happy. But you
Okay.
wouldn't know that because obviously you think that you have to have a certain amount of money in your bank to be able to raise a family.
Can I say something? Can I say something? So, my family, my dad is from Nepal, which is a poor country in Asia. So I understand what you're saying. So, for example, when we go there, there's no clean water. You can boil the water, but then, there's problems with that. And so coming from a Western society and then going and see how they live there, it is hard for me to see how they're living like that. And I understand what you're saying, like in terms of like access to health. So say, for example, yes, it's true that these people can have big families, but in my family where there's lots and lots of people, my grandmother she lost 2 babies because she had no access to health. So like, I understand what everybody's saying, but I think that access to clean water, access to healthcare where you can go to a doctor, you can get help. I'm not saying, obviously I'm against like the general health society where we're like, go to pump drugs and all that stuff. I'm not saying that, but that does affect your life. It does, because like, for example, my granddad taking care of all these kids, you think he wasn't stressed? Do you think their lives weren't hard? Of course, yes, having a big family, they had the support, they had each other and they were happy. And like, for example, in Nepal, you go up to the mountains and you go trekking, those people have nothing and they're happy. But when there's a problem, when somebody gets sick, that person could die because there's no doctor there. So it goes both ways. And I think maybe what you said was taken potentially slightly out of context. Like, I understand why everybody got upset because it could be taken one way, but the fact is that having no access to healthcare is a problem. That is a problem, and it happens in this world. Like,
let me give you a fact, right? So, I've never been to a hospital for any illness my whole life, and I grew up in the circumstances you guys are speaking of. I've never, not for one illness, not for nothing ever. And I grew up in a village with no running water, no electricity. We had to walk to the spring. So if you look at this,
Vic, tell her.
If you look at these bottles of water you're drinking, any water company, what does it trying to show you of why they put the price point on the water? We got it from a spring. You know where springs are?
Yeah, I know. A lot
Exactly.
Of it,
So
yeah.
naturally, you should, like what the brother was saying over there, it's like naturally the people that live in this indigenous parts, they know how to source water because I come from one of those villages. So I think it's a dangerous assumption, and I'll tell you why it's dangerous. When I first came to England, the representation of Africa was these Oxfam adverts on TV.
Yeah.
That everywhere in Africa, that's how it is. And I was like completely traumatized. No, that's not what it is.
And having grown up here, I'll be completely honest with you. Yeah, I grew up thinking Africa, everyone lives in a mud hut. No one has any
Wow.
water.
Because that's
I'm just
No,
being
it's all right.
That's a stereotype.
It's okay. It's
That's a
okay.
stereotype.
This
So
is
what-
what's shown to us, and it's the truth of it. And it's only through talking to people, like for example, working here, speaking to people like King, that I've learned. Yeah, I've seen our other producer, Blessing, has shown me like places in Zimbabwe, like They literally have houses that look like what we would imagine are
So-
five-star hotels.
so-
But we don't get shown that because they want you to think, oh, in Africa, like they're all starving and they're all struggling and they could never possibly be happy with that.
No,
And I think that's the problem
wait.
is thinking that they all have, because they don't have this standard of living. I agree with you, like not having access to health is a bit of a different issue. However, to think that just because they go through all of these struggles that we couldn't possibly get in our ignorant Western lives, we couldn't possibly understand that. To think that just because they have different issues and stresses from us, that they therefore then have mental health problems that probably aren't diagnosed. Like, no, I think you're ignoring the fact that we just overdiagnose everything in the West because we like to make problems because we have our basic necessities met. So we make problems out
Well,
of
and we're
nothing.
just a bunch of whiners in the West. Oh my God. It's like complain about everything.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
at the same time, like say for example, somewhere like a developing country, something like, for example, postnatal depression won't be recognized because they don't have that kind of mindset when it comes to things. So people will be suffering in silence, and we can't just say that those things don't happen. And for example, like say for example, you said that you'd never been to a doctor when you were living in your village and things like that. But women die in childbirth because there's complications and there's no one there.
Yeah, but here's the issue though. If you're going to bring up isolated situations, which obviously is very real and it is happening, right? Like, make sure you specify you're talking of isolated incidents. But when you generalize a statement, that's the thing I'm talking about. So I understand, like, there's an element of trying to apply empathy, and I get that. However, there's also sensitivity when you speak of these things. And say, for example, if you were speaking of it and you said, I've traveled around 15, 20 countries and this was my experience, I can respect that and accept that. Okay, that's an experience. You get what I'm trying to say to you? But when you say it, there's an element of presumption and assumption based on what the general thought is or the general perspective is.
Well, I'll tell you why. I only asked it because what I found is like people will go on like a couple mission trips and then come back with like the rest of the world needs saving.
Oh, okay, wait.
Like I just find this phenomenon because where I'm from, like people do that. They go on a couple mission trips and like be like.
But you know what? Yeah. But you know what?
Wait.
Hey, you're taking a piss.
No, I just find this phenomenon. I don't
No,
know.
wait.
But then I'll like talk to the people like from these places and they're like, no, we're okay.
But you know what it is, yeah? You know what it is?
They're like, no. They like build this stuff for you to build
Pearl.
and then knock it down.
Pearl, you know what it
wait.
is, yeah? See, it's like, okay, so how many, we have like 200,000 years of recorded human history, right? You guys have to understand that people have been giving birth in caves. Like, there's a Western notion that if you don't have every single thing, you're not going to be okay. You do realize in certain parts of the world, we're not going to have certain diseases because we can't have those diseases. I'm not going to say people can't be depressed, but I promise you this, depression is not going to be the same rate because people have to get to work. There's no time to be depressed when you have to feed. Africa's not the same here. You can have 10 kids over there. If you can't feed them, no one's going to give you a house. No one's going to give you no benefits. It's not the same type of things over. So is it Chris? Hi, China? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What you're talking about, what you thought of Africa is when I went to school, some people thought the same because of the images that got put in them. So let me give.
That's all you see. It's all you can.
That's fine, but let me give you slightly different, like my upbringing, right? So I came to this country when I was probably like 3.5 or what have you not. My dad was a diplomat for the Cameroon embassy, and my dad is a professor with 2 PhDs. And he's a very learned man.
He's a smart guy.
He's also a professor. Yeah. Like he's also a doctor as well. And my mom's got a PhD as well. I have three sisters, a brother. They all educated, all married, all with a child. Right. I grew up in a 7-bedroom home. My sister went to private school. I had a very good upbringing. And if you really want to know about Africa, speak to Africans. Like, seriously, it's okay not to know something, but to come on a platform and to make a blanket statement when you haven't, because you haven't traveled enough countries to make a statement, and it's okay, but it's ignorance.
Also,
Okay, wait. This is
Wait, can I just say something? And the problem with ignorance is when you meet the people that are trying to educate on the matter, you keep trying to interrupt. You think you know more than an African person that was born in Africa, that grew up in Africa, that came here. You have several Africans here that are giving you their experience, not anecdotal. We have 3 Africans here.
I literally moved here in 2019.
Yeah. And he's looking all right. He don't look like he's starving to me, you know what I mean? So it's like...
Wait,
They keep you hungry.
wait. You guys are being very...
African.
Hey, okay.
because you don't want to listen.
No, I am. Okay,
No, you're not. This is.
No, okay, you know what? This is bullshit. Honestly,
Of course it is.
You can
Yes.
literally scroll back, look at what I said, and see that you're trying to like twist my words
trying
into
to
this
do
idea.
what?
You're,
No, you're not
twisting
listening.
my words.
You're not listening.
I
You
am
prove my
listening.
point.
Hey, let me finish my sentence, okay?
You can finish your sentence, but I
no,
can't.
you know what?
Wow.
I let you finish your sentence multiple times.
You actually didn't.
Okay, well,
Well-
now I'm addressing to the people who are actually listening. First,
Wow.
I want to apologize. I didn't mean to come off as saying like, oh, all Africans are poor. I thought it was general knowledge that Africa has cities and that, not like it's not all a destitute place. Like, obviously it's not. I didn't know that that's a experience that you guys had growing up here or being here, that you got a lot of people thinking that way.
You're so ignorant.
That's my bad.
Just want to state,
Can
I'm
I
not,
just say
I've
something?
never heard something like that.
I'm not African. I'm
I just
Caribbean.
feel
yeah.
like
Oh, don't do that.
everyone's
Don't do
getting-
that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Hey, listen.
I feel like, no, can I just say something? I feel like everyone is ganging up on this girl, and I feel like it's unfair. To be honest, I feel like it's unfair because I've just looked at a statistic: 1.1 billion out of 6.1 billion people in this world live in acute, multi-dimensional poverty across 110 countries, and I feel like that's what she was trying to say, and it's just being taken out of context. It's really unfair.
If that's what she
I
said,
don't
none of
think-
us would have said that. That's not what she said.
Well, you weren't listening to me.
Wow. So
Did she not list other countries? Did she
Wow.
not say other countries as well? It's not fair. Like, she didn't just say.
Do you know what's not fair? Do you know what's not fair? Do you know what's not fair? You have 3 African people here that wasn't born in this country that are giving you their experience, and you're choosing.
She said,
I just read a
She said
statistic.
Colombia, because she said she listed so many countries. She said Colombia and
And never-
Africa.
No, I said
No.
I said some African countries.
What ones?
Okay, I'm pretty sure Sudan, Ethiopia, I believe. Like it's not like this super out there idea. Like as I said before, there are countries in Africa, obviously not all of them, obviously not all of Africa, that do suffer from poverty. So is the countries in South America.
Do states in America suffer from poverty?
Yeah, but it's a different degree and different level. And the reason why it's a different level is because it goes back to like access to like basic healthcare.
But I think the point they're trying to make is that a lot of it's like misrepresented by the media.
Oh,
And so
yeah,
they'll
we
go
can
to
all
these
agree with
places and say they're living in this terrible, terrible poverty. And then they'll say, well, no, we're not. And then oftentimes, like when they say that, they're like, well, where are your studies? And then they're like, well, I'm from Africa.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I think that's their point.
Yeah, I could totally.
It's not that like they don't have like there's certain things that but it's like it goes back to like who has a lower standard of living, like the people like us who have the birth control water or them who has to boil it.
Well,
It's like
yeah, I think like what I was trying to say is that like, oh, there's a lot of data showing that there's countries in Africa, South America, around the world that when you have like lower access to food, water, healthcare, it can cause a lot of tragedy and it can cause a lot of stress within families. That doesn't mean that there's no happy families. It doesn't mean it's
but I
impossible
think-
to have a good
I
family.
think like what I was trying to say is like a lot of times we like equate that's going to break up the family, but it's like the West, we have a higher standard of living than ever before, and we have more divorces, we have more marital problems, we have more issues like mental health issues, and I don't think it's just that we have more people to diagnose it. Like I don't think that's true. I think we just have more issues because of single mother homes, which we reward in the West.
I mean, it's the cultural issues in the
Yeah.
West, isn't it, that's underlying it, really. It's the fact that, the family is less respected, the fact that, religion's eroded, so therefore there are less societal
Right.
controls on, divorce and all the rest of it. It's those things, it's those cultural things, I think, that...
Mad.
I think also something what Pearl was alluding to earlier on that we didn't even go into, I think, is this idea of poor. Like, people don't want to say the truth about you either have money or you don't, right? So when people say poor, they normally think of money. Or rich, you think of money, right? But there's such a thing as being rich in support, being rich with family, being rich, because you can have all the money you want and not have all those other things. Does it give you a better quality life than another person? So I think...
Right, which is why I was saying, like, why do we assume the West is better when a lot of times, like, in these places, they'll have a lot, like, tighter-knit family units,
yeah.
I
think the main argument that I was trying to get across was that like, hey, there is a chance that a lot of these places are suffering from things that aren't diagnosed. There's a chance that they aren't. But I think we all overall can agree that, hey, these people should have access to like healthy food, clean water, healthcare in general.
Do you think we have access to, like, because it just contradicts a little bit what you said earlier, where we have all these like hormones in the food and the water.
Yeah, but the
So-
point is that when we compare like the water quality to certain places to that of America, like there are places that have significantly worse water quality. So even though you can argue that like our water quality isn't perfect, it is still better than like getting a potential parasite.
But I think my whole point is that in the West, even though we have all these amenities, like the family unit it's terrible. Like I think like what, a third, half of kids are born out of wedlock into single mother homes because we reward all of these terrible decisions.
Yeah.
More kids in the UK are likely to have an iPhone than they are to have a dad in their lives.
Wow.
That's a real statistic.
Wow.
Yeah.
What?
So
Say that again?
I had the same reaction. This was actually in 2013, so chances are that the numbers have gone drastically up by now. But in 2013, kids who were sitting their GCSEs were more likely to have an iPhone than they were to have a dad.
That's mad.
I mean,
That's
it's
crazy.
probably some of these iPhones are probably more useful than some of these dads out here, to be honest with you. I'm just being honest.
Oh, come on.
What do you mean?
Then these dads out here.
Yeah, no, like, what do
You,
you
you
mean?
What's your-
already- you
what's your
already
thing
know-
against the
you
dads?
You already know every single problem is linked to single mother
Yeah,
homes.
100%. But at the same time, like, I hold women account every single day, and I have no problem with doing it. But part of holding women account is that I see men that are not holding themselves account, and you know, part of doing the man's voice is that I see men that go out there and create these homes. Yeah, you understand? So it's like,
Yeah, but the women open up their legs.
I understand the women
yeah.
open up their legs, but anyone that's got game and anyone that gets girls understand that you can make a woman open up her legs per se, right? Do you get me? Yeah. And if I do that one where I say, okay, no, 100% it was her, then I'm doing a little bit where come on, man, Romeo, come on, you know what I'm saying? There's that little bit where man them can twang, they can do the bars, they can do all of that stuff. Yeah, I understand, but that's the point where women have to say is that men always want to sleep with you. They're always going to do this. Right. Yeah, they're always going to lie to you. So if you choose to believe the lie, then that's up to you. No one's forcing you to. But men, we know we got the twang. We know we got
China, man. That always is like a strong word. Like sometimes, maybe not always.
Okay. Sometimes, right? Do you know what it is? Because like I'm very hot on the women. You know, everyone that's seen the content knows I am. But I keep seeing men that are doing certain things, and I can't really co-sign it.
Like what, bro?
Like,
Shit, man, it's about to get done.
it's like,
Oh,
go on, you want to say something?
like what? Backing out of a fight?
Huh? No. That's the next thing.
What have you done? What have you done, China, bro?
No.
China, what have you done, bro? What have you done?
I ain't done nothing. No. Let me get back to business.
Yeah, go back. Go back.
Get back to business. Trying to. Wait, what was I saying?
It's talking about
Sorry,
men.
we're talking about the guys, the bad dads.
The bad dads, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like certain amount of like what's the statistic? What?
Have you ever been a stepdad before?
What stepdad? Come on, you know I don't play those games.
Huh? So you wouldn't be.
What's wrong with being a stepdad, though?
Nah, I'll never be a stepdad.
Why not?
Why not?
Huh?
Why not?
Because
So no, but if you really love the girl, yeah, and she's got kids.
okay.
Where are you gonna move? You know
The guy, the
What,
child.
what if your girl can't have children? Would you be an adopted dad?
Then I'll get a girl that can have kids.
Oh,
Fair
Oh
enough.
shit.
I appreciate the honesty.
It's the truth, man. Why would I be with a woman that couldn't give me?
So check this out. Do you agree that stepdads have held down a lot of homes that real fathers left?
I wouldn't say real fathers. Women choose the men they choose to be with, and if you choose to lay down with a man that chooses to leave you, that's on you. You should have picked a man that would have stayed. There's lots of men that would have stayed.
So you're saying the woman should know what the man's gonna do?
The woman should listen.
I really think most of the time it's the woman being spiteful and not letting the dad see the kid.
Yeah.
That's like my opinion on it.
That does happen a lot.
So for me, this is what it comes down to, right? Is I don't know. If you have kids, okay, let me change this. If you have kids, blend the family. You guys that got kids, if you got one, I got one, let's get together, make a blended family. That's all cool. But what we tend to have is women out here with kids that you know, that don't understand that most men don't really want to be a stepdad. Most men will lie to you. They just want to, you know, blow your back out. They're not trying.
You're being harsh right
No,
now.
I'm not being harsh. I'm just being honest, bro. Man, them are not trying to. And the reason why girls would be like, oh, you know what? But I've never had a problem. Men are always dating me. The kids, I'll say, where are they now? Of course, man are gonna date you because they don't gonna be around for a
But
long
what if
time.
you love the woman
Well, actually,
so much?
no. The chance of a single, and I'm butchering it, but it's like the chance of a single mom getting a guy to marry her. It's like 13 to 18 roughly %. Live with her 22%. So it's pretty much over for single mothers. Yeah.
would a high value value man marry a single mother?
Why would he do that?
Why?
That'll make him low
Fall in love
value.
with her.
Okay,
Exactly.
and I'm glad you guys brought
I
that
mean,
up.
miracles
Oh,
happen, but they
shit.
usually don't.
I'm glad you guys brought that up. I've been holding this back, waiting to talk. Okay,
Okay.
high value men. What's that?
Oh, yeah, this is what we came here to talk
like,
about.
let's talk about it.
I forgot we were talking
Who decides this definition? Like, what's a high value man? You tell me your definition, China. Don't tell me what you think. Tell me what you class as a high value man. Let me hear your opinion.
Bro, see, if you... No, do you know what it is? Because I can give the definition of a high value. There's a
No,
definition.
I mean yours. Your
But
definition.
my definition.
Unless you're telling me your definition don't matter, you're going to go with the crowd.
No, it's not the crowd. See, we all can't have. This is what happens when women do. I'm a 10. I'm a 10. I'm a 10. If everyone's a 10, then no one's a 10. So there's only going to be one high value. Because if not, then we can always bend it to I'm high value.
What's your definition? Then?
So my definition is the original definition. You need to be a man that's earning. We'll say in this country probably about 70K. You need to. Well, you need to be earning 70K or so. You need to be earning that over for like 4 to 5 years. You need to be You can't be a lone wolf, so you need to be somebody that's
useful to others in the group.
Useful to others in the group. So just saying that I get money by myself, but no one around yourself doesn't get money. That's you know what I mean. You can't be someone that's out there being loose with your seed. So ideally, you wouldn't have any kids already. You wouldn't be divorced. Yeah, man. Just. Yeah,
but can you see why that's a dangerous rhetoric? Though?
Why?
For like I got a teenage son, for example.
Yeah.
Right. I wouldn't say to him, okay, son, this is the definition of a high-valued man, and this is what you need to like measure up yourself up to because society says that's what you should do. Don't you see how dangerous that is?
No, he's a good man. Good man and
Also,
high
do you
value
not
are
see
different.
that your definition is quite westernized because you're
Yeah.
taking the word value and determining it through
No,
money?
because where are we? I'm not in. See, here's the thing, right? Even if
I know this is the problem with this convo. It always gets derailed because everybody.
So where are we, right? Even if I went to Africa, I would tailor it slightly different, but it would still come down to be a man that could be a man that was useful, a man that had access to tools, a man that was other stuff. So it will always come around resources, who you are, finances. It's not.
But can I just tell you how the way I see it for a second? So what you're saying about the money side of it. The way I see it, once you get to a certain level of wealth, more money, it just means you're still going to have the same problems as when you had perhaps, say, slightly less, say 40 grand to say 70 grand a year, right? 40 grand, like you're able to provide, no problem, right? And you can provide for wife, children, and you can have a certain quality of life. 70 grand, your quality of life, goes up in terms of materialistic possessions, things like that. But so does your house bills, so does your car insurance. So at a certain level, it's like, okay, you have more money, but your problems have also grown as well. So I personally wouldn't take the whole top 10%, 1% earners into being high value because I think you just need to have a certain amount of value. I guess my problem with what you said is the whole 70 grand.
No, okay, so I'm not talking about the money. I'm just trying. So here's the thing, right? If we don't set anything, then anyone is high value.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So what I'm trying to say to you,
Who's we though? When you say we, who's we?
Well, no, I agree with it. I agree with him, right? Because when Rollo Tomasi got cornered on this on Fresh and Fit, exactly the same thing happened. What Rollo Tomasi said, author of The Rational Male, he was like, well, it depends on culturally. So the high value man in a small village in some remote place is going to have different characteristics to the dude who's in like Miami, whatever. And that is broadly speaking true. But at the same time, I think there's a certain amount of like when I get into these conversations with guys on Twitter and they live in the UK or they live in America or something, there's a certain amount of disingenuousness because I think the reality is, and also as well, my tweet in particular, we're talking about this kind of from a dating perspective, right? We kind of know what we're talking about, don't we? We kind of basically know what we're talking about. And you're right, it is those things. It's like, are you in decent shape? Do you present well? Do you have financial resources? Do you have the ability to command the respect of others around you? Do you have some kind of social status? Those things, broadly speaking, equate to high value. And I think sometimes people try to chip away at the definitions around it, be like, well, yeah.
Well, you know what it is? I can look at a man and I can say to, like I said it to before, I look at a man, I know he gets girls. And this is, when women do this thing where they pretend like I can look at a guy straight away and I can assess him, especially when we're out. I can look at the car he drives. I can look at his watch. I can look at where he stays. I can look at the business he does. And all through that I already know. I look at his friendship circle. I look at who follows him. And from that already, I know who he is.
Can I ask the question? What about the guy that's using all those things just to control the environment?
What do you mean?
Using those metrics like to control the environment, like obviously because they know what you think of when you see a man with a nice car or what people think of they see a guy with a watch. What about the people that are using it just to control the environment?
No, but at the same time so here's the thing, you're still finessing the way to it, and if that gets you to where you need to be, it's still going to get you in the room. If you are faking it, it will get exposed later on. If you're faking the lifestyle, trust me, you'll get exposed. Right. But if the watch is fake, if the car is on, if the car ain't yours, if the place is an Airbnb, trust me, bro, you get found out. But if it's not, then you are high value, and then it's gonna only open access to more things. Like even the network that you surround yourself with, like when you go to places, if you can get into places and people invite you to places, it's because you're somebody. That already makes you somebody. So you go to a lot of press events, you go to a lot of things, right?
You're like,
That means you're somebody. That means you're not a nobody.
But how,
you're a high value man.
Bro, trust me.
Okay, I wouldn't say.
Here's the thing. I just wanted to, where I'm from, the real definition of a high value man is down to two things. One is his character, and two is his usefulness to others.
Thank you.
The group.
Thank you.
No, but you see, usefulness to others is different from the way they put it in these like Western. So they always make it about money, but the reality is anyone can get and lose money at any point in life.
King.
But what is most important is the man's character, because with good character,
Nah, bro. These girls don't want no character, bro.
Yeah, but bro,
Bro, these girls don't want no character. Character can't pay the bills, bro.
But you see, this is the problem. Being a high value man has nothing to do with what women want.
Thank you. Let me shake
Bro,
your hand.
you cannot be a high value man if you cannot provide for what women want. You cannot be a high value man if you cannot provide for what you cannot. It's impossible. If you are not providing for what your woman wants, you are not high value. You are low value.
China, let me break
It's
it down.
impossible. If your missus wants something and you cannot provide for it, you are low value, bro. 100%.
So you have to be rich.
Bro,
Okay,
no,
guys,
that's not true.
guys.
You don't have to be rich.
Guys.
can't.
Okay, I'm gonna let him finish, and then you can go. Okay.
I never said provisioning is not part of it. I said being a high value man has nothing to do with
What women want.
what women want.
Nah,
it has everything to do with what your purpose as a man.
Thank you. Preach.
So
It also has everything to do with what women need.
No,
what
it's the
we want.
vasectomy.
China.
Just get a vasectomy, guys.
China, are you a high value man?
What'd you say?
Are you a high value man?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, because you know what I was saying to you, like, it's just.
Go on. I'm not.
Wait.
They're waiting for something different.
can I make my point?
Go on.
The reason why I can floor your argument very easily is because no, I'll tell you why. Being a high value man has nothing to do with women. Women are usually part of the things that you could get when you're a high value man.
Thank you.
But it has nothing to do with being a high value man.
Cause.
Hold on. Are you trying to tell me that they are not priests in the Catholic Church that are not high value men?
Cause. First of all,
Wait. My point is, there are people that don't ever get married, e.g., Catholic priests, that are of way more importance to society than most of these rich men that run around.
Okay. So I think it's jumping around a little bit, bro. It's jumping. We're talking about Catholic priests being high value, bro.
Okay, wait.
Not all Catholic priests are high value.
No, King. Listen.
Yeah.
So it comes down to the
Hey, King.
Okay.
Look. Sorry, Paul. Can I say something?
Yeah.
He provides to society.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily about
Guys.
women.
Okay. I'm gonna let him go, and then you go. Okay. So go, China.
I think we're focusing too much on money, right? When I said for what a woman wants, like you should not even be marrying if you can't provide for your women. This is the problem. Men are supposed to be leaders and providers, yeah. And one of the things that women keep saying is these men want me to do this and do this, but they don't want to provide. They don't want to do nothing. You expect women to do something, but you can't even lead them. So I'm not saying that you're supposed to bend to your wife's whim. No, but she needs a house, bro. She needs a house. Wait, hold on a second.
To buy a house together, no?
No, just together stuff, brother. You're supposed to be the man.
Together.
Hold on, wait. You man are on this 50-50. No, because you man are on this 50-50 thing. This is why we're here. What happened to people? No, because my dad didn't do this. He had 5 kids and we grew up in a 7-bedroom home. We came from nothing. My dad didn't do this. You man don't want wives. You man don't want. No, wait, hold on a second. You man don't want wives. You want mothers. That's what you want. You don't want wives. You want mothers. You see me. I'm a provider, bro. I go out there and I make sure that my missus is gonna get it. You might wanna go 50-50, live with a girl and do. Bro, I'm not about this life. You can't get no respect like that.
Cause, but what I'm saying though, just follow me here. I'm with you. Just follow me. It's what King was saying, right? You see, when a man's a big stepper, you step like that anyway, cause that's who you are principally, right? So you see, when you find a woman that, like, you know, some women are attracted to the mind. Some women, I'm never gonna go into that, right? When you find a woman that like aspires to that, and she's powerful as well, you lot become a union. The motivation is not, let me become successful because I want to get a woman or prove to a woman that I can pay her bills. That's not what it is. You're supposed to have those principles and those characteristics anyway. And
well, I think there's two slightly different things here, though, because what King's saying is correct in the sense that a high-value man in the sort of like moralistic sense of the world, yes, he should be noble. He should have, good intentions. He should be, a leader in the community, etc., etc. Is that stuff necessarily going to get him laid? Not necessarily. So then, when you think about if you're in the nightclub in Los Angeles and you're talking to and this has been told to me anecdotally by somebody that I know, you're talking to a group of girls, there's some like high class models there, whatever, and then Leonardo DiCaprio walks in, right? What do you think happens to the fucking girls? Do they stand there? Do they sit there sitting to your broke ass? Or do they all fucking disappear? So if value didn't exist, if value was just this completely nebulous concept that's entirely subjective, then how is it that somebody who's a movie star, who, okay, he's not as great now, but who was decent looking, has huge status and let's face it, money within society, how is it that he comes in and sweeps all the girls right? There's clearly something going on here, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be like that. Otherwise, they'd just go, well, no, this dude over here is more noble than Leo, so I'm just going to stay with him tonight and not go to the mansion party.
No, but
wait, let her go. Then you can
go. What I want to say is, like, for me, a high value man is somebody who has integrity and somebody who can be a good husband.
Thank you.
Because, like, for me, my husband is an amazing man, an amazing leader, and it has nothing to do with money. Like, you can have so much money and be a bad husband. You can have so much money and be a bad father. You can have so much money and do lots and lots of things terribly. And I think, like, your example about, you go to the club and all the girls are interested in Leo, they're not wives.
That speaks
the
to the
girls
type of
in
women.
Yeah.
Go on, listen, China, listen.
But in the brutal reality of the sexual marketplace, who's going to win out? Is it going to be Leo or is it going to be the super noble Catholic
If the girl goes for Leo, then it's not the girl for me.
I get what you're saying. Like, the more options available to you, then the chances of a man being successful winning.
That's if your goal is sleeping with more women.
But
Is your husband a provider?
But I think we have to. There has to be a way to measure it. And my problem is a lot of times when we go back to the character arguments, which are all like fine and dandy, how do you measure it? You know what I mean? Like, because then it's very subjective.
I think King's point is entirely right. Like, if we lived in a society that was fair and decent and we were all like, I don't know, we all behaved as we should do, then it absolutely right. The dude who's got the best moral character should be at the top of the tree. But unfortunately, I don't believe we live in that world, or certainly not in the West anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know, we're pretty fucked,
and
aren't we?
honestly, I really don't believe these, like, where they're like, if women, I think most women, even wives, if they thought that some of these celebrity dudes would take them seriously, I don't really believe that they wouldn't be interested.
No, but Pearl,
I know. Like, they're like, go ahead.
My point about the high value thing, the reason why I said it has nothing to do with women is because if you're measuring a high value, the value of a man based on the metrics of women, that's just a
That's
way
weak.
to fail.
No, but I didn't say that,
That's
bro.
weak.
I'll tell you why.
That's not
I'll
what I
give you an
said.
example. Think about it like this. Leonardo DiCaprio, yes, he might walk into this room and grab all the girls and all of that. But in a situation, if a serious situation comes up, do you think anybody, if we're in a room of men, do you think people are going to look to Leonardo DiCaprio for leadership?
No.
Hell no. So that inherently, he's not a high value man in terms of.
He's a waste man.
Wait, I have a question.
I'm
Wait.
so confused.
But who's going to get there? Who's going to get their end away though?
Wait.
Leonardo DiCaprio
I wanna ask something.
is a waste man.
My point is, just because a man can get laid by women doesn't mean
That's not what I
he's
said,
high
King.
value.
Okay,
Wait,
okay,
Way more than women.
okay, I'm gonna let Troy go, then you can go. Okay.
No, look, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think a guy should set out to measure his own value by how many times he can get laid. I think that's fucking pathetic. I totally agree with that. However, it depends on what prism we're looking at this high value question through. If we're looking at it through the brutal realities of the current modern dating marketplace, the reality is that Leo, or whoever other ex-celebrity you want to put in his place, is going to get his end away more than the average dude. However nice the average dude is. I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not saying that is the true measure of a man's worth, whether he can pull some, club hoe or not. But that is the brutal reality of the way the sexual marketplace is now.
Because the majority of women in the sexual marketplace at the moment are these hoe-type women who do put these things at the top of their value systems.
Yeah, but what does that say about women when we're given all the freedom and that's what we think?
Well, So I have a question, right? So to my understanding, like, you guys believe that men should be like the leaders of society / they are the leaders of society, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to make this clear. But it seems like you hold responsibility about like broken households like only on women. And to me, that's a little bit strange because it's like if men are supposed to lead the woman, then there's a failure of leadership if women aren't like falling to place.
So okay, I blame women all the time, so I'll take this one. So I think it's the woman's fault because the women tend to leave, and they tend to leave for stupid reasons.
Mhm.
Yeah, but then my argument is that if you believe like the natural order is that like men are supposed to lead and that women are supposed to be submissive, there's obviously something wrong with like leadership if women are so willingly and easily able to lead.
I would argue it's because men have no power in this society. They know that if they leave, that they lose. They know they lose everything. Honestly, if it doesn't work out, women know they gain everything. If you pay people to make bad decisions, they're going to make bad decisions.
Yeah, but I thought my understanding was that like, oh, you know, high value men do have all the power in society. Like that's at least maybe it's different in this podcast, but at least in the ones I've been before, they talk about like, oh, you know, the 1% men get all the women, they get all the money, they have control of all the resources.
Yeah. So when it comes to the dating market, yeah, they have the most power in the dating market, like the most choice.
Of course we have.
Yeah.
But so when if me and you make a business deal, right? And if the deal fails, you get all the money.
Yeah.
And if the deal fails, I lose all the money. I'm always going to be trying to make you happy because I don't want you to leave. And I just don't think that works. Women hate guys that give them whatever they want, but a lot of marriages turn into that because women have all the power. And the average men have no control over this. You know, I would argue that elite liberal men did this by giving women the right to vote, and women voted.
Women shouldn't vote.
Yeah. And women voted in a lot of these policies that I would argue discriminate against men. But I would say it is out of order, and men are not able to leave because of the leverage that women have.
Yeah, I think maybe I just like fundamentally disagree because in most divorce cases, like alimony is only 10%. Like at least in the United States, it's more 50-50 when it comes to divorce, unless if you have like those.
What's the most important thing?
What do you mean? What's the most important?
So what is the most important thing?
I think what is it? I'm not sure.
What would you say in a marriage is the most important thing?
Communication.
No, not like in to make it work. I mean, like what is the most important thing that you get out of marriage?
Like a loving partner.
Children.
Kids.
Okay.
And men only get custody 10% of the time.
At least in the United States, the way that it's phrased is that the primary caregiver gets.
So they punish men for doing the right thing.
No,
because if men, no, I've talked to lawyers about this now. If men do the right thing, and she could tell you she is a lawyer, but if men do the right thing, which is to provide for their family, they're punished because they didn't spend as much time with the kids. But that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
So the way they write the laws, I would argue, discriminates against men because even in 50-50 relationships, quote unquote 50-50, it's like 70% of the time, roughly, men are still paying the majority. They still make more.
So do you believe that men should have like, more time off to be able to take care of their children, or should be able to like, because, you have like maternal leave in a lot of places.
Right.
Do you believe that there should be like an equal amount of paternal leave that's also paid?
No. I'm not here to say how you should like structure your family with working,
I'm
not
talking
working.
about society. I'm saying
I'm saying that with the divorce laws and the child support laws being the way they are, it makes it very difficult for men to lead because women have so much leverage.
Yeah, and I'm saying that like when you're painting this picture of society and you're saying, oh no, the men are getting punished for being like providers, but we have an increasing society where women also work and they're expected to do household labor. So they're doing both of these things.
Well, women. The one thing is, women chose to work, so we didn't have to work. We chose to do that.
Yeah,
and the other thing is, women want a lifestyle that average men can't afford. So they want to get their nails done. And I could just say this anecdotally from having so many chicks come on the show. They all have their nails done. And a lot of times they have Botox. A lot of times they have fake hair. A lot of times they have the latest fashion trends. Like our grandmothers and great grandmothers didn't have all of that stuff, and they went down in lifestyle for the children, for the family. That was what was important. But we have, again, back to the me, materialistic is the number one thing in this society. Instagram, social media.
Why do you think women divorce?
I think women think that they can do better.
They get bored.
And I think there's a couple things that go on. I think one, social media deludes us. I think we live women, it's like we spend 8 hours a day on social media. You don't think that's going to influence us? 80% of consumer buying decisions are made by women, telling us we're going to be young forever, telling us we're going to be hot forever, telling us men like whores, telling us old women are attractive. They're starting to cast old lady actors as leads. Like, why is a 33-year-old chick
them
Barbie?
that men want baby mamas.
And so I think that like really makes us live in this la land and delusion, and no one tells us the truth for our whole lives. And I think a lot of times we think we can do better, which the data will tell you we can't. We don't remarry typically if we have a kid. And I think that, you know, I think we do leave for stupid reasons. And you know, one of them, I think women also starve men of sex and then they get cheated on, but a lot of times they don't sleep with them for 2-3 years. As a divorce attorney, I'm sure you've heard that story a million times. Yeah. I think women are also very controlling and conniving. And I think, I think we try to control situations because we're told we should have an equal say and be an equal partnership.
Yeah, I think at least when it comes to like the divorce stats I read, it seems like one of the primary reasons for divorce is that women are doing, you know, the labor outside the home. And I know you're saying women choose to do that, but I also think that there's a reality that we live in a time of inflation. We live in a time where
I want to speak to this from personal experience about the whole like cost of living argument.
Okay, wait, let me finish. Wait, I'm almost done.
No, you let her. It's good. Go ahead.
Wait, so, you know, we live in a time where there's like inflation, where it's harder to have like this minimum quality of life, where, you know, we're just struggling as a society as a whole. So this whole idea that like, oh no, like, you know, women just choose to work or whatever, a lot of them like don't. A lot of them need that to keep the family afloat. And I think that causes a lot of stress and problems. And I think there's ways we can fix it, right, as a society. I think this is a controversial opinion from both sides. But yeah, I think we should give like a minimum tax credit for people who have children to like encourage the women to stay at home, to make it less financially like distressful. But I think this whole idea that like, oh no, they're just leaving for stupid reasons. I don't think that's
so
100%
if
true.
money is the issue, is it going to be fixed when you have 2 rents?
What do you mean by
so you said that the issue is that women have to work.
It's not just money. It's money plus the household labor.
Okay. So now you have 2 households to do labor in. How does that solve the problem?
Well, no, you don't have 2 households to do labor.
No, because she gets an apartment and he gets an apartment.
Yeah, and now she only has to take care about her and her child. She doesn't take care of her child, her work, and her man.
So, but I'm saying there's 2 rents, right?
Yeah, but she doesn't have to cover both rents.
Right, but she still has to cook for herself.
Yeah,
right?
for herself and for her child.
But I think we live in like this is diluted.
Delusional world.
Like you also get less help. Like from the guy, like if you want to change a light bulb, and when single women always have their smoke detectors going off.
Yeah.
Like, like there's things that men provide. Like the thing is women, and this I think actually brings us to a problem in society. Well, women are always keeping score, and you can't keep score in a marriage. Even that mentality right there, that's keeping score. Well, I did this for you. I'm also working. I'm doing this, which you're thinking about me, when it's not about you. It's about your kids. Like we're going to divorce over chores.
Well, it's not just chores, right? It's a built-up resentment, and on top of on top of the built-up resentment, it's the fact that like there is added stress. Even if you're not consciously keeping count, it does add up when you have to do more chores, more labor, more housekeeping, more everything. Right.
But this goes back to our conversation about Africa, because according to you, African people don't have families. I'm just obviously that's not what you said, but I'm just being funny. But anyways, the point is, in the Western world, you guys have Roombas, you have washing machines, you have electric cookers, you have help, you have Uber Eats, you have everything. For some reason, the chores are so much that you guys can't work and do chores. Bro, if you come to Africa, literally on Sunday, my mom cooks for how many people? Bro, I can't even. She does it for her personal life, and she even does it as a job.
You know what?
Well, and this other idea that women haven't worked in history, it's like the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Women would work twice as hard for a lifestyle that was worse. Like, you think that the women on the farms were, like, they spent all day helping their husband in field. Google, like, a day in the life of the Amish. No. Those women, like, they get up, they milk the cows, they're sweeping the barn, then they go cook for their husband. Like, the difference is they're at home.
I think what is it? I think this idea that just having 2 parents in the household automatically equals good household is wrong.
Did you grow up with married parents?
Yeah, I grew up in a very traditional household.
So I think that's a really privileged position to have.
What, the idea that 2 parents automatically equals a happy household?
Yeah, no, I didn't say that it automatically equals a happy household. I'm saying that's a very privileged position from someone that has had 2 parents in the home.
It's because I've had 2 parents at the home that I can say like, hey, you know what? Like, this is not necessarily the most ideal lifestyle that people make it out to be. At the end of the day,
you had only 1 parent.
No, wow. I'm saying that we should strive towards healthy like communication and healthy relationships.
Who decides what communication is healthy?
I mean, I think we can like all decide that together, right? You shouldn't scream at
The
your
pro-
partner. You shouldn't
the
talk down to them.
No, see, talk down, that's subjective. What is talking to? The problem
You
is,
shouldn't insult
the problem is, I mean, but then women take everything as an insult.
Bro,
But that's
I don't think that's true.
like,
verbal abuse is
I
literally women's way
I
to-
don't know.
no,
like-
but this is
If anyone abuses anyone, women abuse men way more than men would even abuse women.
Yeah, I just don't think that either way. I don't think either partner should insult their partner. I think you're in
The
a.
problem is you think that there is this ideal way a family should be. The fact is there is no perfect family and they can never be a perfect family. What they can be is a family.
Yeah, but we can say like, hey, you know what? Some families are in a healthier structure than others. For
Yeah.
And that's
example,
the way it is with everything in life.
but
Yeah,
that,
but
Everybody
that's
can
what
have
we-
everything.
no,
Exactly, but we
but that's the whole point. Is two-parent homes are better.
Well,
Like there's no even,
that's
there's
not-
no even,
100%.
there's
That's
no
not-
even.
okay.
We didn't say perfect, but there is no like there should be no disagreement that two parents in the home is better.
100.
Right?
No, there is disagreement because if you have a
Okay.
two-parental household and you have one of the parents, like for example, leading a whole lifestyle, that's not a healthy lifestyle to
Leading
grow
a
up.
what?
A whole lifestyle. Like let's say like either the mom or dad is constantly out like cheating, bringing those problems at home. That's not a good, like I would say they're better off separate.
Well,
If you
they
have a
shouldn't do
relationship,
that.
if you have a relationship where one of the parents is constantly hitting the other, that's not healthy either. Your child
This
is
is
going
what
to
if
grow
it's
up.
Wait, can I tell you something? It's interesting that like women, it's like I can't go a single show without abuse being brought up. It's really funny because like it's the propaganda. They added this propaganda in the 1900s to make women think if they submit to men that basically you're just going to be abused.
I don't.
So-
Also, what about the statistics of the literal fact that the majority of people who are struggling with things like mental health conditions, which obviously you were talking about earlier, majority of criminals, majority of problems that we have in our
Suicides.
society, most of them grew up in a single parent household.
Okay, there's two things to take into account here. I wonder if you're taking into account like the financial level and income because yeah, guess what? Even if you're a single parent household, if you have let's say your mom has a lot of money or your dad has a lot of money, chances are you're going to be a lot better than a two-parent household.
Okay, do you know what's so crazy?
they're,
You
like-
keep going back to this where money is better than family.
I'm talking about Western society right now.
but even in a
specific.
Western society,
Yeah, in a
like why is a money better than a father? Because that's what it is at the end of the day. It's never a single father home. It's almost always a single mother home. So you're basically saying that money replaces fatherhood. And you know what that is? It's funny because that is the conclusion that most Western women come to. Because in the last 100 years, when women have gotten the opportunity to take money over a dad, that is what we do.
Okay.
And that's why we shouldn't vote. And that's why we shouldn't have all these privileges. And that's why we shouldn't go to these goddamn therapists that just tell you to get divorced.
Yeah.
Because when women get power over men, they abuse it. And it's from the horse's mouth.
Okay,
So
It's the
we're
same
not
thing-
going to pretend. We're not going to pretend that in a society money doesn't matter at all. Okay, like that is just like
No,
La La Land. That's
family
delusional.
is more important
Yeah,
than money.
family is-
a father in the
family-
home is
family is-
more valuable than anything money can buy
Okay,
you.
Facts.
a good
Anything.
father. Let's be clear.
No, but hold-
because if you're in an abusive situation,
But see, why do you always go to
Wait,
always
I didn't
abusive.
finish.
Why do you always go
Because
to abuse?
what is it? 1 in 4
Because-
women are abused.
Because
It's a big statistic.
constituting as abuse?
I think just physical even.
No, they
But,
include everything. They
either way,
include verbal abuse, mental abuse, and one-sided abuse. Women are more likely to hit men than men are likely to hit women.
Okay,
When it comes to one-sided abuse, which means
Wait.
because in most abusive situations they're hitting each other. When one person's hitting the other and it's not retaliated, women are more likely to do it to men than men are to do it to women. We all know that the police don't believe
I've been hit
women.
by a woman.
And that's messed up. But the point that I'm trying to make is that, hey, you know what? There are certain situations, whether it be abuse or just say hoeing around, it doesn't just have to be one, where, yeah, if you have an unstable parent in the household, threatening your child's livelihood, threatening the stability, yeah, you're better off away from
But
them.
it's like it's so crazy because again you go back to abuse.
Well, it's not just abuse. We can use a hoeing around example. We can use the one where they're bringing random other people into the
But
relationship
it's always like,
dynamic
but
of the
this kind
family.
of goes back to how women think we just operate out of fear a lot. So it's like always like, what could go wrong? What could go wrong? When the goal really needs to be, families should be together. Fathers are so important to the development of the child.
Sure,
And I am
agree.
so tired of women with two parents whining about their child childhood. We had 2 parents. We had it better than most people do. And it's like, then we're going to say, oh, it's not perfect, so therefore it's not always a healthy environment.
Fatherhood is extremely important. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm disagreeing with is this idea that it's like always going to be better than an unstable father.
But
We
no one
never-
said that.
no one said
that.
always.
No one,
Okay, but then when you're talking about like single family households,
talk?
how they're ruining society, et cetera, et
They
cetera.
are
It's a
ruining
stats.
society.
They
Yeah.
are.
Well, I think you have to take into consideration, like, hey, you know what? A lot of these like situations are caused because of instability in the household.
But it's not a lot, it's the
the fa-
minority.
it's the minority.
And no
Mi-
one's saying that the
minority.
people who go through these awful situations of things like abuse, drug addiction, all of that stuff, the things that can't be helped, that is awful. And no one is sitting here and saying, well, they should have just stayed, right? No one is saying that. But we're having a broad conversation about the state of society. And the truth is, the majority of people who have grown up in single parent households, they're not the exception to the rule. And what you're talking about is the exception to the rule. And I don't think anyone here is denying that the exception to the rule exists. But if we're going to stay founded in reality, we have to be able to talk about the general consensus.
Well,
You know,
yeah.
aside from the
I feel
exceptions. And I feel
li-
like you're overinflating
I feel
the
like this is
exception to try and make it.
this is like what aboutism. It's just like it's just there's always something else. There's always something else. There's always another scenario, another situation. Yes, it can happen. Whenever we speak, we're not speaking up in absolute. So when you say, "Oh well, it could be abusive, it could be a hoe," of course they could be abusive. Of course they could be a hoe. That's that's what happens, right? But what is
No,
is
actually, can I say one thing? Do you know
Oh.
what the solution to this is?
Mhm.
Ben.
Fathers. Because fathers are supposed to vet the men we pick. That's the real solution. Fathers. Fathers don't pick abusive men. They want what's best for their daughter.
Well, that's
But the problem is, again, was women have gotten more choice. What have they chosen? To be by our damn selves and take money from the government instead of fathers. And then when there are situations like that, what is the slogan? Daddy issues. There's a reason.
well, that kind of like contradicts your own point, because the whole idea is that, hey, guess what? There are bad fathers out there that would pick bad spouses for their children. They don't care about their children very much, or they're
No,
bad
that's not what I
fathers
said.
themselves.
That's not what
Well,
I
you're
said.
saying- you're
No, that's not what
okay.
I said.
Did you say fathers are the solution to
I
this
said
problem?
fathers are the most important thing to a child's upbringing. A
Okay.
kid needs a father.
Yeah, but you also said that, like, oh, if fathers just chose their spouses.
I would say women get pregnant for men that do not wish to be fathers often and don't really give a shit about them, a lot of times because they're trying to trap a guy. And I think that's a bad situation. And I think that's why it's important that we have fathers to vet the men that we choose.
Yeah, but that's a problem within itself, because you have those bad fathers that keep the cycle going. Like, not everybody has a good father that can choose a good spouse for them.
You're making it as if the bad fathers are the majority.
Yeah,
They are not.
They are the minority,
And
100%.
This is a bad narrative to push, because you're making it seem as if, because the way you're saying it, for it to be that big of a problem, it means that it has to be the majority of fathers that are bad. But if it is not the majority of fathers that are bad, then you should stop pushing it as a narrative.
No, I think it's fair to say that there is like a strong percentage, maybe not majority, of people who are bad fathers.
I disagree. I completely disagree.
this is like the Africa thing
No.
again?
Completely
Oh,
disagree.
okay.
Speaking as a
Not to-
parent, I can tell you, Pearl's
completely disagree.
definitely right. So I'm in this. I got 18-year-old, 13-year-old, and a 1-year-old. Right, same mum. Now, naturally, we're co-parenting. No matter how it gets between us, because we both understand that we're both needed in the kid's life, we find a way to stay amicable. Now, the alternative could be, oh, I don't care because we're not getting on, leave my kid. Like, so what you're saying, I'm saying to you, both parents, like, the problem happens is this. Sometimes when both parents fall, like, if they can't put the kids first, that's when it turns into a lot of what you're talking about. But parents that can say what Pearl's saying and say, you know what, actually, it is about the child. And actually, I've got, like, for example, I've got a daughter. I'm going to pick a boyfriend. She might not like it, but I'm going to be there to vet. I'm going to be there to play that role. And that is important to stop, perpetrating the same circles that we're speaking about.
I mean, think about it. We make the stupidest buying decisions. Do you know what I mean? Like, we make 80% of consumer buying decisions, even though we make less money. What does that tell us? We're not very logical. We don't make good decisions. Why on earth would we pick good partners?
I think
Like,
when it comes to the consumer point, at least, a lot of that, at least to my understanding, comes from like household expenses. So like, the mothers are usually the ones like buying groceries, like buying
I
cleaning
mean, that's what they
products.
tell you, but I see every mother with fake nails, Botox, and a fake hair. It's like, and a pound of makeup. Come on.
I feel like I don't know. I at least
No,
maybe
'cause
we
I
just
disagree with that because, like, if you think about it, like for example, the cosmetic industry. I used to work in the cosmetic industry at a counter selling makeup, and like that is not a household expense. Yet women will come and spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars on things that they don't need, potentially just because, yeah, for their own selfish reasons. And like going back to the fathers, and particularly when it comes to the legal system, like Pearl was saying, men are disadvantaged in this society, and especially in the legal system for partly the reason that you said, where we're just viewing men as these like abusive, scary perpetrators that just hurt children and do all these bad things. And we're not saying, like Christine said, that it doesn't happen. It does happen, but like that narrative is so dangerous because most men are not like that. Most men are good men. Most men love their children, and most men should have access to their children. Yet for some reason the legal system says, no, give the child to the mother. Why? Just give it to the mother. And then they don't actually assess the outcomes for the child. They never did a study and said, when we put the children with the mother, do they have a better life? Are they happier? Do they have a more logical outlook on their lives? Are they emotionally stable? They never did those studies.
And the
because
data
why?
actually supports the contrary. It supports that actually the children who are with the father tend to do better.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like if we
So-
had these terrible fathers, why is it that the single dad homes are turning out better than the single mom homes?
Exactly.
well, I would argue that like a single dad home most likely has like a larger. If you're able to, let me start here. I do think that there are disadvantages towards being a man in a legal system. I just want to make that clear. Now, if you have the money to fight those disadvantages, chances are you're a lot more stable and you're a lot more like
What
financially.
do you mean the money to fight those?
But-
what
Well,
do
you
mean?
agree that there's what is it? That there's a
You
disparity towards
you
women.
really equate money to everything.
I'm
Like you
sorry.
keep going back to this.
Okay, the reason why I keep going back to it is because it's a fact that at the very least in Western society, hey, guess what? Being able to have a lot of money means being able to give your child a good education, surround them with like
Did you
Doesn't
know?
mean
Wait.
custody.
Wait.
Can-
What just happened to Elon Musk?
what do you mean?
Elon Musk's kid. You didn't hear about it?
What about
Came
the
out a woke liberal hating him.
Yeah.
Money doesn't buy good children. Look at Michelle. Look at the Obama's kids. Look at Joe Biden's kids. Those are all people with access to
Hunter
the best
Biden.
of the best.
Let me be clear. It's money and good parenthood. And I don't want to start like, what is it, putting down good parenthood. That was never my intention here.
Mhm.
My intention here is to show like, hey, you know what? Like, I don't think that the vast majority of single mothers just, divorce out of whim. I think there are structural issues that have to be addressed.
I would say they divorce out of selfishness, and I would say that's the biggest thing, because the thing is, if you talk to like grandmothers, great grandmothers, because we really have like one, maybe two generations, in my opinion, of just shitty wives, bad wives overall, just bad, so. But if you talk to like the grandmothers, the great grandmothers, divorce was never an option, because they cared about the family more than themselves. But now we have a generation of wives that care about themselves more than the family and their personal happiness.
And
When the
also-
kids are supposed to be the most important thing.
Yeah, I think again, I think that
Would you agree with that? The kids should be more important than you.
Yes. But
Okay.
wait.
Wait. So if the kids are more important than you, wouldn't it be selfish to divorce for personal reasons?
Not necessarily, because if those personal reasons
In general.
n- can I finish the sentence and
No.
then you tell me?
No. In general.
I guess
In general.
In general, yes.
Okay, so
but-
in general, it's selfish to divorce for yourself.
That's where I disagree, because
No, you just
well,
said
no,
you
let me
agree.
I have to finish the
Okay.
statement. I have to put it
Okay.
in a context that makes sense.
I know,
right?
but because what you tend to do is just like go to these fringe. Well, if this crazy thing happens, then okay, but like in general.
Well, that's the thing. It's not fringe, right?
Okay.
We live, and I think we can argue this goes back to traditional gender roles. We live in a society where, hey, like a lot of women are doing a lot of, labor outside the house, inside the house, taking down two roles that
Okay,
people.
I have a question. Do you
Mhm.
think most modern chicks have recipes that they've learned from their grandma, that have a cookbook of stuff that they know how to make? Do you think that's the norm?
No.
Okay. Do you think, like, if you go into a random girl's car, is it neat most of the time?
No.
No.
Okay, so so now just based off of all the people in this room shaking their heads at these things, we're showing women don't really have those traditional skills.
Okay, but
so
why? Why do women not have these traditional skills?
Because they didn't have fathers. But anyways, my point
Wait.
is...
Wait, so you're blaming it on men? Wait, you're literally blaming it on men now.
No, listen.
No, the
listen,
women
You're
forget
saying
it.
they didn't have fathers. It's a man's fault then.
It's not a man's fault.
You're saying they didn't have fathers, so
They didn't
that's
have fathers
why.
doesn't mean it's a man's fault.
Wait, so
Like, how
you
does that
chose
mean-
not to have a
Do you-
father?
do you-
Didn't have fathers means it's a man's fault. You can see the way the way you process information. But anyways, my point is, I wanted to correct what you said. You said the reason why single father homes do better than single mother homes is because the man will probably have money. It has nothing to do with money. The reason why single father homes do better than single mother homes is because men are generally better at instilling discipline in children than women. One,
Okay.
you can tell that it's evident because men in society, the way we interact with each other, we tend to build hierarchical structures. Women tend to build communal structures. Now, men who are used to understanding what authority is and understanding what rules are, women typically believe that everybody in the group is equal. Nah. So by that alone, you can tell that when it comes to children, men always know how to set boundaries way better than women. So obviously, men will always have way better results in raising children than women.
And the reason, and I would say the reason that there are no fathers in the home is because women kick them out. Because I mean, we just talk. You agree? You know that men are discriminated against in the legal system, right? Yes.
To a certain extent,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. You agree it's harder for them to get custody?
But
Yes or no? Is it harder for a man
problem
to
is
get?
most of the time they don't even fight for
Is
custody.
it? Please go
yes,
in good
it's harder
faith.
because they don't fight for custody.
Okay. Why don't they fight for custody?
Then because
So have you? Okay. Do you know why? Do you know why they like genuinely? Do you know why they don't fight for custody?
well, I think a lot of them don't fight for custody because they think that to the get-go they're not going to have a chance.
Okay, I think that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the system is so stacked against them, right? And a lot of them, you know, I know men on the brink of suicide that have been fighting for 2-3 years that their kids are a mile from them and they don't see them. And so a lot of men think, well, I don't want to go broke. I have no chance in this anyway. But
Yeah.
that's not their fault, right?
Yeah, I think
Okay, and that's a reasonable conclusion to come to, right?
I think, wait.
Okay, so it's harder for men to get custody. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
But
Wait.
okay.
Can you wait? All right, thank you. So it's harder for guys to get custody. You know they have more to lose in divorce, right? They typically lose more in divorce.
than women?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can't even do this
100%.
conversation, man.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Alimony is like less than 10%. If you look at the long-term outcomes, and you even agreed with this earlier, women tend to have like a worse outcome after divorce. Like nobody
can't
wants to
get-
find single mothers.
That's
Not-
due to
Not
their
my-
own
what?
choices. It's not because
Okay. How could we tell who has worse outcomes?
At least when we look at like, we're gonna be like back to money, but yeah, it is. They tend to do worse monetarily. They tend to do like worse, like in just like.
Well, you do
longevity.
go back to money. And I would disagree. I would go to two things you could look at. Okay, number one, the children. Men want to be with their kids. Men love their children. I know so many men that want to be with their kids. So many times we phrase it as a chore that the women get the kids. They get their kids. They get to see their kids. That is a good thing. The second thing I would look at is suicide rates.
yeah.
And you see an increase in men committing suicide after divorce.
I think
Oftentimes, because they have no money, they don't have their kids. Oftentimes, the woman's disparaged their reputation, and they just don't see a way out.
Yeah, I think my biggest confusion is that earlier I asked you like, hey, would you be in favor of like parental leave? And the reason why I asked that question in specific is because I agree, hey, custody is awarded to the primary caregiver that most of the time is women. But if we allowed in our society to create spaces where men could take care of their children and not be punished.
I don't see that as a solution.
But
No,
then they would
because
be
women,
a higher primary caregivers.
because women will always ask for more and more and more. And this is just what I see is like, and then the same way, like you're from a 2-parent loving home. And yet you still find a way to whine.
When did I whine about my family?
This is, I mean, you're whining about that it's not perfect in a 2-parent home.
Well, what I'm whining about.
Wait. So what I get is just women just like to whine and like to complain, and for whatever reason, that's what we do.
Well,
And
So
so-
funny. She didn't even, her solution to the problem wasn't even to say the laws should be changed where men get 50-50 custody of the bat. Her solution to the problem was that men should do less work.
No, my solution to the problem is that men should be able to spend more time with their children and not be punished.
No, to do less work. You didn't say
No, I think first of all, I think raising your children and spending time with them is work, but good work. I think it's a work that everybody should do.
Yeah, but
Okay? I
someone
don't
needs to provide.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that we live in an era of immense wealth, right? We live in an era where companies should be, hey, you know what? You're having children, you're contributing to this society, and you're a good worker.
So your
hey,
solution is
you
that
shouldn't get punished.
We should live in an idealistic world.
Yeah,
not
in a
a
fair-
Well, this
in
isn't
fair
an
world.
idealistic world. There's
Yeah,
countries in Europe right now.
Yeah.
And this is why we have this shit.
I have a-
Because the reality is, the reality is, women always like to make everything like Disney.
Wait, I have
Wait, but Denmark, Switzerland, Finland.
I have a question. Do you think that we have a higher standard of living than ever before in the West
Yes.
from 100 years ago?
Yeah.
And yet you're still whining.
Well,
You see, like it's the same thing. It's like we're
okay.
now we need more parental leave.
If I'm whining, then like we're in the same levels of whining, I guess, because I'm literally arguing right now that hey, men should have more access to their children.
You know what? But okay. I would say that women should stop leaving. I think that would be a better solution. I think we should stop paying women to leave. I think that would be the ultimate. We could agree on that, right? You shouldn't be paid to leave your husband.
Well, that's a thing. They're still in a financial disadvantage when they leave their husband. That's a problem. But they still choose that. And why do they choose that?
So if they're at a financial disadvantage when they can kick their husband out of the house that he owns with one phone call. It's common.
I think this is pretty anecdotal because, at least from what I've read,
How many men that have been divorced have you spoken to?
It's not about who I've spoken to.
No,
it's about,
but this is the problem we get into is like these liberal people think they know everything and they read some studies and Google some stuff online, but the people that have actually spoken to the people and are actually
I've spoken to 100 guys who have said that.
All right, but this is what I'm saying. This is the issue that we were coming into earlier when you were you were talking about Africa, and the guys from Africa are like, no, this is what it's like, and it's the same thing. It's like I genuinely think we can come to the best conclusions by what we see in front of us, what is in reality, and even just the reputations that things have. Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her? If men are doing so much better after divorce, why is that a phrase?
Okay. I think when you say anecdotal evidence is enough, to me that's crazy because I could have a completely different life anecdotal experience than you. And guess what? At the end of the day, they would both be equal because it's anecdotal. That's why we refer to data and studies.
But then you can look at the anecdotal evidence of say, you broaden your sample in that case. So you would look at the anecdotal evidence of everyone in this room and see which general narrative is more common than the other.
And that's why we have studies where we literally take the data of, like a million people.
No, we can take the data from the room.
To take the data from the immediate vicinity, because at least that way you have a bit more validity in the sample that you have right in front of you. Because that's like, say if 100 studies came out tomorrow that the sky is green, we can all read that, right? But realistically, you can look.
Okay, to me that's radically different than just getting the sample data size from this room, because there's something called selection bias. And that's a problem that happens in general, right? We surround ourselves with people who generally think like us, have similar life experiences than us. That's how it usually.
This is on a podcast, man.
I think. Well, where do you live? Where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico. I was born and raised there.
Okay. And where do you live now?
I live in Florida.
Okay. So I just think from my point of view, how many guests have we logged here?
At this point, well over 700.
Yeah, well over 700 guests, street interviews. We aren't as different as people think. That's the biggest conclusion that I've come to. Men and women just kind of have general things that are true about them. And when it comes to the legal system, I think it's really silly if you have any other conclusion other than men have a harder time in it.
Oh, I think what I'm trying to say, or what I've said before, is that I don't think it's enough to just go by anecdotal experience.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
So what's your definitive statement? What because you just kind of.
I think men. What is it? I think.
Do you think men in general are good fathers?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think men should be in the home?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Do you think it should be 50-50 custody off the bat?
No.
Okay. Why?
Because I think the whole idea of the primary caregiver is the fact that this man is still outside providing. They might not necessarily have like the time or like resources once they divorce to be able to like take care of their children
so
properly.
it should be what's best for the kid, right?
It should be best, yeah, the primary caregiver.
Okay, so it should be what's best for the child then,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so then why don't we give custody to the dads who do better in every metric raising children?
Okay.
They're also less likely to kill their kids.
Again, the problem.
No. But I'm saying go off the data. You love data.
no,
Go
I
off the
do- I
data.
do love the data.
Believe the data.
Okay, well,
believe the numbers.
Here's two problems, as I said before. One, I don't know exactly what study you're citing. I'll look at it later, and I can like talk about it later as well once I read it. But then, second of all, again, a lot of these men already have, if they're going to fight in the court system, a financial advantage, which gives them like the opportunity to raise their children better. I think maybe it's possible that it could be because of discipline, but again, you would literally have to go
How
into
do they
that.
have a financial advantage when before they even get to the court date? So COVID pushed a lot of these trials out like a year, 2 years before the men could even get to court to fight for their kids. And I'll tell you what happens. A lot of times they're paying for a mortgage that they've been kicked out of. A lot of these guys are living out of their cars.
Yeah.
And no, wait. See, you listen to respond. You don't listen to listen from people that know more than you. I'm doing a documentary in this. There's a lawyer right next to you. You listen to respond.
No,
On top of that, she can put him on child support. And she could do that for 2 years before he even gets to court. So how is he at a financial advantage when the system has been draining him? Women are a net tax loss.
You're not listening.
Men pay more than women in taxes.
Paul, you just described one of my friends actually that I've got the kennel with. That's where Luna is. So he's been his daughter she must be coming up to 5 now. He was engaged to his missus. They had a child. He bought a house. He was doing everything. And I'll be honest with you. I'll be real. She was dead. Like, I don't even know why he did all of this for this. No, he did. I don't know why. No, bro. Like,
For a mid?
no, she was dead. She's a dead thing. If I say she's a 2 out of 10, I'm being kind. But you know what happened? I'll tell you what happened. She caught him at a point in his life when he felt low. And when a woman catches you at a point when you feel low and she's around you, it can seep in. So for some reason, he moved off the ends. He went and she was some fat thing as well. Like he just went so he got engaged to it. So he had a baby with it. Moved to Kent, living the life, whatever. Then she had the baby. And then she started getting postnatal depression, right? Then he discovered that she was taking pills and basically she was a complete different woman than who he thought. So now he's trying to like speak to her, trying to help her, and she just snapping out on him, hitting him, dude. So he's like, bro, I can't deal with this no more, innit? So he wants to leave. You know what she does? She calls, this is during COVID times as well. She calls the police. Yeah, police come. Black man, white woman in Kent. Yeah. Yeah.
I already know what
yeah.
the answer
Okay.
is.
Okay. The reason why I say it like that because I'm trying to set up the scene for you. Yeah. So you see it, right? Police have come. My friend is a data analyst. On top of that, he works for the police. Could you imagine that? Yeah, he was working for the police as a contractor. The same place that he works for came to arrest him. They arrested him initially, took him straight away. From that moment, which was now about 3 years ago, he hasn't seen his daughter yet. He hasn't had one access to his daughter due to COVID-19 and other stuff. He had to buy the woman out of the home. He had to literally buy the woman at home.
But he's at a financial advantage.
Wait,
I
you
thought.
weren't listening to me.
Wait, sorry, can I just tell you this? 'Cause I just want to tell you this story, just so you talk about anecdotal, but you talk about stats and anecdotal, but I want to give you a story that my friend that's going through this, I'm not going to say his name, but he's going through this right now. So now he has a black daughter that has been raised in a white home that has not seen her black father. She has no idea who this man is. So by the time he actually gets through courts and he has an opportunity to see this girl, it's already messed up. So what is he doing now? He's making money for the daughter when he grows up. He's writing letters. He's doing all because at this point he has to just go to her when she's older and say, "Listen, this is what your mom did to me, and this is what I've created." And like the reason why I'm saying it is because it's hurting him, and I'm watching him go through it. But at the same time, I'm telling you, bro, why did you breed up this girl? You should have what I'm trying to say to you. No, but I'm being real because she's a dead thing, and now a dead thing is putting through all of this. But when women say that, men want to see their kids. Another one of my guys spent 50 grand trying to see his daughter. 50 grand, and when I say to him, why didn't your missus just take the money? He was like, no, she just wanted to put me through hell, bro. I could have given her the money, but she didn't want the money. She just wanted to put me through head. And at the end of the 50 grand, you know what he said to me? It was worth every penny because now I don't have to deal with this woman. There's something set in stone that me and my daughter don't have to do this. So sometimes when I hear these stories, I think about all the men that are really want to be providers. And I always think to myself, it seems to be the men that provide, the men that got jobs, the men that are doing something for themselves, their women always put them through stress. But the men that have multiple baby mamas who don't actually do anything, they're the ones that the mum, he just comes around, just picks up the kid and just takes them out. So yeah, that's all I'm saying. I just think for a lot of men out there, you have to be careful of who you choose to lie down with. And women aren't making it easier for men. And the suicide rates are high and the stress. And to the point where he has to put it to the back of his mind now and say, listen, like, if I don't see her again, I don't see her. But when I do see her at 18, she's going to have this.
Yeah.
Can
China,
I say
wait.
something? Can I say something?
Okay,
What's
wait.
crazy is that you can speak to so many men and almost every man knows a man that's going through some shit. So for you to say it's anecdotal experience, it means that you haven't spoken to as many men as you should be speaking to.
I want to acknowledge everything you guys said, and I want to, because I feel like I was like trying to tell you guys something and you guys weren't listening, but now think about everything you just said. How much financial stress a person had to go through, how much money just to see their children, right? So that's why I'm saying for the men.
You would agree. Wait, you would agree with that men have a harder time financially.
Yes, but
in divorce, right? After divorce, you would agree. Wait. I'll let you finish, but I'm asking really quick.
The long-term outcomes, no. But the short-term, the court battle, sure.
Oh, okay,
but we're talking about
50,
long-term.
50.
Yeah,
but can you guys let me finish?
Long-term outcomes has nothing to do with the divorce. We're saying men lose in divorce. What then happens after is due to the woman's choices. It's not because she lost in divorce. It's because she doesn't know how to manage her finances. It's because she doesn't know how to make new money.
Okay.
That is why. It's because men can still, even though not all the time, but a man can still go through all that shit and still struggle and go and build his life back. Women don't have that same drive.
Okay.
That is why.
Focusing on what I was trying to say before, right? Where it's like, okay, they went through all that financial stress. So the men who are able to succeed at getting custody, right, have to have like a shit ton of money, right? We're saying like they're going above and beyond.
Can I just say something? So as a lawyer, I understand how this works. Now, when you're saying when he has all this money, he can get custody, that is not necessarily the case. Because at the end of the day, no, I know about this and we see this. It doesn't matter how much money he has because the family courts are against men. They say that they are for the best interests of the children are paramount, but they have decided, and it's written in law, that the children should be with the mother. So it doesn't matter how much money you have half the time. It's not even about that.
So would you
would
you get really wealthy guys then who are still trying to go through this process? So they're still
I get messages from them all the time.
100%.
All the time.
It's not about how much money you have.
Can't you guys see?
Al Pacino has a lot of money, but he doesn't have custody of his kid.
It's not about money.
It's not about money.
Okay, but you guys don't understand, or maybe I'm not communicating clearly. Like, you're literally saying like, hey, it's not about the money. There's people who even have a lot of money who fail.
Yeah.
But the point is, for the people who succeed, which we agree is a slim amount, right? They already have to have like an abundance of resources to fight for so long to win. So obviously those people go above.
Or they just got a crackhead mom pregnant.
Yeah. But the point is, if these men are going above and beyond.
No, I'm serious. A lot of the reasons they get custody is because of crackhead mothers.
Yeah, okay. But the point is, if you're going to say like, oh, like, you know, like these single men or you know, single parent households are doing better than the single woman households, it's because the men who are single parent households to begin with.
How would we
Can I finish my sentence, please?
you go on for a while? You don't really get to the point.
Okay, I'm about to get to the point.
Go ahead.
The point is that these single parent households to begin with are already giving a bunch of money, are going above and beyond in their children's lives. So you're self-selecting for like the best dads to begin with when it comes to this statistic.
How do you know that?
Because we literally just went over how difficult it is.
No, but I gave you another alternative. I said, or he got a crackhead mom pregnant.
Well, you guys are even agreeing that these horrible.
I'm saying you're arguing so strongly for something you don't seem to have a lot of experience in, and I wonder like why you're arguing so strong. Okay, so question. How do we know who's a better parent, who raises kids better by themselves?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
No, so how do we come to that conclusion?
Well, according to you guys were citing a study.
Okay, well, I would say anecdotally, but you like studies. You like studies, right? So I'm asking you.
Yeah, I would look at studies. And data.
Okay. So if the data is saying one thing, that fathers have far better outcomes. Single fathers have far better outcomes than single mothers. Okay, that criminals come from single mother homes. That people with mental disorders tend to come from single mother homes. Kids that drop out of school come from single mother homes. All of the big problems in society, okay? The homeless tend to come from single mother homes. Why is it that you only believe studies that suit you?
What do you mean? I'm not saying I only believe studies that suit me.
Because when it comes to a conclusion you don't like, and so I say, hey, let's believe the studies that single fathers are better than single mothers when it comes to raising kids in every metric. And when we look at the outcomes of the people in prison, they're from single mother homes. When we look at the outcomes, even like the homeless shelter down the street, I've been there. I've talked to the guy, asked him what is the main reason for this. He's like single mothers with multiple baby fathers. That's what he tells me, okay? So anecdotally and studies, they're both telling me the same thing. You only believe the studies that benefit you.
No, I'm literally explaining like why the results of that data might be the way they are. That's not disbelieving the study.
No, but this is what the liberals do is they'll say, well, it's because this, and then still find a way to defend the women. Right? And then find a way to like make it fit their narrative.
What is it?
Well, because you said, oh, it's because they have money. Well, that's why.
And you didn't agree that men and women should then get 50% custody, because surely the solution to hearing all of that data would be, okay, well, the conclusion to that should be that the law should be changed. Yeah, and you still said that women should be the primary caregivers.
No, I'm saying that what should change is that men should have the opportunity to caregive for their child so that
the law should change.
Yeah, the law should change in favor of giving men, like, hey, they should be able to take time off work, get paternal leave, be able to spend time with their children.
But that's not custody.
Yeah, that's a different law. That's basically labor law.
Right. So, but we're specifically talking about a set of data that affects custody law.
Yeah, and I'm saying that if that labor law changes, then it'll be easier for men to argue that they're also a primary caregiver.
But this is the point that Pearl's making. Liberals tend to have this habit of going outside of the area that we're referring to try and fix the problem, instead of saying, maybe if I look at the information in front of me and find a way to create a solution, a conclusion with this set of information in front of me, that will obviously cause a direct solution because it's come from the data available in front of you. What you're doing is you're looking at the information here and going, well, we'll try something from over here and see if it works.
Well, because it's saying like, oh no, men should automatically have 50 custody when they're not actually taking care of their child 50% of the time.
But see,
means that they're going to end up having with neglected children.
But you're speculating.
No, I'm not speculating. The whole idea of the giving custody to the primary caregiver is.
So, what do you think would happen if if it was 50%? Let's just say a hypothetical scenario. I mean, you're speculating. We want to talk in fairyland. Let's go there. So, let's say that men and women get custody 50% of the time, right? A man gets custody. What do you think he's going to do?
Well, I think what's
I think what's going to end up happening is that if we don't have the proper labor laws to give them that space, their children are going to end up getting neglected because the guy is still out there working. I'm not saying,
how is it any different on the mum side?
What do you mean on the mum side?
When does it work in mum?
You said that mums still have to work anyway. You said mums still have to do labor in the house and out of the house.
Yeah.
So what's the difference?
Well, the difference is that, like, according to the data we have, moms do both of them. Men have a harder time acclimating to that because we don't raise them to be, proper caregivers.
What?
Which is messed
But if that
up.
was the case, how is it that children from single father homes do better than children from single mother homes?
Thank you.
As I said, there's already a selection bias in place.
Why, if women are such great caregivers, why are they the most likely one to kill their own child?
Yeah.
I mean,
that, like, literally 90, if it's a parent that kills the kid, 90% of the time, it's the mother. And let's take, let's like, wait. So let's, and see, do you see you did it again? Who's a better parent? Who's more likely to kill the kid? That's a bad thing, right? We'd agree. That's bad. We want the kids alive. Well, okay, let's look at the moms and look at the dads. Okay, it's the moms. Not good. Well, there has to be a reason. And then she makes up some reason.
Well, yeah. I'm sorry. Is it not true that women are more likely to have the child?
So that's not a reason to kill your child. No, seriously. Like, the mental gymnastics you do around simple. Seriously. You did this about Africa. Now you're doing. I can't believe you were actually supporting women killing their children just because
when
you
did
don't.
I say that?
You literally just did it now.
I literally did not say that.
No, see, it's not what you said.
No, don't twist it. She didn't say that.
No,
relax.
Okay.
Because she made the argument that the reason why women are more likely
because they have it more.
Because they have it more.
So is that
just because they have the kids more?
Yeah.
Also, doesn't that then support that men and women should have 50% custody? Because if your whole point is that more, well, we just acknowledge that women kill children more than men, right? Okay.
Because they have them more.
And you're saying that's because they have them more. So surely that's the reason why they should have them less, and the laws should be changed so that men have just as much custody as women.
Let me hear
I'm
this.
saying if it's 50-50, you're probably going to see similar rates of men killing their children.
So let's see. So let's make it.
I mean,
We're probably going to.
Wow.
So-
we just don't know.
Yeah, like,
But because we don't know, and because we're probably going to, let's just keep it with the women.
let's
Well,
just
no,
let's just
I'm
let women
literally-
kill their kids 100% of the time now.
What I'm arguing for is literally to give men the ability to be able to primary caregive for their child without getting punished.
I get what you're advocating for. I'm just saying I don't think that's the way to solve a problem, is to take outside issues and make that solution to a
No,
problem that's
but
in
the
front
Well,
of
reality
you.
is
I think
can't-
when we
you can't-
see
you
it-
can't even get what she's arguing, because the reality is when women are the primary caregivers in divorce and they are giving custody, what you're saying doesn't make sense by saying that the men, when they have the kids, they won't be able to make time for their kids, because the woman still now on her own has to provide for the kids. So she's still going to neglect the kids.
Well, the problem.
So that point is mute. It doesn't make
It's
any
not
sense at
mute.
all. It is.
We live in a society where we train women from a young age to do both.
No,
To
we don't.
basic-
No, we don't.
What?
Modern women
Okay,
are not
now,
trained.
wait. But you just agreed earlier that women are messy and don't know how to cook. So
they know
what-
how to cook and clean more than men do.
What?
What?
What? No,
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
having
no.
that. I'm not having that. I'm not having that. I'm not having that. You see some of you girls with your dirty jaws that you leave around with your dirty thongs. How dare you? How dare you? You girls up? Nah. Seriously.
No,
Seriously.
let me say
No,
something
I
respectful.
accept that. I accept that. My cooking is shit, man.
No,
I
I can
completely-
cook.
She's right.
Nah,
she's right.
nah.
Now, but you see what it is it? I think one of the things is this, right? Back to what we we're saying. If we're obviously, rather than making it like it's just anecdotal, like if we're going by the reviews, so to speak, there's a certain element of you just accepting that currently this is what the review's indicating. It's not about even necessarily you arguing against the review or giving a reason why the reviews might, be projecting these stats. It's just about, okay, right, is that what the review says? Okay, fair enough. And obviously, let's all look at the review and educate ourselves in it, because the risk is like making this generalized statement in defense of obviously the point you're trying to make. It doesn't make you make the point easier. Do you get it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to put a context for what these statements might mean, because if we take a statement without any context whatsoever, you can come up with a million different.
But these are reviews. These are reviews conducted. These are reviews.
But didn't you
Reviews
just
are
make a
conducted by
statement that
professionals.
is purely speculation when you said that if we give 50% custody, we will see an increase in
men.
men?
Yeah.
Well, I said possibly, right? And that's why I'm trying to advocate for things that I know historically have worked. I know that countries in Finland, Sweden, Denmark, they have instituted policies where men have parental leave, where they're able to take care of their children, and that leads to a higher quality life for all. So that's why I'm advocating for what I'm advocating for.
But you don't mean
because
it. You don't mean it in a custodial sense, though, and that's what I'm struggling to. Okay, if you really believe what you're saying, that's what you're advocating for. Why do you have a counter argument against men having custody of the kids?
Oh no, I think I think nobody should have automatic custody. So I don't think the woman
Finland
should have
has a higher divorce rate than here. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me go back. But to my understanding, they have a higher quality of life. I'm not sure by what you mean by here. Do you mean the U.S. or UK or what?
Both.
Are you sure?
Yes,
Okay, I'll
61%.
check it out.
45% U.S., UK.
Regardless, right? We know that people
I don't
there.
think it is regardless.
You can't say
Kind of
regardless. She
feature
just gave you a
life.
fact. You can't do
They
that.
have a higher quality
You
of life.
No, but the thing is, yeah. No,
Are you telling? Okay, does Finland have a higher quality of life than the United States and then UK?
I've never been. I don't speak
it up
on
right now. Search
no,
it
no,
right
but
now.
this is the difference between me and you. I'm not going to search about the quality of life in Finland of
I'll
a place
search it.
I've never been to. But see, you go. This is what the nerds do. They go on their phone and they think they know something about a country, but you're not going to know until you've been there.
Okay,
and
so
I'll tell
if
you,
I
I'll
go
tell
to-
you this. I'll tell you this. I grew up with nannies from around the world. Okay, so I grew up with a nanny from Russia, a nanny from South Africa. My dad hired people from India. So I grew up super from people around the world. And they would always come to America and they would say, you Americans think you know everything because you see us in the media, you see it, you Google stuff, and you think you know what it's like to be from there. And my point is you can't really know until you talk to the people that are from the place and actually go. So
Do you want to take a trip with me to Finland?
That'd be amazing.
Do you want to take a trip with us to Africa?
No, I think
no, literally.
I think that would be very tiring for me.
It's cold.
If you want to take a trip, I don't know.
I'll
schedule a trip to Finland. I honestly, and I'll schedule a separate one, and then we can come back with our anecdotal evidence.
No, you should really schedule a trip to Nigeria. That's where you should go.
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm being real with
Yeah.
you. You should literally go to
Sure.
Nigeria. Literally go to Nigeria and go to somebody's place and boil some water and go to the springs, go to camp.
Yeah.
Listen, because only by doing that will you get a level of education. It's going to open you up more. It's going to, I'm trying to say to you, it's not going to do nothing to hurt you. But literally, if you really believe in what you believe in, come to Africa. Because I promise you this: if you come to Africa, you might not even want to come back here. That's the truth of the matter.
Well, some of the richest people in London are from Nigeria, aren't they?
There you go.
But why are we getting lost in the weeds in this whole argument? I mean, isn't it clear that what happens when couples split up or what happens after divorce needs serious review? I mean, isn't that the bottom line of things? Because, I'm listening to all this stuff you guys are saying. I've also got another anecdotal evidence. My very good friend of mine is currently going through something very, very similar to this. You know, he got arrested. He's having no access to his kid. There's all this shit going on. His ex taken away and stuff like that. And it's like that. I mean, it does seem that there's enough of these anecdotal examples out there to say, at the very least, surely the whole system needs to at least be examined. Yeah. And then what comes from that? Well, I guess we'll see, right? But it does seem like I think you said it actually. Like default custody for the woman should no longer be the case. I think absolutely.
Yeah.
Going into the weeds about this stuff, I think we're getting derailed from the point a little bit somehow.
Yeah, I guess my main point I was trying to make is that I don't think it should automatically go to the woman. I think it should go to the primary caregiver. I think men should have the ability and opportunity to be able to do that without getting punished.
I actually have a question. I'm gonna use a dog in this example.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so me and you, we're besties. We get a dog, right? Now, if I pay for the dog, doesn't it make sense that I have authority? I get to keep the dog if I pay for everything, even if you watch the dog while I'm at work.
Well, like what you said before, money isn't everything, right?
No, I'm asking. So,
well, yeah.
Do you think you should take the dog and I should pay you to take the dog?
No, I think.
And I know babies are different, but I'm using a different.
Yeah.
Just to prove a point. But go ahead.
Yeah. The problem is to make the analogy closer to our current reality.
Mm-hmm.
You have me who's working, also paying part for the dog, and then also taking care of the dog, while another person is just working, right? Mm-hmm. So that's when it becomes a lot more complicated.
Why do you think women work?
I think women work because our current economic situation does not make it possible for a lot of women to be single moms.
Okay, I have a question. How much money do you think you need to raise a child?
Oh, depends where you live.
Okay, so how much? What would go into raising a child?
But if you want to raise a good child, I would say you need to be able to provide basic necessities, a good education.
Okay, how much does it cost?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, and this is what? Yeah, okay, I'll read supers in a second. But this is where it's going back to, it's like we argue so much that the women are working because they have to, when most people haven't really done research. Most people don't have kids. They've never done any research on what it takes to raise a kid. And from my experience, from the stay-at-home moms that I know, this is just what they tell me, is that it doesn't take near as much money as people think. You just can't go on any trips. You have to pass down clothes. You have to make food from scratch. You have to live very frugally, and most people don't want to do that for the sake of the kids.
Well,
now, I did a show where I broke down a budget because I was really curious about this because I kept hearing, and the truth of the matter is poor people have more kids. So I do think they're kind of, it's really just propaganda to make you not want to have children. And I would also say I think women don't want to go down in lifestyle for children. I think we have a selfish generation of women that wants makeup, they want Botox, they want fake hair, fake nails, fake eyelashes, and all of that stuff.
Trips.
5 times a year. Yeah, trips 5 times a year. And I don't think most women nowadays were raised to live in a small apartment or a small house, not really go anywhere, just stay at home with the kids. I don't think most women want to put in the work to homeschool children, which is an option, and that does eliminate a lot of the costs that you're talking about. And I've talked to women that actually have done this. And I think it's a lot more possible. The numbers that I've gotten from women that do this, and I'm not claiming to be an expert on budgeting for kids, but this is just from talking to the people that do it. She said around 45, 55,000. What you can do is you can get an apartment outside of the city or a small like townhouse or something, and then your husband commutes and he's gone a lot and it sucks, but you're home, you're raising the kids.
Yeah, I think most women don't just want to raise a bunch of children. I think
Okay, but there. No. I need. Sorry, you're here. My show. So you said just want to raise a bunch of children.
Yeah.
Just. And like, I just want to point that out because it shows the mentality of modern women when it comes to children. They don't want to just raise children.
They want to raise good children. They want to raise children who are going to have a good quality of life. And they want to raise children that don't have to worry about living frugally.
So children that ride around in their mum's Range Rover and piss off to Bali twice a year, they're better children than the kids like me who grew up on Butlins and, mum and dad were, screaming at each other some weekends, but other weekends they were getting along. And, we had a roast on Sunday. We couldn't afford to go out to bloody the Shard every other weekend. Like,
did you have your mum and dad at home?
I had my mum and dad at home. My mum was at home full time because she didn't have to go to work because she didn't get her hair and nails done every other week. And my dad only, see, this is the generation we live in. My dad is on 40k a year. He's a tram driver in South London.
What do you mean? That's good. And on top of that, I could tell that you had both of your parents. I just when you said it, I was just like, yeah, but you can always... you can tell the people.
And my dad on 40k a year, which is let's not ignore the fact in this country, like that is on the upper scale. Like most people don't have that, right?
No, that's good.
And I'm not ignorant to the fact that I have lived a very blessed and sheltered life. However, if we're going to talk about quality of life, I would agree. Most women have this idea that they want to be able to have all these things and then they go to work. But like the truth is, from my personal experience, my dad has always been in normal. We're a working class family. He earns 40k a year. He looks after me and my mum. Like I'm not a bad kid just because I don't have parents who both work high-end jobs in the city and we have a household income of 200k a year. And a lot of people make the argument, oh well, if you have more money you can create better memories for your child. But kids don't care if we are sat on a ride in Butlins or if we're at the top of a skyscraper in Dubai.
Facts.
We don't know the difference.
Facts.
So the argument that, to raise better children, it comes down to quality of life through money, I just think, I call bullshit.
Christine.
But how do you even equate the fact that, because for you to have that quality of life, obviously both parents have to work, both parents have to be out of the house most of the time. So, but you look at that as better quality of life when the kids have less time with either of the parents than when they have more time with their mom at home, but they might have less money.
Yeah, a lot of the friends that I have where both of their parents are working had, things like childminders and that, and they don't spend as much time with their parents. And do you know what? Like, I'm so close with my parents, and we literally, tell each other everything, and like that, we can only do that because we have the time to spend with each other. And it goes back to the point I was saying earlier, the more money you have, the more problems you have. And parents who are earning much more money, like sure, they might be able to buy their kids more presents and take them on more holidays, but they can't sit and have a chat with the kids really because they've got more problems on their plate.
So Christine, so for me, like my dad, because he was a diplomat, he spent his whole life flying across the world. I didn't, like, it's only now, to be honest with you, to be fair, he's flying back to Cameroon in the morning because he's always spent his life half here and half over there. He just comes because of us, to be honest with you. He prefers time over there. And it's like, the sacrifice that him and my mother had to go and do is not a sacrifice it's a sacrifice that many first generation African people did. They came over and they, whether or not one person was here while the other person was there, and they did sacrifice just so that the kids could have a start. And you know what I'm trying to say to you? And that's something I wouldn't do personally. I wouldn't want to be away from my wife and obviously for my kids. But these sacrifices that people do, it's for the greater good, that it becomes, it's bigger than them.
And there's a big difference between people making that kind of sacrifice for the sake of their children having a better life and people who grew up like me and had pretty much everything to still then say, like, I need 200k a year and we should both work to give my kids a good quality of life. Like, I don't think you need
my
to go
dad made
to that
good money,
extreme.
but when I grew up, it was never about money. See, if I think about money, that's because of my outside influences. My dad was never, it was about education, it was about doing certain things. If I think about money and getting money and jewelry and stuff, that is not what I was raised upon. That is my
This is why I say men raise better kids, because even back in my country, all the rich people's kids I knew that had good fathers, yes, they were rich, but they didn't grow up rich. Their parents made sure they kept the money away from them. They were raised like regular kids, they had to play on the streets. They had to even pass down clothes, even though their parents were rich.
King, it's only sorry, I'll let you go. But it's only now I understand what my dad did. If you said to me, was my dad a millionaire, I'll tell you no. But come to Africa and see, he spent millions of pounds in Africa of his money, right? Building roads, building schools, building villages, doing so many things like houses left, right, and centre. I have houses all over Cameroon because of what my dad did, right? And it takes a very unselfish man to go and do this. My dad has done so much things for so many people. And it's like, when we speak about money and money and money, even me, myself, even
keep going.
even me, myself, when I look at some of the things that I like and what I'm attracted to, this is not what I was raised upon.
No.
And when I take it away, that's not who I am. And sometimes I have to remind myself, why do you want these things? Do you really want? Because my dad doesn't want these things. It's not what he cares about. Like if I buy him something, he wants, you know what? He'll tell me, buy him a book. That's what he'll tell me. He'll say, I want some books. I want some stuff. Get me some stuff back home for the kids. That's what he'll say to me. And it's just sometimes when I think, I get this consumerism and this, it wasn't from my father. I was raised majority by my mother.
But I think back in the day, like maybe 80s, 70s, maybe early 90s, you know, there was much more of a sense of just getting on with it. Do you know what I mean? Just pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. You know, we can have a windy day at the rainy beach in Britain.
Stiff upper lip.
Yeah, the egg sandwiches with the sand in it.
Keep
all that kind
buggering
of stuff.
on.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was like when I was growing up. You know, we go camping in Cornwall, we go to the beach, and you know all that shit, and that was great. But are people, and let's face it, women, you know, are women as keen to take that on now?
No.
You know, I mean, I've certainly dated women in the past, and they've been like, you know, when you talk about, you know, children and stuff like that, they'd be like, oh yeah, but I'd have to get nannies to look after them. Do you know what I mean? And they're kind of saying it half jokingly, but what they mean is they want to maintain that lifestyle that they've got now. You know, they can party, they can go out, they can have a good time, they can wear nice clothes, and then, oh yeah, well, I want the kids, but you know.
And there's nothing wrong with admitting that you want that. But the problem that I see time and time again with women of our generation is that they try and justify it morally. They try and justify wanting all the things. Like this is the problem I encounter with liberals all the time. Is like, you know, no one is necessarily shaming you for wanting this, you know, I call it the Range Rover lifestyle. Like, if you want that, just admit that you're more selfish and you do want that, but don't try and make the argument that it's like for a better quality for the kids and better memories. I think that's bollocks. It's just bollocks.
It's not effective.
And even think of the number one expense is rent. So if you're divorcing, you're paying 2 rents.
Cheaper to keep her.
And you know, cheaper to keep her. I was going to add to that as well. You see, to support what you're saying a little bit, right? So I was a young parent, so I too believed, okay, yeah, you know, because I came from poverty, it's like, oh yeah, make sure the Christmas trees had all these presents and make sure this, make sure that. I did that for my. Do you think my kids remember that? They don't remember that. My son remembers when I fixed his bike with him, or when I done some random stuff with him. And it took me to get older. I think, hold on a minute, they don't remember no tree full of presents, you know, holidays to Dubai. It don't resonate to him. He just remembers when I spent time with my dad, like real time.
There.
Yeah, that's all he remembers. When dad picked me up from school, when dad taught me how to whatever. He doesn't remember none of that stuff. And I wish somebody told me that earlier, because I would have put all that money in savings instead for his future. But I was pressured by the prescription of society that to be a dad,
I respect
you
that.
need to give your kids all of this other stuff. And I did all of that, and I thought, you know.
He was doing the big presents like Christmas, a picture.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know me. You know me.
That's the whole point, is like kids just want you there. That's it. And like, that's why I say I think it's selfish when women get divorced, because all a kid wants is both of their parents.
Yeah.
That's all. You could talk about fringe cases of abuse. Sure, it happens. But in general, most men are good fathers. Most men want to be in the kids' lives. Most men love their kids more than anything. And to like minimize that by saying they don't do enough housework, really?
Well,
it's like, I just think is a bit disingenuous, and it doesn't show how important dads are.
Well, that's why I keep going back to this topic of like parental leave. Because you guys are right. You know, what kids want is to spend time with their mother and father. And if the father has to always, you know, be the provider, gets punished for providing, either, you know, by the courts or by not being able to spend as much time with the kids, I think that's unfair. So that's why I keep going back.
So I disagree with you, because I just don't see that as a solution. Because I don't think the dad will get parental leave and the women will be, yes, I'm so happy and I will not divorce my husband. Like, guys, just asking for the men. When you give women what they want, do they typically reward you?
Ask for more. Ask for more.
Or they realize they don't want it.
And so this is the real problem is women being selfish and leaving. That's the real problem. Because at the end of the day, you could say, oh, parental leave, the biggest drawback and setback a kid can have in life is not having their dad around. There's a reason we have phrases like daddy issues. Moms don't do it the same way. We can't, especially young boys, because men just don't respect women like they do other men. They don't want to listen to women. I don't even think women should teach other men, to be honest. Like in a teacher role, I just don't think it works because men, like there's an underlying like threat of violence with men. And I just think men are more structured. Men are more disciplined. You know, men are the one that are going to fix your car. They're going to screw in a light bulb, and women think they're God's gift to the earth because they can load up a dishwasher. It's like, it's like the stuff that guys do, I think is a lot more complicated.
I don't know. I think
we got Roombas, we got dishwashers, like we have vacuum cleaners. Now, like men build all this stuff to make our lives easier, and we still complain.
I think what is it? Again, it goes back to how our society is currently manufactured. Because you can say like, oh, you know, women are choosing to work and do the household chores. But again, why are women choosing to work? It's not because of selfish reasons. A lot of it goes back.
I have a question.
Actually, the reason why society is the way it is because women chose to work. It's not. Society is not the other way. It's not the way you said it. It's actually because women chose to work that society became the way it is now.
Why did women choose to work?
Because they were tired of sitting at home.
Okay, why were they tired of sitting at home?
I mean, go and ask them how they
No. Also, the majority of women who push the whole, you know, women want to get into workforce weren't the women who were, you know, happy at home. The idea is always like, oh, well, women were housewives at home and they were getting beaten by their husbands, so they wanted to go out and work so they could fight for themselves. All of this. Actually, like the feminists didn't have husbands, didn't have children. They were just bitter single women who couldn't get a man. So they're like, all right, let's just go out and make my own money because no man wants me anyway.
The majority of women did not want to work. They actually didn't. Like you're saying, I think it was a minority of women who were pushing this agenda. And I think it was.
I reacted to a video recently, and it was in like the 70s, I think, and they were asking the majority of women on the street, like, so what do you think of the women's liberation movement? And they're all like, yeah, I think the women who are doing it are a bit nuts, but, you know, each to their own. Because women, we're like that. We will always tend to go, you know, each to their own. And even one of the women actually said, I think it's all gotten a bit too extreme. And she was saying it's women punishing other women. Because they were saying, look, we don't want to work. The majority of women didn't want what happened. But because when you have, and we're seeing it now, when you have a small minority that has a very loud voice, things can get very messy. And I hope everyone is aware of the minority that I'm referring to, but we are seeing it now where a minority of people with very loud voices scream these things loudly and it changes history. Suddenly things, you know, that they say has happened is what happened.
But you know why that is? That's because the minority, right? The majority allow the minority to do it because of all manner of reasons, because they don't want to be cancelled, they don't want to speak out of turn.
They don't want to be politically incorrect.
But what happens is you become complicit in your silence because you allow it to happen. And
guilt by omission.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, women need to take back their spaces and take control. It's not for me as a man to do this, and I know what you're talking about. And women need to take back their spaces and take control. And the only reason we've gotten this far is because women speak about the patriarchy, but it's the same patriarchy that's allowed this thing to happen. Do you realize that, right? It's so, and this can only happen because men are in control fully.
So
sorry.
You're so good.
No, be good today.
I know you are.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Wait, what did you say your dad did for a living?
He's a tram driver.
Tram driver. I have a question. He made 40,000.
He makes
40. What did he start at? Do you know?
So he started as an apprentice in Philips when he was 17. He worked there for about 20 years until Margaret Thatcher shut down all the factories, and then he lost his job. But we won't get into that. And then he went straight into being a tram driver for another 20 years, and he is now 67. He should have retired a couple of years ago, but guess what? The man's still working because he wants to make sure that me and my mum are okay.
Wait, so what did he start at roughly? Do you know?
So back then, I mean, when my dad was 17, we're talking maybe the 60s, early 70s.
Like
I
in
guess today, an apprentice maybe between, I would say, 19 and 22K a year.
Okay. Do you think most women would stay at home, go on 0 trips, and submit to the authority of a man for 19 to 22K a year?
No, I don't think
Okay.
that's enough to provide.
Oh,
You guys
man.
literally just admitted if 40K was like the number you guys
No,
chose.
that's what she said. That's what
But
she said that he makes today.
Yeah, but
And it is
But
enough.
Yeah,
so
exactly,
what
but you also
happens?
said it
What
was, like,
happens? What happens
fair.
is men make more money over time. So women would know, okay, in our early years, he's not going to make a ton of money, but he's going to make more. So the average guy his income peaks in his 50s. So his income peaks at 55.
Yeah.
But the thing is, and they might know that, okay, I might have to work in our early 20s, but we can save some money and then have kids.
Yeah, it seems to me that the old thing of like, oh, we'll strive together and we'll grow together and, we'll go through the hard times and blah,
That's
blah,
a myth.
blah.
That's a myth.
Well,
That's a
no,
myth.
it's a myth. It's a myth now. It's a myth now. It seems like it's gone. I just can't see that flying anymore, really.
Yeah,
Why do you think?
it's a myth now still.
Why do you think that is?
Well, because I don't know, because people, women's expectations, people's expectations have been risen so high because of Instagram and because of advertising culture and pop culture in general, movies, TV, whatever. I just don't think the average woman is going to accept the kind of lifestyle that you would get on 20K. To be honest,
Well, and it's like they have to pay for themselves somehow. You know what I mean? So it's like they'll say, "Oh, we can't afford this," but I'm like, how do you eat now?
But there's also availability of the dating marketplace as well.
Yeah.
I don't believe it's all about money. I genuinely don't believe the dating thing. I think Riz is extremely important. I don't think it's all about money. Having said that, of course, if the girl she's dating this bloke and he's on 20 grand a year and she's like looking around and she's getting some DMs on Instagram and there's some bloke with a Ferrari like sliding into her DMs, is she going to be potentially swayed by that if he's decent looking? Probably. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's not.
I also think like everybody does way too much now. So it's like you meet a girl, get a number, get an Instagram, social media, go look at social media. You're gonna see she's in Marbella. You're gonna see she's gone to Dubai. You're gonna see she's gone to Cancun. You're gonna go see she literally been everywhere, right? And a lot of the time she's done these in relationships. So. For like Paris, so basically she's been getting her back blown out in tropical destinations. No, that's the truth of the matter. She has. She's been going on. When a girl goes on holiday with a partner, they're going and having a lot of sex, crazy sex, drunken sex, drug-fueled sex, pap, on the beach, on the sand, clapping cheeks. Listen, do you know why I'm saying this? It's because as a man, when we look at that, we know already what that means. Who's taking that picture? You went with a time on the stand. No, you didn't. Let's not do that. So a lot of times, when a man starts dating a woman, the expectations are so high because they've done everything already. And I think this is important because it just keeps relating what we say to men. Guys, if you're not on your purpose, don't be dating. It's only going to exacerbate the problems that you currently have, right? I suggest for the younger men.
Real life.
Go out there, get on your purpose, put your head down. I know it feels like, everything's happening right now, but trust me, it's all about compounding. It's not happening right now. It's going to happen later on in life. And then we tell younger men, right? And then the same women, as we talk about before, that are ignoring you when in their teens and their early 20s because they want the older guys with the big cars and all that. They want to do all these things now. These are the women going to line up because they're going to end up becoming baby mamas in their 30s and going to be outside. And they're going to be the ones that want to see you. But guess what? At that point, you don't have to see them. You can.
And there's already a fresh batch of.
And you can pick the women in the 20s and they're going to be online saying, oh, these older men only want these younger girls because they want to manipulate. No, they're just trying to make it fair. It's never, ever been fair because, and this is the thing about some things play to women, double standards, some things play to men. In the prime of your life, we call it 18 to 28, when, this is when you get your proposal, this is when the world bends for you. If you choose not to secure a man and get out there...
That's your own fault.
That's your own fault.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the experiences thing is absolutely right, though, because I remember Tristan Tate once talking about this and talking about money, and he said it's not the money necessarily per se that women want. It's not like every woman is this hardened gold digger, but it's a bit like, look, I've got this amazing car, we can drive across Italy, we'll get on a yacht, blah, blah, blah. It's just that experience is more fun.
Yeah.
Like, is she going to rather have that or go down to Greg's and have a coffee and a fucking, steak bake, right? It's just like, so it's kind of, and we've had the expectations raised so high because of Instagram and what mates are doing and what people on reality TV is doing and all that sort of stuff. So
I'm going to read super chats for a second. So sorry to the chat. I know you guys have been bothering me about these for a while. Okay, but thank you for the super chats. The super chats are gonna, guys. Do you want to know what King looks like? Right? You want to see what King? You want to get King a camera, right? Right? He good looking guy, right? Everyone, yeah,
Pause,
yeah.
pause,
Don't they?
pause.
Yeah, everyone donate to get King a camera. Okay. Desmond Pargees, Pixie, I don't agree with a lot of your opinions, but I enjoy the way you express your opinions on these podcasts. 90 Frito Pie, can you ask arguing women if she ever sat down and had a talk with her dad about his life? If so, what did she learn? His struggles, his dreams, etc. Robert, women farmed, these factories made farming obsolete. Wait. Women farmed, then factories made farming obsolete to earn a living. Daniel INT, good job, Pixie. Keep joining. Don't give up. Black Up. So when men take time off to care for their kids, will women take on 50% of the finances? Moon pilled rational. We know the answer is no. Like, why are you asking the stupid question? Sorry. Okay. Moon pilled rational optics. This is why Rolo deals in what is, not what should. Thanks, Pearl and Troy. Eric Mizza something. Thank you for the super chat. 90 Frito Pie. Finland, Sweden. Mostly white people, right? Interesting point, liberal. Why don't you say Africa? Chris, to the delusional girl in the middle, have you ever seen girls argue stupid points and go viral on the show? Congrats. This is you today. 90 Frito Pie. My earlier super chat is for teared-eyed liberal. Also, my friend's baby mama accused him of essay, but stopped when the court asked for proof. Still has to pay child support. I've had, guys, you don't even understand. I used to think women were just, I think we're just completely different. And then I started reading court documents. I'm going to tell you what happened. I started reading court documents, and I saw this happen so many times, where the woman tries to falsely accuse a man. I had one guy that actually, there was printed out texts of the girl saying, talking to her friend, because they got it in the affidavit, and she was texting her friend, and her friend says, you have to get him to hit you.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep. So she was trying to get, and guess who got primary custody? The primary caregiver. What do you know? Even when they're batshit crazy, they don't care. And honestly, stuff like this is why I can never advocate for marriage, even though I believe in marriage. I believe in two-parent households. I think it's like, you know, you hear story after story after story after story, these same stories from people that don't know each other.
And this is why the trichomes are so fucked.
Yeah,
this is why
people from different countries that have the same story. People from different parts of the world that have the same story. And it's like, how many stories to have to come forward of men getting absolutely ruined, men in the media getting ruined, where we can't say that maybe this isn't anecdotal. Maybe the men actually have a point here.
But you never hear the same argument from liberals about the whole Me Too movement.
You never hear it, ever. And it's funny because I could, you know, just show of hands from the guys and girls, why not? Do you know someone that's been falsely accused? Do you know someone that had their lives ruined in divorce? There you go. And this is I could do this in pretty much any panel. I went so far, guys, in my research that I started asking Uber drivers, okay? Uber drivers. Ooh. I just started asking them about their lives. I just started doing deep dives. Do you know how many Uber drivers are Uber driving because they lost their job during a divorce and were financially ruined? Guys, it's so common. A lot of guys Uber Eats. Like, a lot of guys have these jobs because one guy I talked to had a high-paying job working in electricity or something like that. He made 6 figures. He made a lot of money. He did super well. And I don't say this to be doom and gloom, but it's like you can only get so many stories of the same thing happening. So he works in electricity, right? Some really high stress job. His wife makes one phone call, kicks him out of the house. She'd already been to a women's shelter who advised her to accuse him of abuse, right? Then on top of that, the COVID pushed his court date off for a year and a half, hadn't seen his kid in a year and a half because she wouldn't let him, had to pay child support every month. A year and a half later, do you know what happens? They give her the child because she was the primary caregiver. He hasn't been in the life for a year and a half. And this is the funny games that the court system plays. It's these gotchas. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. The men that were there more than the mother, they weren't providing for their families. The men that weren't there didn't get their parental leave, I guess. And this is the problem. It is the whole system and is women's way of like thinking. It's like when women infiltrate a system for whatever reason, we're so emotional. We just ruin a lot of these systems. It's like if women left work, HR would disappear tomorrow. Men aren't the ones going to HR, it's women. And I don't know why we're like this. This isn't to hate on women, but to understand we have a nature. When we get mad, it's like we just do certain things. Not every woman acts on it. Not every woman will, but to act like these are like fringe cases is the most delusional thing I've ever heard in my life. We have men with money, power, status. The same thing happens to them. The exact same thing. Like if a woman's not happy with Tom Brady, who the hell is she going to be happy with? So yeah, I've had men send me Ring camera footage of women neglecting their children and they still get custody. And a lot of these fathers do everything right. There's nothing they can do. And it completely ruins the entire system because it changes the way we interact. Because again, men are at the whims of women and it's really unfortunate. And this is why you should get your women shouldn't vote t-shirt today.
Yeah. Or a vasectomy.
Okay.
What you advocate for? What? Is that
was a joke. It was a joke.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So middle couch is a perfect example of the type of woman who'll be adopting cats. No peace, just argumentative for argument's sake. Please, Robert M. is the wig middle couch scroller. What if a woman is a multimillionaire but was very secretive about it? Would a man feel less manly or valuable when he discovers that his wife earns more after marriage, do you think? I don't think they would care.
I'll be happy. Imagine she said, "Oh, you know what? I just wanted to just keep that low because I wanted you to marry me for who I was." You know what? I'll be like, you know what? I wish you trusted me, but girl, we're not gonna get divorced over that.
All right, for stinky armpits, women. Pearl, please look up women-led civilizations and let's point out the common factor compared to men-led civilizations. Daniel, Pixie is a product of third-way feminism. Doug MPA, Pixie is showing that American white liberal women are the most dangerous demographic on the planet, so hateful and spiteful. U.S. Americans apologize for her behavior. She's a demon. Daniel, there's some that were for you. Don't worry, there's more. Daniel, Pixie has been going to several podcasts trying to find support and validation for the wrong views, taking L's everywhere and still refused to learn. Black Ups take away all the benefits of divorce, like the right to half a man's wealth and alimony, also take away child support and make child custody 50-50, except for those who waive the 50-50 rights and women will stop leaving marriages. I'd go so far, I would just give men custody off the bat. I'm here for the sake of the children. Give the men custody, but that would what you propose to be better than what we have now. Okay, bro, Horse Davis, send seeds produce of the kind children belong to men. Beaten cheeks. Ask Pixie this: are women in the West oppressed? If a man sleeps with a trans woman, is he gay?
What? He's definitely in the closet.
Okay. Are women in the West oppressed?
It depends on what metric.
Okay, so yes or no?
In certain ways.
Okay, we'll come back to this. The Savvy Ninja: a high-value man is a man women want to be with and man envy and want to be. There's plenty of things outside of money that are highly valuable. Enter Black Dragon. Value has little to do with money and everything to do with integrity, respect, honor, wisdom, ability, leadership, accountability, responsibility, skills, and confidence, all of which money can't buy but acquire through hard work. Zero fallout. Many parts of the U.S. have third world problems. Pixie is just another privileged Westerner speaking for others. Daniel or Kay, every part of Africa is better than Kensington. Adam Sutton, poverty. Adam Sutton, poverty stats are a fiction to justify embezzling taxpayer money. They say a third of children go hungry in the U.S. because a third qualify for food stamps, but many live on those farms. Yeah, and that's what I started to learn. And this is why I just started to lose so much faith in stats, guys, because they'll manipulate it. And I'll give you an example. They consider people in poverty ones that have television sets. It's like, do you know what I'm saying? Like they'll add in, they'll keep raising these numbers to qualify them under poverty so they can get more benefits from whatever agenda they're trying to push or pass a policy that takes away freedom. That's what they do. And you start to see just how manipulative, and it's the same thing with like, okay, the women are more likely to kill children. And then what does she say? Oh, well, it's because they're with them. Like, it's like this nonsense. And so, again, we go back to, personally, I think the best way you can come to conclusions is what we see in reality. Daniel Okor, I'm happy that Pizza Girl is getting pushback. Carrie, I don't like Pixie, but she's right. Most of Africa and other continents she mentions do have poverty. Poverty does cause mental illness. Doug MPA, American women have aborted more babies than most African countries. There are 2 cities in the U.S. that don't have clean water. Jackson, Mississippi, and Flint, Michigan. Pixie's dangerous. She's a demon. Sigma MP, Jen. As a man, we need to get out of our feelings when we have these conversations. As of 2020, the life expectancy of Nigerians was 52.89 compared to 77 years in the U.S. It's not an insult to say Westerners live longer. Zero fallout. Love how the white liberal women talking for minorities, but Pixie has never been to Colombia. She is a true acting like a racist. People don't know how to survive. Dragon Stallion. Pixie, do you know anything? The Maasai tribe in Africa is a very happy bunch of hunter and gatherer people. They don't base things on what you think they should live like. Beaten cheeks. If you guys paid for Pixie's plane ticket for this appearance, get your refund back. Colombia is better maintained than her entire brain can muster. I go there once a month. They are happy. Just sad. A15 Pixie needs to change her name to Cuttery because she is country. Wow, guys, you guys are a bit rude. Demon. That's a little. We don't have to call the women demons. Like you could just say she has a different point of view. I'll read it though. Sorry. Because she's a contrary person on YouTube. Beaten cheeks. Pixie doesn't know anything, and I lived over South America, Europe, Asia, and she needs to put her ignorance out of the butt. Thing Matra. The lady knows nothing. I'm from a third world, and mental health issues in kids are a minute. ADHD, nada. People can be poor and really happy. Pixie, what does it feel to have the same mentality as Margaret Sanger? Okay, a lot of these were at you, so go ahead if you have any thoughts.
I never said the Messiah tribe. I specifically referred to YU. Obviously, every single country has like a lot of different people. You're gonna have areas that are nicer. You're gonna have areas that are poorer. I don't think that should be controversial. I think that's just a fact. Also, I'm not a demon. Believe it or not.
Can you prove it?
And sadly, I can't. Throw some holy water at me or something.
You know what they said to me in the chat, telling us how to speak. Now she's getting entitled. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm curious. Why do you think women are oppressed?
I think it depends on like what metric. I think for example, like women are more likely to face like sexual harassment in the workplace. They're less likely to like.
So I have a question. We're gonna go to the next one, but just a quick question. Do you think men typically will report sexual harassment?
No, but I also think that.
So how do you like? Why do you think that?
At least when it comes to like surveys that make it more possible to people report truly, like anonymous surveys, it still comes out that women still report higher rates of sexual harassment.
Do you think women are honest about sexual harassment? We don't see a Me Too problem.
I think most women are accurate or at least honest, especially when it comes to like anonymous survey data where there's like no incentive to really lie. I think a lot of it, what is it? You can make like biological arguments for like why that's the case. I don't think it's like okay either way.
I think getting someone that you dislike in trouble is enough.
Is a big
reason
yeah.
to even report it anonymously.
No, I mean like surveys where it's like, oh, they send it to like 1,000 random people and they're like, have you ever been sexually harassed? What do you define harassment? Blah blah blah, and they still answer.
So what is sexually harassed?
So your boss is making like inappropriate comments about how you look, about wanting to do like sexual actions with you, touching you inappropriately.
Can you define an inappropriate comment?
Like, dang girl, you got a good booty. I wanna touch that.
What if the women are dressing half naked to work?
I think Jesus said that, like, pluck thy own eyes out or whatever when it comes to
No,
wondering
no,
out.
I'm saying, like, do you think there's a problem with women dressing inappropriately to work?
Not that I've seen personally.
You've never seen that.
I'm sure there's like a couple of examples of women who don't know how to dress properly, but I think most of the time, like, they get in trouble for like workplace like violations too. Like that can be considered a form of sexual harassment, you know, if you're like showing your breast to like a man, just like how if like a man was showing.
And what happens when they try to enforce dress codes? Do women typically say, "Oh, that's so reasonable"?
I think it depends on the company. I think most of the time, if it goes like out of bounds, like there could be like legal issues.
No,
on the
but I'm just
company's end.
asking in general. In general, when we hear dress codes, do women typically comply or complain?
I think they.
I mean, have you ever heard a story of women whining about the dress codes and calling them sexist?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so why would they have dress codes?
Well, I think sometimes it is sexist, right? Like the idea that if I show my ankles, I'm somehow like trying to seduce a man. Like that's sexist.
Oh, so it's ankles.
It's not ankle.
No, but like
I think-
historically,
but
that's like an
my
example.
point is, it's very. I'll tell you, it's very confusing to guys because what women will do is they'll dress really provocatively, and then the guys will say something. Because I mean, by every metric, you're signaling that you want to be approached if you're dressing super provocatively. A lot of times, I would argue women flirt for attention, and they flirt a lot in the workplace. Men don't mind; they don't care, but I think a lot of times when men respond, then women cry harassment. I actually think that men are discriminated more in the workplace because I think a lot of times if they're afraid to look at a woman wrong, they're afraid to say the wrong joke because again, it's a joke that you deem appropriate. And if the wrong joke is said or they say the wrong thing or look at you the wrong way, the women can go to HR or cry harassment.
100%. And we see this happening all the time. And we know that HR is for the company and it's for women. It's not for men.
No.
I know somebody personally who was sexually harassed, a man, sexually harassed at work over time, constantly. And then the woman had the audacity to then go to HR crying, like Pearl just said, lying about what happened, saying that she was uncomfortable from a comment that he made when he made the comment to literally just protect himself and to stop what she was doing to him. And then he lost his job. He lost his job. I know another girl we were speaking with the other day. She said that two people in the workplace had a consensual relationship. The woman wanted more. The man didn't want anything with her. She then was upset and then got him fired because she said that she was uncomfortable and potentially sexually harassed him. This man lost his job. So I think, and also there was something I saw that women always have a man in the workplace that they're excited to see. They always have that
Work
one
hubby.
man. Work hubby, exactly. Why are women wearing pencil skirts, high heels, showing cleavage, having button-down tops, all of these things? Like even in my workplace, you know, obviously working in a law firm, sometimes it's casual, sometimes it's not. But some of the women, they dress so sexy and it's like, I'm uncomfortable. I'm like, wow, she looks good. That's a nice shape, whatever. Like, and how are men thinking? I think that women dress provocatively and then they cry when they get the attention that
You
they
know-
really want.
I think the common theme here though is the believable women thing, isn't it?
100%,
I think across
and I think it's completely wrong.
Yeah, my advice to men is right because the workplace traditionally, like statistically speaking, that used to be where you would meet your partner. Right, it was either like in school or like high school, and then or work. A lot of people would, you know, the office work party at Christmas time. You know, okay, but now it's very dangerous. So I say to men, do not speak to any girls at work. I don't care. I don't
100%.
care what industry you're in. Do not, men, do not speak to these girls at work because if she likes you, oh, it's okay. At that moment, it's okay. But if she doesn't like your advances, it's a trip to Karen in HR. And once again, like, you know, we there's always a Karen. There's always a Karen in HR. But like, you know, we talk about stats, but I'll give an adult or one of my friends. You know, I'm not going to mention his name, but the reason why is because most men have friends that have been through this or been through something similar. Same thing. He was a girl at work, and these two weren't even sexual. Nothing happens. You're just flirtatious things. You know, a few messages. You know, she'll drop messages on his car, little things like that. Okay, they both went for position. Both went for managerial position. he got the position, she didn't. The moment he got the position, problems start to arise now. And then she started saying to him, basically he became her manager. So he had to obviously now instruct her and start telling her certain things. So then she started saying, you know, to the other, she doesn't like working with him. Obviously he doesn't like the way he's become a manager. And they say, what's the problem? What's happening?
Well, and then the other thing is like, why is he flirting with you? Like, because like the women will complain about these comments, but it's like, men are pretty timid nowadays. You know, they don't typically want to risk.
No, she was
stuff.
leaving messages
I
on
know,
his car.
but I know that's
No,
what I'm
she's
saying.
right.
Like,
Yeah.
typically, it's like, were you dressed a certain way? Like, usually there is some signal that women give to men to when they give you. Like, I think they said 90% of the time women make the first move.
So, Pearl.
Like either,
So, Pearl.
if they include like, I can't remember how they counted it, but there was some like pre-signal that women get to get men to approach them. I mean, usually you guys know, like women will give you a look or like something.
You know me, I don't.
Yeah, that's
like-
true. Sorry to just add to that, to what you're saying. That's very true because in recent years of dating, I get told, oh yeah, you don't make the first move. But because of the way society is made, I'm like, I'm not going to make a
You
move
can't afford to.
till I feel like
Yeah.
you're saying it's okay. You have to almost tell me like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying
Yeah.
to you? And it's like, would you? I said, no, because the
Well,
way, for men, that's how I
Yeah,
protect
and
myself.
so it's like if a guy's gonna risk his job, like typically she has done something to signal she likes him. And like, but we just and you kind of had it too. You said it. Well, I think most of them are telling the truth. I think there's.
No.
So
I
let,
think we should believe that.
let me just tell you what happened with him. So essentially, now that's happened now, and she's told him that obviously it's because of, you know, misconduct in the office, so misconduct at work. So now he has to go in, has to write a statement, go through all these types of things he has to go through. He has to go on a course of conduct at work. And essentially, she got moved to a different place. He got moved to a different place. Nothing happened. He still kept his job. But what happened was he didn't go past further than was going to go to. That was 3 years ago. He's still suffering from it now, like PTSD from it. And he's a black guy. She was a mixed race girl. And the reason why I say it is because he felt like, why is my sister doing this to me? Like, he was literally saying it to me. He's like, bro, I don't understand it. Like, I'm trying to come up and we've come up from nothing. And why is my sister doing this to me? To the point of where now he hasn't gone any further. He doesn't want to, because he's like, oh, I've seen what happens when you try to rise up. This is what happens. So I think we just really need to listen to the stories of men that are out there that are going through it. And I do not recommend any man should be approaching women. I believe women, I'm not someone that approaches women. I've said it before, women approach me. I mean, what can I say? They just approach me, but no, they do. But but a woman can let you know if she wants you to approach. Women have always traditionally let men know. They can look
Drop
at you.
the handkerchief.
I mean, handkerchief, like literally, they can smile at you, they can do whatever, and then you do the rest. All you have to do, but that one where a girl's walking past, you try to grab her arm and she has not even looked at you. Men, please stop doing that.
Yeah, don't even touch no woman till she says I like you and I want to be touched.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't touch no
Don't
woman.
even bother put your hand on no woman.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, when you hear this stuff, what's your thought?
I think that there's two sides to every story. I think it definitely does happen that some women, you know, cry wolf. I don't want to be like that never happens. I think the idea of, like, I'm sorry, but I don't think a pencil skirt and button blouse is like sexy for me.
Are you serious? Have you seen like the fantasy that men have about like a woman
Office
at
girl.
work?
Yeah.
Like, are you
That's very
serious?
sexy.
This is
That
wait.
is a pencil skirt that is tight to your figure, that shows your curves. You don't think that's sexy?
Yeah, but she's not a man, so obviously she can say
I'm
what
a
she wants
man,
to
yeah.
say. So like,
No, but
it
also
doesn't make any sense if we are trying to like shame her for saying she doesn't. Of course, she doesn't think it's sexy because she's not a man.
No?
yeah,
Oh,
I-
that's-
Like, you know, this
I also
isn't, what
think-
do you think, guys?
no,
Sexy?
I feel like the
not
problem is like
Of course.
if we- like men can sometimes make almost anything sexual. I think, like, again, to me that's
No.
it's true though. Look at the people, like look at historically, right? When it's like, oh, like no, like they can't show their ankles, like that's too sexy. Oh, wearing shorts, like that's too sexy. Like even like in
Yeah, but wearing
Arabian
shorts
countries.
I mean, it is sexy. You're showing your whole leg. You're showing the shape of your bum. You're showing that your hips. It's sexy.
Okay,
the
showing that
ankles
you're like a
thing, maybe
human
not,
being
but-
with like anatomy, I don't think that's inherently sexy. Like I think it's
Okay,
sexy
so-
if I start showing my breast, sure. If I start like, you know, making it close where you can like see my private areas, like yeah, that's sexy. But I don't think it's enough to just say like, oh yeah, like I have a body. Like that's I don't think
So-
that's
You don't
inherently
think there's
sexy.
such thing as provocative clothing?
I do. If I had
If you're not showing
So
skin, like,
wait, I have a question. Who decides what is provocative?
well, that's $1 million question. I don't think it's fair to say like, oh,
I
just
could give
men.
you an easy, yeah.
Well, what is it? Then that's the argument that people give. So why all women should wear burqas?
I have a question. Why do you think women dressed so modestly before?
I think that was a societal standard at the time, and yeah, men
Okay.
were like, oh no, if you show ankles, that's too sexy.
Okay. So you think it was because the men just couldn't like handle it?
I
Like,
think
what's your thought as to why?
what is it? I think that there were just like social norms in place that
Okay.
like as we started growing as a society, we were like, wait, men aren't dogs.
So
like men can look at an
why-
ankle and not
okay,
like
why did we have
salivate.
those social norms?
We had those social norms in place because I do think that they were used as a tool to try to like control women and like repress them.
Okay. So because people were married and they wanted to protect their wives. People were 85% of people got married. People were married back then. They had a family, and women did not want to signal to other men that they were available.
Do you think that dressing is always signaling to other men? Do you
Yeah.
not?
Yes.
I'll
it
give you an
is.
example. Okay. If I dress like a police officer, am I going to be shocked that anyone comes up to me to solve a crime or to arrest a criminal? You send messages like this awesome one right here based on what you wear. You
Yeah.
are sending a message to the world about how they should perceive you.
Yeah, I think
Dress how you want to be addressed. It's the same for a reason.
I think I think clothing is a part of identity, and I think people express themselves through their clothing. I don't think that automatically means that all clothing is meant for seduction.
We can't
So how
control.
come a man in a skirt can walk into a woman's bathroom then?
What does that have to? I'm confused.
Because you're saying like, okay, like you're acknowledging that clothing is part of an identity, but you're saying that's not the whole thing. Well, if it's not the whole thing, then how come we live in a world where a man can walk into a woman's bathroom just from wearing a skirt? Because clearly identity is the whole thing, and if you can acknowledge that, then you can acknowledge that a woman sending certain messages through how she is dressed is going to lead to certain consequences.
No, but Christine, you can't control how people what people think of you, but you can control the message that you send to people.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So we can
Yeah.
never ever control what someone's gonna think, but I can control the message that I send out to the world. And this is the thing what people don't like. Like there's, you know what I mean? Like the choices and trade-offs. You can dress however you want to. But you don't get to dress however you want to and expect no outcomes
expect
from
no
it.
consequences.
And when we
Yeah.
speak about it, they're gonna start saying, "Oh, you're victim shaming, you're policing women, you're saying to women how to dress." But as a man with 3 sisters, I've always said, I just tell you how my father raised me to look after my sisters. And whenever we speak about women be careful about what they wear or who they're around, their surroundings, there's always but it's because modern women want to feel as if they can go out in this world without any consequence. But us as men, as leaders, we understand, we've built the world, we know there's consequences. The whole reason you can go out in these dresses is because of the patriarchy. The same patriarchy you keep complaining about is the one that has made it allow for you to be safe. If you now call the police, who's coming? Is it women or is it men? It's going to be men. And if a group of women come, you're not going to really feel too safe. So this thing where women don't really understand, men have built and civilized the world so you can now go out in a short skirt and do whatever you want. So you can you're protected, but you're only protected because men have. Prior to that, you needed a man by your side. And if you was walking around showing ankles, then you might have found yourself in some trouble.
But you see, it goes back to women wanting to do whatever they want without consequence, like you said. So, for instance, she's saying all these things about, oh, just because I'm dressed a certain way, blah, 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 which is the normal rhetoric around women. But the reality of the world is, the way the world operates, you are literally addressed how you're dressed. Even in the world of men, if I'm walking down the road wearing a balaclava or wearing a durag, obviously I'm going to be stereotyped. I'm going to be looked at a certain way. If I'm wearing a suit, even the women are going to look at me a certain way. If I walk up to a woman wearing a suit now and I speak to her, maybe I'm rolling a Benz key in my hand, I'm passing a message, she would look at me a certain way. If I go around the corner and the next 5 seconds, rub mud on my face, wear some tattered clothes and come back to the same woman, she's going to think I'm a completely different person.
And we can't ignore these facts either. I was on a talk show recently with a lady who was literally a self-proclaimed bimbo. And she had, all the facial work, all of that, the fake boobs, and it was all out. Like, I was like, Jesus. Anyway, it was all out. And she was wearing these stilettos, and the stilettos literally said sex on it. I'm not exaggerating. It literally
She
says
sounds
sex
like
on-
a great gal. Like you shouldn't make any conclusions based on those.
She told me a story about how she was walking somewhere and a guy just sort of came out and he was how do I put this politely? Getting himself off to her, like in front of her. And what came to mind for me, and I really regret not saying this at the time actually, because it only came to mind afterwards. That's never happened to me. And I don't think that that's a coincidence that to someone like her who presents herself in such a way that she has had that kind of experience. Now, I'm not taking away from the fact that that is wrong. That is weird. He shouldn't have done that. However, people like that do exist in this world. And I think it's down to each of us and our own, sovereignty and responsibility over how we present ourselves to take efforts to not put ourselves in dangerous situations. And I think things like provocative clothing, you shouldn't then complain when you're getting those kind of results because you have, in a way, bought it on yourself. And I know that sounds so horrid.
It's true,
But
though.
I can't say stuff like that.
It's true.
What is it?
The other day, just quickly, I was speaking to a woman on the street. We're doing street interviews, me and my husband. And this girl, she said, something terrible happened to me today. I wasn't going to say anything, but, I'll tell you guys. And we're like, what happened? She said, I got catcalled. And I'm not joking. She had a see-through top on. You could see her bra. Her belly was showing. It was very sexy. And I was just like,
Duh.
yeah, like I'm so confused. You're shocked. And the thing is with this catcall thing, like if the guy's attractive and you like him, you're going to be fine with it. And if you find him ugly and unattractive, you're going to be offended.
And let's
But
be honest,
either
that
way.
chick at like 55 is going to be whining that nobody's catcalling her.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I feel like I think when it comes to most office women, you can literally just sit outside a building and see that most are not dressed properly. I think when it comes to the anecdotes that you gave, I experienced when I was 13, a guy did the same thing to me, and I was dressed in a 13-year-old's clothing. I wasn't dressed sexy.
I mean, like I said, that's not to take away from the fact that people shouldn't have to go through that full stop, and it is weird and wrong.
Yeah.
But I just found it interesting, and it's like you say, I mean, it's purely anecdotal. I just found it interesting that someone who presented herself such as that did have that kind of story, and someone who didn't present that bad. I mean, 100 years ago standards, I mean, I'm dressed like an absolute whore. But, there's levels to it. I'm not wishing these kind of experiences on anyone, but I am saying that we do need to be a bit wiser. We can't just expect to have the benefit of dressing extremely provocatively and then not having any kind of...
Can I ask the ladies, when you get dressed up to go out or whatever, if relationships or what have you not, but do you... If no one ever gave you a compliment, if no one ever recognized anything, would that be a problem? If you went out and nobody saw you, when I say no one saw you, just you were invisible.
Yeah.
How would you feel? How would that make you feel?
It would make a difference, yeah. You'd feel kind of,
If no guy,
I would be like, nobody liked my shirt.
Yeah. If he was wearing that's understandable. But the reason why I ask
but
it,
there's levels to it because it's it all comes down to this trend that we keep seeing of narcissism. There's levels to it. There's no one ever having come up to you ever. But then there's most women. None of us here are dressed extremely provocatively. Most women have had someone say a nice thing to us. Every woman has. Mostly, not everyone. Everyone here.
Girl, even fat chicks get compliments.
Well, there we go then.
Right? Don't.
Right.
no, that's because they're easy.
But then there's the narcissistic level where it's people get so hooked to wanting that validation through things like compliments that they then go above and beyond to present in such a way that it's happening so much. And then when it happens from the guy they like, it's oh, great, love that for me, blah, 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 one night stand, whatever, But then when it happens from a guy that they're not interested in, who are also going to find them attractive, obviously, right? Because they're presenting in such a way, it's sexual assault. He did this to me and I can't believe this happened to me. But it's well, you've brought that on yourself in the sense that you're so hooked to this narcissistic, egotistic idea that you want to get complimented all the time, that you are then putting yourself in a position where people are going to compliment you all the time.
So who do you do makeup for and who do you get dressed up for when you go out then?
It's a very difficult question, isn't it?
Is
It's
it
a very
majority
it's a
of
very
women,
difficult.
men?
It's a
because if
very
it's for
I don't
yourself
think
as
it's always men.
because if it's for yourself, as women always say, women always have a problem. Like for me personally, men don't have a problem of saying we do everything for women, because technically we do everything we do. We go out, we make money for you. I get new outfits for you. I get haircuts for you. Get a new car. The first thing I can think about the types of girls I'm gonna pull up in it. Not because but most men it tends to lead to women at the end of it, right? Because the things that we do, it tends to be you want to secure a woman, you want to have a family, right? But women seem to have a problem with
Yeah, I think it
saying
is
that I do things for
ultimately
men.
for men. It's to attract a mate, and it's also yeah, I can't even really justify it any other way. It's for
Wait.
the
'Cause
attention.
if you think about it, like when we're at home and we know that nobody's coming over, no one's going to see us, do we have our hair and makeup done?
But as soon
Is
as
that
you know your
outfit on
partner's
point?
coming home,
You-
okay, quick,
Exactly.
let me just make
you have a shower,
myself.
you do your hair, you put your
Yes.
perfume on, all
Wait.
that stuff. And then when you go out in public, you want to make sure you look your best. So if it really was for us only, then we would be like this from the minute we woke up and in the house with no one there.
I don't agree. And I think there's a couple of things to break down here. Like, China, right?
Yes.
You don't have like a shirt that you like for yourself, or like is everything you buy you think, oh, women are gonna like this. Like you don't have an article of clothing or something that you're like, I like this, and you just got it because of that.
Okay, so I don't. Okay, so when I say women,
I mean, when he gets this shirt,
yeah,
you know,
no,
I just gotta
I
plug.
can't
But
even see
it's like I
You're right,
like
though.
how
No,
I look with
you're right.
makeup, right?
You've got pussy on your
No,
shirt.
it's a panther. That's not
Oh,
a pussy.
okay. All right.
No, black
Oh,
pussy.
that's brilliant.
No, so I'm not saying that I go out, because I don't actually go out thinking of women, but I'm saying men, everything that we do at some point, it leads back to women. So I don't do it consciously, but why would I get a haircut? For?
No, I
Why,
think-
Yeah, you
why
know-
would I-
And it's not to try and not acknowledge the fact that, like, of course, it's not saying that we do it all for men. Like, if it, for example, like, I much prefer how I look with makeup on, right? But I'm not ignorant to the fact that the reason I feel better with makeup on is because I get a better response from people, men included, with it on. So, no one's sitting here and saying that, that the whole reason is because women, we don't care about ourselves at all and it's all about men. Like, no, of course, you do things for a variety of reasons, but you have to be able to acknowledge, well, why do you like that? And generally that's because we're social creatures and we feed off of positive reinforcement. And that positive reinforcement might go back to, say, when you were a little girl, you wear your hair a certain type of way and your parents say, oh, I love your hair like that, or something like that. But ultimately, human beings, we can all derive generally what's attractive and what's not. And what does that come down to? Well, it's mating selection. So I think that's the point that everyone's trying to make. Like when we say like women wear makeup for men, it's not this idea that, oh, I really need a man to pick me and I don't care about myself and I'm just going to put a load of makeup on so that I can get a man. It's like, no, we're just acknowledging that biologically men and women do things to attract a mate.
Yeah, I agree that generally happens. The only place where I would be hesitant is I do think all humans have like an inherent sense of beauty regardless of mate selection. So for example, like we can acknowledge like a sunset is beautiful. We
Yes.
can acknowledge like a lot of things are beautiful that don't have to do with mates. And I think that also can come down to appearance. Not saying that it never happens with appearance. Like obviously sometimes people dress for the opposite mate and stuff. But I'm just hesitant when people are saying like all the time. Because I'm like, no, I think you can dress for
I
yourself.
think we can look up at general trends, right? And I had this thought, okay. And I thought, what happens first? Do men ask for sex or do women ask for attention? What comes first? And I thought to myself, and I was on a trip when I had this thought, and I went to Vegas, and I saw women without clothes on walking around the street with stickers on their boobs. And what I see is that when women don't get the attention that they want, we just tend to take off our clothes. Some women are prettier than others, so they don't have to do it, But I go to workplace. I see women start to take off their clothes. You used to have to wear pants. Now they're wearing these mini skirts. And they just seem to get more naked and more naked and more naked. And I don't think it's for women. Now, I mean, maybe you could argue that women put on their like fake eyelashes and like the bow and all that. But it's usually they do it to compete with other women for men.
Because it can't be for men, because if they ask men, we'll tell you we don't like that. Take off them eyelashes, take out the fake hair,
So-
take out the fake nose.
So I'm
Not all men.
I'm okay. It was for a podcast. Get out. Stop being weird, guys. Now, now question. What else do you think we're oppressed because? So, I told you why I disagree on the workplace. I think men are discriminated way more because they can be falsely accused and then have promotions taken away and that sort of thing. What else?
Yeah. I mean, again, we disagree on that exactly. I mean, not saying it never happens, just that, I think more likely than not it happens that women are harassed to a level. I think another example.
What can a woman do if she's harassed? Is she able to report it?
Sometimes they can't. Sometimes they'll get punished. If
Why
they
would
report
she?
it.
Why would she not be able to report it?
Because sometimes, depending on the company's structure, she'll be the one that's punished.
Would you say it's more common for her to be able to report it or to not report it?
I think not report it historically.
Do you think most? No. This is 2020.
Even now,
no,
even
this
in
is 20.
2020,
Do you
yeah.
think most companies have HR departments?
Yeah, but I think.
Okay, who runs HR departments?
I think women and men, but
It's much more.
women.
No,
About
no.
70%
Yeah, but-
women.
the idea that, like, again, HR, who they benefit most of all is a company. So if they think it's easier to get rid of, like, a whiny, complaining woman, even if it's women running it, they'll do it because
No, they won't.
What
If that was the consensus, they'd get rid of the whole HR department because the HR department doesn't bring anything into the business, doesn't make them money.
I know what
so
you're
they-
saying. I know what you're saying, Pixie. But the problem with that argument is that that they've also got to be seen to be politically correct. Because otherwise they could lay themselves open to a
Massive
Lawsuit,
lawsuit.
yeah.
to a lawsuit. So I take your point on board, but I do think that they've got these other non-profit based concerns as well.
Yeah, I think that's why it's, like, very, like, hyper dependent on the company, because you definitely have some companies that think, like, oh, if we get rid of the woman or whatever, like, she doesn't have the resources
That's not
to
going to
sue.
happen.
How
It's
many?
happened
Okay, so
before.
I have a question. Where have you worked?
I've worked for, like, a nonprofit before. I've worked like
Okay, what kind of nonprofit was it?
it was like, what is it? Like the medical supply stuff.
Okay, so you worked for a nonprofit that sold medical supplies?
No, it was like part of, like, the mission trip and stuff, like,
Okay,
getting
and your
resources.
experience there was that the women had nowhere to complain to.
Well, it was like a very small department. There might have been, like, in the parent company they could have, but not, like, necessarily in the
Okay, and I just want to know, like, where, because a lot of the stuff you
It's basically not an actual real job that most people have.
a lot of people
that's the
work in
reality.
nonprofits.
Compared to people that work in actual jobs.
You don't consider a nonprofit an actual job?
No, it's not.
Okay, well, I think we have a
Well-
fundamental disagreement on what a
Yeah.
functional job
Well,
is.
Yeah, that you.
my point is, I just don't know, like, where you get this stuff from.
I
Like
mean,
women just, I don't see women harassed in the workplace.
Do you make money? Could be a really dumb question. Do you make money did you make money there? Like, do they pay you to work? Or were you a
Um,
volunteer?
what is it? Well, I was a volunteer.
Oh, okay. So I agree with you. I don't think it's
So
a
that's
job.
why I said it's not, like it's you just contradict yourself left, right, and center.
Because a
Okay.
job is something that someone does because
I've also done
they
media management for other companies, and I've got paid for that.
Yeah,
So
but
I
then
just
they
use
ask you
that
where
one
have you worked, and then you decided
Okay,
to
because
to
I
say the
consider-
job that's
Well,
not
okay.
Well,
actual
no, because
job.
I consider real work or important work that helps other people.
Yeah,
so
but-
that's where my
but
mind
nobody
went to
cares about what you
first.
consider. We care about the facts of
Okay.
reality.
Okay, the fact
No,
is I
so-
did labor.
Okay,
Maybe it was
so
unpaid, but I
so
did
wait,
labor
wait,
to
wait,
help
wait.
others.
So I don't. Okay, so and then your other experience was media.
Media management, yeah.
Okay, is that it? It's okay if it isn't, or if it is. I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I worked with another nonprofit and I did get paid for this
So
one.
I just think in a bit, that's a bit of a bubble. Like, especially YouTubers, media personnel, like media. I just think this isn't real life. I think that the conversations we have, sure, but like when it comes to like what most people experience at work, I don't think it's really comparable.
Okay, I have a friend
So
who what is
Okay.
it? She's a civil engineer. She was like working with her company, her department. Her boss was like harassing her, both like making demeaning comments of her as a woman.
okay,
and,
what were the demeaning comments?
like, oh, like you wouldn't understand, like literally, like straight up, like you wouldn't understand this because you're a woman, even though
Wha-
she had her degree.
So I have a
civil
question.
engineering.
Are there things that women typically don't understand about men, or that don't understand because we're a woman?
Sure, but you
So
can't do that on the field.
so
that
is
you,
it possible that was true?
not in the context that was
Okay,
provided.
what was the context?
The context was like, oh, like I don't want you to work on this project, or you should go get coffee instead.
What was the project?
Civil engineering related. It was
Okay,
like,
so she had a civil engineering job,
yes.
and what was she doing specifically?
I can't remember if it was like something with like bridge measurements or like building measurements.
Is it possible that he was joking?
No.
Okay,
He said
there's
it-
no possibility.
No, he repeatedly was not trying to give her like, actual work and was trying to like make her get her.
But does she not get
coffee
paid either
instead.
way? If she goes and gets coffee or if she takes part on the project, does she not get paid either way?
It doesn't matter because
So,
the whole idea is like
how old is
not,
she?
She's my age.
Okay, so she's 24.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what happens at a lot of these engineering firms. My brothers are all engineers. They do preferential hiring for women. So a lot of times less qualified women get jobs that they don't really deserve. This is super common. I've talked to headhunters about this. And what I would guess probably happened is she was probably in a job she didn't deserve. Now this is just speculating, right?
Yeah.
Because really, if you're that useful, people use you. Like people, I've only been in male-dominated industries, pretty much. I worked in, copier sales. I never had a problem getting the men to take me seriously because if you're useful, people use you. And the thing is, a lot of useless women have jobs they don't deserve and whine.
No, I think,
And ultimately, it's down to her what she does with that statement. Like this is the problem I have with the whole like harassment and things like that, because it's like, all right, so she got told, what was it? You wouldn't understand because you're a woman. That's what you said. That you
Yeah.
said.
I just
Well,
don't believe
that's
it.
down. Even still, right? If a guy said that to me, I'm not going and complaining to HR. Like, it is what it is. It's down to you what you deal
Bro,
with
I
that.
can-
Whereas something like actual sexual assault, the man literally goes and sexually assaults her in the women's bathroom. That is a bit different. Like, she can't really do anything about that. But what she can do is decide whether she's going to cause a big scene over a comment or whether she's just going to get a grip.
Let me give you an anecdotal experience. I used to work at Amazon before I got this job. And obviously, I'm from Africa and I'm here. And then I got into Amazon and then I started speaking with these white people. I have to say it like that so that you guys get the picture. And the usual comment I always get immediately is, oh, wow, your English is so good. And I look at these people and I'm like, I literally have a degree in actuarial science and insurance. I'm more educated than most of you that are here. But then you comment on the fact that my English sounds so good because I'm black and because I come from Nigeria, in quotes. That, if that was said to a woman, HR straight.
well, what is it? There's a couple things. First of all, my friend is very qualified. She graduated from Columbia. She had like multiple, like already like some years of experience while she was in school.
Women always think they're qualified. I mean, if we were going to talk narcissism, women always think we're more qualified than we are.
Okay.
But okay, she had her degree, whatever.
She had her degree from like one of the most prestigious universities
I think
in America.
those. Well,
plus work
if I
experience.
haven't met so many dumb people from those universities, I would be convinced. But I don't think that really means much. Okay, and my brothers all work in I have 10 siblings. Half of my family is literally engineers. It doesn't matter, not much.
No, I just think.
Okay, so she got a prissy degree. Who cares?
Okay, I think that if you're gonna say like, oh no, like a lot of women get these positions that they don't deserve, blah blah blah, it would make more sense to be like, oh, I don't think you have enough experience to do this versus you're a woman, so you can't do it.
But see, the men don't really have a say. So the guy that's hiring, like they have to do it for their diversity hires, okay? And again, that's you telling men how to talk. And this is my problem. I say, if you want to be in a man's world, be in it and stop fucking complaining. I'm so sick of women going into men's workplace. We asked to be in the workforce. So stop fucking whining when you get into a man's job and they make jokes you don't like. They start talking to you the way that you don't appreciate and they don't say it how you think they should say it.
So
because all it is narcissism where you're going around telling everybody how to talk and bitching and whining for women like me and other women that have worked in male environments and didn't whine and didn't complain and just did the work.
It's
And
literally
if my
words.
boss asked me to get coffee because I was a woman, I wouldn't give a shit. I wouldn't complain. I would just go get it because I don't bitch and moan about fucking nothing.
I think what is it? You're essentially saying that women can never be harassed. That's okay if a man.
That's not what I said. I said that a joke is not harassment. Him saying that to me was not be harassment, and I'm tired of women whining.
Him repeatedly not letting you do work, like making you get coffee, like talking down to you.
I would say this is amazing. I get to work less. And you know what I would do? You know what I would do if I didn't like it? I'd go get a different job rather than whine.
Okay, and that's the thing.
Men go through as well. Men get into jobs where other men on top literally make them do things they don't want to do.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't
They
be
don't go then
mistreated.
scream harassment.
No, but they have to do it to build up to get to where they want to be. A lot of times men do things they don't want to do, but they have to do it because that is just...
Okay, what else?
Wait, no, I want to see this. Like, how would you feel if somebody said, oh, I don't think you can do this because you're black?
But straight away off the bat, your question is, how do you feel?
Exactly. I will feel however I feel.
It doesn't change anything.
But do you think it's unfair?
Whether it's unfair or not doesn't matter. That's
Life is
unfair.
No, but this
is unfair, and we should try to make it fair.
The problem.
We should work towards a fair society.
No,
but who made you God?
What do you mean? I'm not God. I'm saying that we should all work towards a fair society.
This is the problem with privileged, often white liberals, is they think everything should be fair, and oftentimes they grew up in the most unfair thing because we came from two-parent homes and oftentimes well-off neighborhoods, and then we're whining about fairness.
Yeah, I want everybody to have a good life.
We had the ultimate advantage ever.
And that's why I want everybody to live a good life.
No, but then, and so what they do is they go everywhere and whine and bitch and complain instead of get on with it. They go into these male workplaces and bitch and complain. Men don't complain, they just do. That's the difference between men and women, is men just do things.
Like, it's also
and
just
they stop
patronizing as
whining.
well to say, like, yeah, I had all of this and I just want everyone else to have it as well. Like, it's really patronizing, and it goes back to the point that we were talking about earlier of, assuming that people in all these places of poverty, are unhappier or whatever. It just comes across as patronizing. Like, you can say how you feel. Yeah, it is 100%
how is it virtue signaling to
signaling.
be like, oh, you know what? Like, I just want everybody to, like, not be
because you're saying that
discriminated.
because you're saying and discriminated. One, women cry discrimination for freaking everything. Like, you know what I'm so tired of? I am so tired of women going to male-dominated fields, asking to be a man, but not being able to take it like one.
Yeah. Well,
and that's
men
the
are
thing.
not being treated the same way that the women are being treated. Men
Well,
are not being
out
saying
of interest, did anything else happen apart from with your friend? Did it go any further than that? Or was
Well,
it...
what is it? He basically like kept doing it for months, not just a coffee thing, but like constantly like talking down to her because like of her sex.
What is talking down?
Was this in the States?
Yes, this was in the
What
States.
is?
I told her that she should sue, honestly, and she was like, "No, I don't want to do that."
Okay. No. I want to hear what talking down. And this is why I'm going to say right there. This is why men are afraid of women, because right there, that's spite. Now I'm going to sue the employer that gave me a job, that was giving me a paycheck every week, every month, where instead of having gratitude for it, they sue them later. And this is why I always say, if I was dudes, I just wouldn't even have women in the workplace, because all they're going to do is bitch, moan, and then sue you later.
I don't think anybody should be a bootlicker. I don't think because somebody's paying your salary, that means that you have to be like,
but
oh,
this is
thank
no,
you,
but
God,
see, this
thank
is
you
and
so
no.
much.
I want to point out that entitlement right
not
there.
entitlement.
No, this is what I want to point out, because this is how women treat men, like a paycheck, the same way they treat
nobody
jobs.
should be
And this is
treated like a paycheck.
this is how women treat men, and this is the problem, is they feel no gratitude to people that gave them opportunity and made their life better. It's always entitlement, and I can't stand it, because it gives women that actually work hard a bad name.
Okay, so I find it interesting because you're saying like, oh no, the HR department is why they got hired. It wasn't the boss, but then you're supposed to be grateful to the boss, even though the boss isn't giving her opportunity.
I think that one, you have so much opportunity as a woman. I think that women whine and bitch over nothing. That's my opinion. I think they get into workforces and then they complain over the smallest jokes. Men talk how they talk. Men are kind of rough. They make crass jokes. They talk different than us, and then they bitch, whine, and sue them later. And
men don't tell other men, oh, you can't do this job because you're a man.
Do you know what's funny? Men speak to other men way worse. Way worse. I mean, Christy.
But they don't do it on the basis of being a
No,
a man.
no.
They don't say, "Hey, you're not smart enough to do this because you're a man."
Yes, you do.
You know what?
You dumb.
what?
Yeah, we call you a dumb motherfucker. Yeah.
Actually, on the contrary, they do it more because you're a
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Because men have that challenge.
know
thing
men
with
can take
women
it.
This is the thing. You
So
have
you've been told before, oh, like, you can't do this because you're a guy.
Okay, so listen to this. I'm in the entertainment industry, right? So it's like, as a black man over here, right? And some people will say I'm somewhat successful. Now, in order to get in that position, I have to accept that shit rolls downhill, excuse my French. So I don't go in there crying about how I was spoken to by MD or director or whatever, because I know what goals I've got and I know the environment. So the point, I'm not advocating that people should get spoken down to, but the point what Pearl's saying is when we put ourselves in certain dynamics, if we can't deal with it, then change
Yeah,
change
but what
it.
I'm saying is that
don't
It's
stay
not the
in the
employer's
same
responsibility.
situation and then keep complaining about the same
well,
situation.
that's the
Change
point.
it.
That's what I'm saying. I am saying that we should be able to change this. We should be able to
No,
you know,
you said sue. So you're saying you're
Well,
entitled. You're entitled to more money because you don't like the way someone talks.
You know what?
Really?
Suing is literally
Really?
monetary damages.
No,
Wow.
if you're going to
it's
act
because
this
of
way,
my
pay for
feeling.
it.
This is what liberals do. My feelings were so fucking hurt that I need money
It's
to
not your
compensate.
feelings. It's
no,
literally
it's
your
literally
career.
it's literally her feelings.
But if she's
No,
that
about her
qualified, she could get a
career.
job
If-
elsewhere.
No,
If
but
this
that's
is-
the point.
This is,
You
I
shouldn't
have
be pushed out of
never-
an industry
I have
because
never,
people are being
I have never had a
discriminatory.
problem
This is
getting
delusion.
any job that I wanted. Any woman that bitches and moans about her boss, the way they talk, about getting some job, is just whining for no reason, and they shouldn't be taken seriously because the women that actually work hard and actually do things, they don't stand for this shit. They don't bitch, they don't moan, they just do it. And I am so sick of liberals coming into the workplace wanting to be in a man's world and then bitching about it later.
I'm literally just trying to say, hey, you know what? You shouldn't talk down to people based on their sex or on their race.
Well, maybe
And
she
you-
was just stupid.
Oh, she literally. Okay, Pearl. I literally.
But it's funny because it's almost like
You can't believe that.
It's almost like you just can't believe that she was.
I knew for a fact she had top grades in her
Okay,
fucking
okay, so I
engineering
have a
classes.
question.
She's one of
I-
the hardest workers.
What does that
You're
mean?
talking about anecdotes, and I'm telling you, I know this person.
What I'm telling you is grades do not mean you are competent
Okay,
at a
she
job.
had workplace experience too. And she was competent.
Well, she didn't keep the last job.
What do you mean?
But
She's
she
still
had to
working
get the
there.
new. She had to get the new job.
No,
That's
she's
what you-
still
Okay, was this
working
her
there.
first job?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so she didn't keep her last job.
Yeah, she wanted to get
yes,
to a better job.
there you go.
But the
so
whole-
I have a question. Do you know anything about engineering? Do you? Are yes or no?
No, I'm not a
Okay,
civil
so you
engineer
don't know
myself.
shit about
I know
engineering.
about her.
So
She
you
tells
don't
me.
just so because she's your friend and she says she's amazing. She's an amazing engineer.
She doesn't say that
You
she's
don't
amazing.
know-
I can
you
look
don't
at
know
her work
shit,
and
but
progress
this is
and
what
who
I
she
mean.
is.
With the liberals, they
You
talk
don't
about
know shit either.
They
You're
talk
literally
about
like, oh, my
shit.
brother told
they
me.
talk about shit you don't know anything.
You don't know
about.
anything either, Pearl.
They don't
You're
know.
saying, oh,
this is,
I
this
don't
is
know,
what-
but you're only getting it
I'm
from-
saying you came to the conclusion that you should sue an employer. How entitled is that when you don't know shit about the you don't know
I'm
shit
saying
about
that
the
she
industry?
kept going through that. I think she should sue. But you can't
But
tell me
for
that I don't know
what?
about the industry
For
when
what?
literally the only thing you know about the industry is also through your brothers.
Okay, I have 3 generations of engineers in my family.
So I know 3 engineers. What difference does it make?
You're right. You're right. Your special friend that went to Columbia.
No,
and
I'm
had
saying,
one
what about my
engineering
multiple
job.
friends?
I'm saying you don't seem like you have a lot of friends.
Okay, girl. I don't know what to say.
I was going to ask you a question. Do you believe in you see that the phrase in the workplace, climbing up the ladder? Do you believe that you're going to be met with some type of resistance or hurdles along the way?
Yeah, I think you are. Everybody
All
is.
right. So if you was I don't know, mentoring somebody or that was going into a workplace, what type of advice would you give them on how to deal with that type of system? Would you advise them to quit, or would you advise them to have a bit more sustainability, or just a bit more tolerance? Or what would you say to them if you're met with that type of behavior, just quit your job? Would you advise that?
No, of course, everybody's going to be met with a level of pushback, and they're, in general, you have to try your best to keep climbing. The point that I'm trying to make is that when we as outsiders see these things happening, we should be like, hey, that's kind of fucked up. That's not okay.
She told you what she would say. She'd say sue.
No, I said sue. She didn't.
No, that's what you said. I'm saying you.
Oh yeah, I'm saying if it
she's
gets
saying when she gets adversity, sue.
No, I'm okay.
Sue. And
I
you know
think
what?
if it
I am
gets to a
so
level-
glad. I I am so glad this comes from the horse's mouth. So when I do these whiteboard presentations and talk about how women go into industries and sue later and bitch and moan, I can show point A, point B, point C of a woman who knows nothing about engineering, knows nothing about the firm. Her boss says a joke she doesn't like, tells her to get coffee, and now lawsuit.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you reach a level where, you know, they're not letting you keep climbing up the career. It looks like you're going to have to spend time finding another job. You know what they're doing is unfair and unjust. Then yeah, you should try to make the company
You
pay
don't, but
if
you don't
can.
know that.
No, but actually, literally, the higher you go up in any industry, the more cutthroat it becomes. So
100%.
if you can't handle someone telling you to get coffee or speaking down on you at the lower levels, how the hell do you expect
Yeah,
to
the
even
reason-
rise to the top?
I'm saying that if it comes to a point where, you know, they're not letting you grow at all, then yeah, I think you should make the company pay. I'm not saying that you should do it every single time that something bad happens. I'm not saying that you should never push through.
In every industry, you are always going to get to that point where someone is not going to let you go up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
And the way
I
you
think
get
you
through
should.
that- no, the way you get to that is not by suing. The way you get to that is by fighting for your spot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's how
no,
you get through it.
Perseverance.
I think that what is it?
Competence.
I was
think
gonna
it-
say. I was gonna say.
And do
to
you know why? Do you actually know why I know that this chick is an idiot? That your friend? Because the smartest people, the most competent people I know, they don't complain. They don't bitch. They don't sue. They don't talk about this stuff because they're because they're too busy working. They don't have
the
time.
reason I was.
And I think also, like, I think it's highly probable that potentially, obviously, I don't know your friend, but she was hired because she was a woman. Because I know a girl who studied engineering, and she was like there was like 2 girls in the whole grade of people at university who studied engineering. So the fact that she got this job potentially is because of this equity and diversity quota. And equity and diversity quotas are so dangerous. Like, I looked into the case of Travis Rudolph, who was a footballer, who was charged with murder, and his life was literally ruined by this woman who lied about being domestically abused by him. Now, the person that they had lead the entire investigation for a murder trial was a woman who was potentially promoted up to lead detective in the case just because she was a woman. She'd only been in the homicide department for 3 years. She was a young woman. When she was on the trial, when she was like literally on the stand giving evidence, she was wholly incompetent. She was completely out of her depth. Now, he wouldn't have even been charged with murder if it wasn't for her incompetence. And she wouldn't have been in that position if she was not a woman, because she did not have the merits to be there. So I think given what you're saying, potentially that was why she was hired, and potentially that is why she was not up to the job. And I'm not going to say that I agree with her being like, you know, I don't think that people saying bad things to people in the workplace is nice. I don't think that that's fine. But like everyone's saying, men get it, women get it. I'm a lawyer. I work with men all the time, and I prefer to work with men. I prefer to work with men because there's no drama, there's no bullshit, there's no backstabbing, there's no side comments, there's no fakery. It's just all logic and getting to
And
the
they
point.
won't sue you later for nothing.
And the idea that men don't sue, I think, is not in reality.
In the workplace, it's very unlikely because men have a thick skin and men give tough love to each other. And that's why they get better and better and better and better, because they're always, I guess, taking the piss out of each other because it makes them better. And they're like, hey, bro, you could do this better. Next minute, they're better. You say that to a woman, she's in HR crying, and then you've lost your job and you don't know what's happened and what you're going to do next.
There's a difference between like, hey, like I'm going to be a little bit tough on you because I think you can do better, and I don't think you can do anything at all. So fuck off.
And that's the thing, like men, we don't speak like women, and so whenever we speak to women, all we ever get told is we're policed and we're tone police, right? So you have to understand that me as a man, he can tell me some of the most harsh, you might think it's harsh, but that's what I need to hear. And if I can't take that, then that's that bit when they're gonna start saying, oh, you need to man up a little bit, because as a man, like, so the reason why you don't understand it is because you're looking at it from a woman's point of view. Like, the world does not owe you or myself anything. It does not owe us understanding. You may feel
And
it.
I don't care. I don't care if someone says that to me because I'm smart. I've always been freaking smart, and I've always done anything that I could set my mind to. And if I want to do it, I can do it. And I don't give a shit if some boss says something to me, some side comment, and I'm sure as hell not going to sue. And you know why this pisses me off so much? Because it makes it harder for everyone else. And everyone else, they think you have these stupid diversity hires. They think it was just handed to you.
Yeah.
When really it's like women like that sue for no reason, that give all of us a bad name.
It's not for no reason, though. I know you want to minimize it and pretend it's nothing,
No,
but
it is
for
nothing. Like,
something.
do you hear? This is what I mean when women whine and complain. We live in a civilization that was built by men. You used to need a husband to protect you. Now the government pays you to be a single mother. The government pays you to basically be homeless as a chick. The government pays you to have multiple baby fathers. There's so many incentives. You can get paid to go on OnlyFans. You can get paid to do whatever you want. And on top of that, you don't need to live with a guy if you don't want to. We have all the choice we've ever had in human history. And what will women still do? Bitch.
I just
moan,
don't think,
complain. I don't like the way he talked to me. Oh my God,
I
he
think
said
there's
a joke.
standard
Oh,
a
no.
standard of
Oh,
respect
no.
everybody
Oh,
should
no.
have for each
Oh,
other.
No. Oh no, he didn't give me the respect. Men know that you have to earn respect. Women feel entitled to it, and that's the truth
I'm
of the
sorry.
matter.
Everybody has a basic.
I was gonna say sorry in certain workplaces, especially engineering. When I started engineering, remember, like as a railway engineer, like we're responsible for people's lives. So you see, when I finished my qualification, I started off as a white hat. They have to make it hard for me. So the supervisors have to talk tough to me because it's a serious job. It's the same way when you go into any serious industry, whether you're a lawyer, you don't start off after you finish your LLB and everybody's nice to you. Oh, welcome to the firm. Like it doesn't work like that. Even barristers that go to do the bar, you start off at obeying at the bottom, filing paperwork. They don't care if you got first in your degree because guess what? There's a rite of passage. I'm just from a generation where I believe in the rite of passage, and the people that make it through the rite of passage are the people that deserve to be there.
Yeah, the problem is that she already basically went through that grunt work and that was already part of her experience, and she was literally hired for this higher level position.
What grunt work? She's had like 2 years in the workforce.
Okay.
Your entire 20s is supposed to be grunt work. Men know this. They know this. They know they go into an industry and the older guys are going to kind of bully them a bit. And they know it and they get over it. The meanest, you know what's so crazy? I used to, in this horrible, oppressive patriarchy where sometimes the men made fun of me. It was so horrible. I worked around plumbers, right? And I would go teach how to I sold plumbing products. And literally I would go to these schools and the way the men would bully each other was meaner than any man has talked to me in my life. They were so mean. And I was like, oh my, like they were calling this one guy fat, this one guy ugly, this one guy stupid, like whatever insult you want to say. It was so mean. And they just got on with it. They didn't bitch to HR. They just went and worked, did their job. And women can't handle getting coffee.
It's not just coffee. It was literally a series of harassment throughout
months. Oh my God, the harassment. You had to go do something because you're a woman. I want you to do less work with the same pay.
Again, I'm just repeating myself at this point, but there is a difference between just being mean to someone and being mean to someone on the base of their gender or their race. There's a difference between
How do you know the difference?
Because they quite literally explicitly stated out, saying you can't do this because you're black, you can't do this because you're a woman, you can't do this because of that factor.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think you're entitled?
What do you mean?
Okay,
I think, what is
but
it?
here's the problem. She has a problem with the reason that was given for why she can't do it.
Yeah.
The real question is there a possibility that what he didn't want her to do, she actually couldn't do it?
Well,
So
what is it?
regardless of whatever reason he gave, he said, okay, it's because you're a woman. Maybe, okay, they were building a bridge and then they needed some men. I'm just giving an example. They needed some men to carry across some beams. And then he looked at her and was like, you know what? You can't do this because you're a woman.
No, this was, I know for a fact that this was like calculation, mathematical.
Were you there?
No.
Were you there?
But
So you don't know it for a
okay.
fact.
She's literally telling me the story about like calculation.
Right.
Like,
Okay. So you weren't there.
Okay.
So you weren't there.
A civil engineer is not the same thing as like literally a construction worker.
Wait. So you were not there.
No, but it's not the same thing
so
as
do you
being
know
a
it for a
construction
fact?
worker.
Do you know it for a fact?
Yeah, I know for a fact she wasn't a construction worker.
No, I said, do you know what happened for a fact? Stop changing it.
Okay. I wasn't there firsthand experience.
Okay, so you don't.
Okay.
No, she believes all women anyway, so.
No, I just think that I have reason to believe this story. I think
Because she's your friend.
Yeah, because she's a good character. I don't go. Imagine if I went to every single one of your anecdotes where you're like telling about your friend, and I'm like, but can you know that for sure? Were you in the court? Were you actually there?
Our anecdotes have proof. That's the point.
Yeah.
Yours is just based on
My
our
anecdotes have
speculation.
proof too.
No, it doesn't.
So-
your proof is what she said to you. Our proof is the fact that the
Court-
man can't actually see his kids.
Okay, so
court
if
documents.
she has recordings of like this guy saying this shit to her, would you believe me then?
I believe it. I'd still think she's bitching for no reason, probably. Like, honestly, I just think if that's what you have, like, I am just, God, I'm so, like, do you know why this pisses me off so much? Because I'm just so sick of lazy liberal women making a bad name for women in the workplace. God, I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of women asking to be in a man's world and bitching when they get in it. Either be in a man's world or don't be in a man's world. But don't bitch about the way people talk to you. They get over it.
I think it's really sad that you think a man's world has to have people talking down on others because of race or
No,
sex.
but it's a man's world.
That's not what she's
But it
saying.
does.
She's not saying
No,
that.
so the
It
thing
exists.
so
The
the thing-
world isn't
Men-
fair.
and
if she,
we should try to.
but you're
create a
acknowledging
fair
the fact
world.
that like, the points you made is like that someone shouldn't receive disrespect based on their gender, age, blah blah blah. Like
And
basically the
race.
Equality Act 2010 that we have over here, which is about discrimination. So you'd be arguing the same thing if she didn't get the job. But the point is, like, the guy said you can't do this particular task because you're a woman, right? He didn't sack her for being a woman.
Exactly.
That doesn't. That's still a form of harassment. Like that's still.
Oh.
That would be a form of discrimination, yes, if
Yeah.
he sacked her purely on the basis of her sex. But saying you can't join in on this particular task for whatever reason, even if he said it, like, it's words. You're really telling your friend, yes, sue this company because you don't like the way someone spoke to you. Have you never heard the saying, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me? Get a grip.
And that's
Come
the
on.
and that's the
Not being
difference.
able-
And that's the difference between men and women, because you're like, if someone said that to me as a man, you can't do this because of what any reason. Let's not because you're black.
That would make me want to do it.
That would make. Do you know what that would make me do? Like, I don't know what's
I
happening.
have a question. I have a question, China. And when you're in male-only spaces, do they make fun of each other for race?
They make
Do they
everything.
make fun of each other for gender?
Everything.
Do they make fun of each other for looks?
Yes, height,
So,
money.
So would you say in a man's world that's part of it?
That's part of it. Anyone that's done PE.
So then if women if women want to be in a man's world, then get over it. That's a man's world.
Because I can handle it, he can handle it, all of us can handle it, right? But then you come and say, oh no, you shouldn't be spoken to like that as a man. But that's because you're a woman and you wouldn't like being spoken to as a woman. Yes,
No, I think it's basic. What is it? It's
human decency.
not just basic human decency, but how else do we become better in society as a whole if we don't stop
by becoming more
discriminating on gender and
competent.
race?
By becoming more
Yeah,
competent.
okay,
You cannot change the way people treat you.
Yes, you
That's
can.
part of no, you can't. That's what liberals.
I'm sorry. Did the Civil Rights Act not happen in
Oh.
the United States? Did we not get rid of like discrimination when it comes to voting? Like, did we not?
No, we
do
should
this?
bring. Look what happened when we started to stop. Look at. I mean, ever since women voted, this goes back
No,
to my
I'm talking-
first
okay.
thing.
No, let's stop. No, we changed how we treated women in society. Women can vote. So you can change how people act.
And what's happened since? Women are more depressed than ever. Women have made horrible decisions. We have more OnlyFans models than teachers.
This goes.
That's
what
what
is it?
women have chosen.
I don't think that's true. I think
That-
I literally saw the Twitter note.
It's the Twitter note. No, it's Dr. David Baker. You guys can look it up. The History of Sex. He's written like 10 books on the evolution of sex. So no, that is a real stat. You can look
You
it
said
up.
only
Easy.
fangirls and versus teachers. We can search
No,
it up
I
now.
said there's more OnlyFans workers than teachers right now.
Let's search
Dr. David Baker, look it up, bitch. Now, sorry, that was mean. But I'm giving you the source, but you go in bad faith. This is what
No, I'm not going in bad faith. I'm asking you right now to pull it up.
This is what liberals do. I'm saying it's Dr. David Baker.
Yeah, I'm saying
it's
that you
right there.
literally have a
It's right there. The history of sex.
Yeah,
There you. I'm saying here is the source. We can talk about it later, but you think I'm lying. Exactly.
You're actually just being lazy. You can go and pull it up on your own. We don't
Yeah.
have to.
Also, you said the same thing at the start of the show. You were quoting some statistic and you said you guys can look it up.
Yeah, because we have literally internet right here, so we can like literally prove our claims in real time.
But this is the
What they
point.
do.
It's
No,
like.
we're not catering to you.
yeah.
But see, it's entitlement. It's entitlement.
I'm just asking.
It
If you guys
goes.
don't want to
It
do
goes
you don't
back.
want to
No,
do
it goes.
Do you know what it is? It's like it derails the conversation. So let's just take on board that the research has been done. when the show finishes, you can go look it up yourself. Like when you give me stats, I'm gonna take it on board. Your stats are right. I'm not gonna pull
Yeah.
up my phone now. I'm gonna take it on board that you're not gonna come on here and make yourself an idiot when people are live
Yeah.
and people can go look at it. Yeah. So let's just treat it as everybody that's talking about the stats. They've gone and looked it from a source. If you choose not to believe in it, that's fine. But on your own time, when you come off the show, go do some secondary research. Go look at some bibliography, some references, whatever you want to go and do to make yourself feel better. You go and do it. But let's just say for the process of when we're in here that we know what we're talking about.
The problem is when I have read things that are like literally like contradictory.
But the
to that
the
statement.
problem is you think you fucking know everything.
Well, that's what, I don't
and
think I
that's
know
the no,
everything.
you
That's
do.
why I'm saying
You
we
think
should
you
search
think you
it.
know everything about engineering. You think you know everything about the child court system. You think you know
I don't
everything.
think I know everything.
And
that's why I'm saying we should
and that's
search
the,
it.
and I gave you the stat.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
what I'm
like
saying.
it's like I could literally get this author for you on the phone. I could literally do it. I could give you his literal number. He
That's
does
cool, yeah.
research.
Also,
for
you
the-
were talking about bias samples. And what was it you said earlier about like having
Sample bias.
sample bias? And your answer is let's look it up. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Is Google not a sample bias?
What you can
The search
do,
results that you get on the first page of Google, is that not all sample bias?
Well, no, but if she looked up the specific study, though, she would get the result, wouldn't she?
Yeah,
right,
you could see
but
the
the whole
methodology.
point is that like we're talking about statistics and everything, but the truth is like everything that we find is all from a sample bias anyway.
That's yes and no, because the actual study itself, you can see the methodology and you can see like if there was bias in that methodology or how valid it is. So like the study itself like is not biased.
Yeah, no, but
How did you find that
no,
study?
But there's actually literally
It
bias in
doesn't-
every single study. There's no study that has zero bias.
Yeah.
No, but there are like a lot of methods that you can take to basically limit bias
No,
little to
in
none.
science, there is nothing absolute and there's nothing perfect.
Not-
There is
yeah,
nothing
I'm not
that you
saying
can
it's
look at. There's no
perfect.
study you can do and say, oh yeah.
But
we
it's
can
like
now
it's like
trust
it's
this
like
because-
even the beginning of the show, you would rather look up stuff about Africa than talking to the people in the room from Africa.
Well, what is it? I'm trying to say, well, again, what I was saying is like, hey, Africa is a big continent. There's some places that suffer poverty there.
No, but it goes back to like the know-it-all.
Well,
It
okay.
goes back
yeah,
to the.
I'm
it
sorry,
goes
I'm
back
not
to the-
blindly being like, yes, you're from Africa, so that means everybody in Africa is rich and has like a living
That's
rate
not.
of 90.
That's not
like,
what
I'm
we
not.
said.
No,
That's
but
not
you
what-
have-
No, but when you tell me, hey, you know what? Instead of like talking about studies, instead of saying like, hey, we should search things up, you should just blindly trust people. Yeah, like there is going to be some
Pixie,
hesitancy.
But what,
Pixie.
okay, so
Don't you want to live in an ideal world where everything's fairy tales and
Okay,
rainbows
I
and
have a
everyone has this
question. I have-
standard
so
of
We have
respect?
to work that
so
way.
when
We
you
have to work
so
towards the
okay,
ideal
so I have a
world.
question. So when you read the study,
Mhm.
okay, you read the study. Who are you trusting?
What do you mean? Oh, I'm trusting. What is it?
Who?
The peer review research.
Okay, okay.
I'm trusting. What is
Okay,
it? The methodology.
so you're yeah, okay, but you're trusting an institution.
Yeah, but I believe that these
Okay,
institutions have like
okay.
gotten enough merit to have trust. I don't
Okay.
just like what is it? Saying like, oh no, it's from an institution. You see, it's automatically false.
No, I didn't say it was automatically false. That's not what I said.
Mhm.
But I'm saying regardless, you're still trusting somebody.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
right.
they're providing more evidence to trust.
Okay, but I'm saying, how is it not more evidence when 5 men, like, or 3, 4 men that are from the place, like, to me, it's like that means nothing to you.
There's a difference between like institutions who have literally built up credibility over decades.
Do you
right?
okay?
Through
Our,
what?
our
What do you
institute,
mean?
our
Like-
What are you defining credibility
Our-
as?
our
Because
in-
to me, what I see in big institutions is a lot of cronyism and actually no credibility or qualifications whatsoever.
Well, you have like blind reviews. You have what is it? Journals.
And you don't think cronyism comes into those blind reviews?
Yeah, I think at least in the United States, you can get like your license revoked. Basically, you can suffer like very severe
Revoked by who?
penalties. By what is it? Like other scientists in the field, basically.
And you don't think cronyism comes into that?
Well, no, it's a whole point that like, hey, I'm not saying it's impossible for cronyism to get in. What I'm saying is that like, hey, like these institutions are literally built up on these like stringent rules for a reason, you know, to limit that.
Pixie, you said you're from Puerto Rico.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll be honest. When you said Puerto Rico, I don't know, man. You look like you're from Poland or something to me, like Finland. I'm being honest. Puerto Rico. From the image of what I've seen of Puerto Ricans, you don't look like like a Puerto Rican person to me, right?
Yeah.
The image of what I've seen of Puerto Ricans, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know anything about Puerto Rico. Yeah.
Mhm.
You're Puerto Rican. Now, if you tell me actually there's lots of white, fair-skinned Puerto Rican people, I'm going to listen to you because you're Puerto Rican. But I'm telling you, like, what the image of what we've seen of Puerto Ricans over there, it's not you. It is not you. When the
Yeah.
man said, like, my thing's from Puerto Rico, she doesn't look like you. Yeah? But guess what? if you tell me about Puerto Rico, I'm going to listen to your anecdotal experience because actually it's a big sample because you're from there. Yeah, but you have 1, 2, 3, 4 men that have literally just tried to give you a little bit of information. We haven't tried to say to you, you're wrong. We've just tried to say, look for my experience. You have a man that came here only a few years ago. He's not suffering from mental health. He's not starving. Do you understand? Yeah.
No, that's why I apologized earlier.
No, it's fine. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. That's something that you thought, right? That's fine. You don't have to apologize for thinking something you don't know. But once you get a little bit more education, a little more information, this is the point where you need to listen. You don't need to reply just to be right. Just listen. Then you have another man that's telling you about his experience. You have another man, and these are 3 African people that are speaking to you about the experience. At this point, we know more than you. Yeah, and it's not because I know more than you to put my thing. No, you know more about Puerto Rico than me. What do I know? I know it from rap music videos, from the culture that I've seen. I don't know anything about Puerto Rico, right? And at that point, you can tell me. So all I'm saying to you is when you have people that may have a little bit more information than you, yeah, it's okay to be like, you know what, I'm going to listen. Even if I don't necessarily agree with you, I'm going to listen to your experience because you know more than me. And that's all I'm trying to say. So I only said it because when you said Puerto Rico, I looked at you, I was like, raw, I've never seen anyone like you that comes from Puerto Rico. But then again, I've never been to Puerto Rico and I don't know Puerto Rican people.
Yeah, I think, what is it? And there is something to be said about like, oh, you know, not trying to like completely discount what somebody's lived experience is. But if you read about Puerto Rico before and I said something like Puerto Rico's like actually doing like really wealthy everywhere, and then you're like, I'm not sure if that's true, that'd be okay. That'd be valid. You know, I think there's like a middle ground to find here. I'm not saying that like your anecdotal experience means nothing. I don't believe that. I think like everybody has experiences that inform them of like who they are and the world around them. But I don't think you should blindly trust everybody too. I think you have to have a middle ground.
But you did say that we should blindly trust all women.
Wait, but
no, I said that you shouldn't.
The guy that did this research, he said he's calling me.
Like that, yeah?
Wait. She says I'm lying. I'm a big liar just about everything. Are you here?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you give them your educational background a bit? Are you texting or are you listening? You wanted it. Okay.
Yeah, okay. My educational background, I was a university lecturer for years, a decade and a half, about broad trends in natural history and the long trend of human history. So a lot of evolutionary biology, about 300,000 years of human history. I recently published a 2 billion year history of sex in fine booksellers everywhere on October 5th. I've got a pretty good mix of natural and social sciences. I've worked with some of the finest physicists and evolutionary biologists and geologists on the planet, including one of the people who discovered what killed the dinosaurs. Statistically, I've got fairly sizable chops, considering I used to do this genre of history, which was finding broad mathematical patterns in human history. I mean, how much more do you fucking want from me?
So my question, to be clear, the statement was there are more OnlyFans models than teachers. Is that what you believe?
I couldn't really hear the question.
Okay, so yeah, you can't hear. So I was telling her about the research that you did where you found that it's under 35. There's more OnlyFans models than teachers now.
The only qualification is, and Pearl, you always leave this out, it's OnlyFans models and cam girls.
And cam girls.
Okay.
And other forms of...
And under 35.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, that's a very different stat than, overall there are more OnlyFans.
Well, I mean, because beauty is currency. So obviously the young hot chicks are you can't really...
Okay.
What did you say the stat was? Like over 40, like what % of prostitutes quit over the age of like 40? It's like most of them, right?
Yeah, that's the overall majority of them. Like only a tiny percentage remain. It's not economically feasible otherwise. I don't have the exact stat off the top of my head because, as I mentioned, I'm walking the dog in Australia.
What a guy.
The stat for online sex work, OnlyFans, camming, etc., for women under the age of 35 is 4%, which if you look at a list in, say, the US or the UK of the major career paths or professions that women pursue, it puts it right up there with nurses and teachers and so forth. Now,
Wait,
depending on the country and the year that you get the data from, online sex worker will be above or below some of these other jobs on the list. It'll always be below retail because that's the big one for both men and women. But yeah, like it's pretty damn close. It's definitely in the top 5 in most countries, if not that top 10. And a lot of that's due to how many people flooded into it during the pandemic. But it was already a sizable.
And I have a question
Sorry.
that doesn't include like Instagram models. Like, there's no way to like do that, right?
No. Even though like some Instagram models are obviously just purveyors of softcore pornography, no, that does not include any of them.
Yeah, because I know a lot of them. Like, there's the stereotype Dubai, etc.
wait.
We're talking, do they charge a subscription to show what most people would agree is highly sexualized content? Like, not safe for work content, whether it's masturbation, boy, girl, etc.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. You're saying you can't be certain about this number globally. You have around the percentages that it's like top 5 or top 10, but it's going to vary per country, right?
Could you repeat the question once again? I can't hear the.
So she's saying this varies depending on the country. Like, obviously, Saudi Arabia is going to have less OnlyFans models than the U.S.
Yeah, no, she's absolutely right. When I originally put this stat to you, and I forgot to point it out just off the top of my head just now, is we're talking the developed world.
Okay.
In fact, we're not even just talking the developed world, we're talking Western, because the stats for Korea and Japan are slightly different. So we're talking North America, Australia, New Zealand, Europe, Western and Central Europe.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bro, come with the receipts.
I don't like it when people come on my show and accuse me of lying. I'm not a liar.
Well,
now, this is what like you guys always try to do. You'll put some caveat. Well, Saudi Arabia doesn't have hookers. Okay, we know. We're in the UK. We're in the US. That's what it's about.
well, what is it? I feel like that conversation was like really productive because it's a very different statement to think like, all women in the country are like whoring themselves out.
Well, when you think about it, we really are. And I'll tell you why we are, because we used to trade sex for marriage, and someone that didn't do that was considered a whore. So 96% of women aren't virgins on their wedding days, meaning 100 years ago, 96% of us would be whores. It's really uncommon, and he's like gone into this with me. It's really uncommon for women to have as many sexual partners, even 3, which most guys would say that's a low end nowadays. That's really uncommon for any other time in history. And there's really big costs to female promiscuity. And we look at the body count stats, right? You know, the more partners a woman has, the more issues she has staying married, being happy. There's a lot of it, and you're going to roll your eyes.
Sorry,
but because I don't know why you have this like need to be right. Like you just, it's like.
Shame, guilt, and the need to be right.
Sign language.
Okay, I'm
Sign
sorry if
language,
I'm coming across as too combative. I just think
No, don't apologize. Like, you don't have to apologize for being who you are. Like, it's who you are. So don't ever apologize for that. It's just that people are trying to. It's not even educate you, just provide you with a little bit more information that you may have, and it's just that when they do, I think you find it very hard to take on new information. Like I think maybe
like
you have...
I see you trying to like make this work. Like, okay, well, there's women in Saudi Arabia that aren't on OnlyFans, so it's not that bad.
No. Okay, so the reason why I'm like, okay, that's different to me is because it's not women in Saudi Arabia that aren't. It's that like, it's not all women in general. It's not like the majority of the people are prostitutes versus like teachers.
But it is the majority of all modern women under 35. That's all modern women.
Well, they're not even saying all of them, right? They're saying it varies from country to country. But we can just talk about the
Let's
UK
just talk
and
about
US.
the UK and the US.
Yeah.
It is
And it seems like, what is it?
all modern majority of
And he includes other, like I think Australia's in this too. There's it's not just UK and US. It's he said Western
Australia, North America,
Western
pretty much
Europe,
all of Europe. So
yeah.
that includes the UK, all of the countries that are in Europe.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I ask why you see that stat? Does it like bother you? Like, why are you struggling to just accept the stat?
Well, what is it? The reason why I'm it's not what is it? I'm just I'm hesitant.
I got
about,
you. I got you the smartest one of the smartest people I know on the line.
No.
On the line to
What is
answer.
it?
Answer. Who else could do that?
No, but you know what I even find even more fascinating is the fact that it's the liberals that find it hard to take on that stat. If you were conservative, I would understand why you're finding it hard to take on that stat. But you're liberal and you're finding it hard with all the values we know liberal people seem to hold when it comes to sex and things like that. That is, I mean, I think you're probably just putting on the front,
No,
but you know the truth.
I think what is it?
They said
Okay.
OnlyFans plus cam girls equal. Pearl, don't misquote the stat. Cam girls is really different.
No, I
Sorry,
think
I should have clarified, guys.
my only hesitance before like completely accepting this stat is I wonder how is it only based off of accounts or how many of them are active or how many
Why is that relevant? Why is that relevant?
Okay,
You just told me why that's
no,
relevant.
it's relevant because I know girls who opened up an account but then never like uploaded or never like
Okay,
really
I-
got
But
into
he
it.
did provide the metric of it's what is it, not appropriate for work content, and then
Yeah.
he cited that it was things that included things like masturbation, man, woman, woman,
Yeah,
woman,
so
guy,
okay,
guy.
so
so
it's-
it is
yeah.
actual
Wait,
pornographic
I have a
content.
question. Would you agree there's also Instagram whores that like just sell themselves on Instagram?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so it's actually higher. So it's actually probably higher because we're not including the women that accept money for sex through Instagram.
Mm.
What about the women who don't even ask for money? They just put it all out there for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Well, travel is a big thing as well, isn't it? You know, girls get just
Trips
travel
for-
trips. Yeah.
So
You want to hear something disturbing?
go on.
I don't even know if I should be saying
No,
this.
say it.
I'm going to say it. There is a website right now that I could give to you,
Mhm.
right? Just to have, I'll give it to you off camera so you have a look at yourself. That men can literally go on there and order sex like you're ordering pizza. I just go to the house and I promise, I'll give it to you. You can check it out off camera.
Yeah.
of course.
So, and it's regular girls that have got other jobs and is doing it on the side.
Are you talking about sugar thing?
No, I'm talking about other works.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. So you see what? Yeah. Yes. He's talking right. But so it's like, I'll be real with you. I've encountered so many of these. Paul, you probably seen some of the shows of these OnlyFans girls that have been on the show. And
Did you see the one that I kicked out? You were on with her, didn't you?
which one was that one?
Oh, I think
Well, you kicked her out.
I had to. She kept bitching. I'm like, get out then.
Well, the
Like,
one that went to.
she was mad because we were doing as a class, we were ranking women. So we
Yeah.
were like, this is an
Where
A
did
woman,
you
a B
rank
one.
her?
No, it wasn't even them. It was like imagine if you had a report card, right? And I was like this woman is an A, so I have like a virgin, cookbook bride, whatever. And then like a B is like, okay, she slept with this many people. A C, and she just didn't like. And I had the men, and it was funny because I had the women say what they thought was an A, B, C, D, and F. And then I said, okay, guys, let's have the guys do it. And it was really different than what the women, because the women just think they're amazing and special all the time. So they're like, we can have sex with whoever and we're still an A, And so yeah, she just got mad because I think she did porn or something.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
then she just kept she was like, well, it's degrading to rank women. But it was so funny. They're all laughing when we were rating the men.
Yeah.
They didn't have any problem. And I said, all right, this guy has to make this much. He's and the standards for a man to be an A were way higher than a chick. It was like, just don't ruin the value you were born with.
I think. No, but like I
Just don't
can't.
get. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so easy,
Sounds
right?
easy.
It's so easy. This whole OF, even what you said that some girls open up an account and then they didn't do it, but it's like it's there forever. Like women just think that you can just do OnlyFans for like a year and then that you go back to your life. And no, it's not. It's never gonna. It's you leave a digital footprint and it's gonna be there forever. And I just think, especially for these women with kids, it all comes down to money and money as well. And I just want to just go back to that whole high value thing. I was talking about high value thing. Like for me, what high value is a man that is a provider and that can make things happen, right? And that's really what it comes down to. A man that can make things happen. And ultimately, if that means you can facilitate holidays, if that means you can facilitate your wife not having to work, if that means when you when you come into places, people know who you are and they make things happen for you. And it all comes down to it pretty much just all goes around to the same thing when I'm speaking about it. So I just think, I don't know, man, like Pearl, man, like I just think.
And also, China, you obviously you know OnlyFans girls, obviously we all know OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Do you know what have you ever spoke to an OnlyFans girl?
Yeah, like on podcasts and stuff.
Right? You see how much they love their job, right? How does that make you feel when they say they love what they're doing? How do you feel?
I mean, honestly, I feel like indifferent. It's not something I would personally do,
Each to
but
their own.
yeah,
But,
basically.
yeah.
Exactly, right? So then, if you feel like that, why are you struggling to accept the stat that Pearl
Because
said?
there's a lot of teachers in America, like a lot of teachers. That's why.
And a lot of the teachers have OnlyFans.
There's nothing worse than meeting a girl and then you actually like the girl, then you discover that she does cam or OnlyFans. It's like now you have a decision to make. I don't have a decision to make. It's very quite simple for me. But for a lot of men, they actually have a decision to make, and a lot of men find themselves dating these girls because they don't want to do that thing and say, actually, you know what? No, because they would, oh, you're insecure. Listen, how is it being insecure that I don't want my girl doing OF? Like, I don't want my girl doing cam work.
No, that's like the most insecure thing
That's not-
ever. You toxic
They tell me-
misogynist.
I'm insecure then, I'm toxic, whatever.
Do you know why it's insecure? If you watch porn,
Yeah.
like most men have been watching porn their whole lives, but you have a problem with a girl that's doing OnlyFans, you got like ask yourself, what you watching porn for?
Nah, you can't do that. That's not the same. That's like.
Hey, men have always had concubines. What do you mean? Like, there's
Yeah.
concubines
No,
in the
but
wife,
I'm saying
you know?
I'm saying it in reference to the point of it's like, if a girl's doing that,
Yeah.
and you feel like, oh my god, you shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
If you're a person
Well,
that's
no.
watching porn and
No, I
you're
don't
watching
think
those
it's-
type of girls,
Yeah.
how do you then sort of like?
Yeah, but
No,
it's
no,
different.
but I don't think it's different. It's
different.
different if you're choosing to be in a relationship with that person and she's, you know, she's.
I mean, I
Because
like.
I've got friends who
I watch.
I know OnlyFans couples. If you're
Yeah.
interested in who you talk to both of them,
No, I
the
know.
man and the woman.
I know OnlyFans couples too, but listen, I'm not on this. Listen, I can't do this Adam 22 thing, man. I just can't do this thing, man. I just can't. I can't. I really can't. And in the whole,
Adam 22 thing.
but
was
he
quite
wins. Do
hilarious.
you know why Adam 22 wins? You know why he wins? I'll tell you why he wins because.
he gets divorced and gets a younger model that's not on OnlyFans.
But not even that, Pearl. It's the fact that this is what he married, right? To us, it sounds wild, right? But this is what they've been doing. This is what he's married, right? So the outrage from us is that, oh my God, you let some man beat your girl, he's violating. But hold on a second, Adam 22 owns the content.
Oh mate, he made so much money.
He made
from
so
that.
much money. And what did Jason Love do? He got to sleep. Do you know how carnal it is to be like, oh, you just got to beat my wife? But to us, that is like, why we? But to him, he doesn't care anyway. But what he's gone and done, he's gone and monetized it. He's made lots of money right off you, right? Yeah. And what did you do? You got to sleep more, and you got a one-off cash payment back end, but. He actually owns the content and he made loads of money. And then, so my thing for this is like, I'm never going to be on that, but I understand there's certain man, sometimes I think it like turns them on and stuff.
Well, I think he was just not that bothered. You know, like I've got some friends who work in the industry, and they were saying like it was all just marketing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, he's married to her, but I mean, who knows what the fucking background in their relationship is? Did you see that little short that he did, like calling out Jason Love? Though?
Yeah, I saw
It's like,
it.
I trusted you to pop my wife.
I mean, he doesn't seem bothered.
He doesn't seem bothered. No.
But he doesn't seem bothered. But so I think, look, to men that in that whole thing that like that, he's winning. Do you know why he's winning? Because at the end of the day is he literally, especially he got a black guy. You know how this thing goes on, especially with this whole hub. He's creating fantasies and he's creating scenarios, right? Yeah. He's fulfilled them and he's made money. Jason got to sleep with his wife and get a cash payment. Cool. What did he get? And so it's not something I would do, like, do you know what I mean? But there's lots of men that do this for free every single day.
Yeah, but it's about understanding, innit? It's like,
Yeah.
it's different formats, innit? For someone like, when I see people talk about Adam 22, I would never do what he did, like, because you're not him. You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying to you?
I also think it's like, that was like why when he was like, you see me on Twitter the other day?
What happened?
Oh, he tweeted at me. He was like tweeting the same thing they always tweet. Something like, you want to pull it? I don't.
Is that the one where he offered you money?
No, that was a different time. No, he was just. I said, because I was having a genuine thought the other day. I was like, what are we gonna do with these OnlyFans? Because I was thinking about the stat that I wasn't. Are we gonna acknowledge I wasn't lying about it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I was thinking about it. I'm like, what are they gonna do? 4% of the women are picking to be OnlyFans. Under 35. I'm like, what are they going to do? Because I talk to women after women on these shows. None of them have a plan. They always have these businesses they're starting, but it's like real estate, but they never have it. And so their relationship prospects, more likely than not, are slim. Some have boyfriends, but they tend to break up. Like if they come back on, they're usually new boyfriend, whatever. So I'm like, what are they going to do? Like what? Like, and that's what I was genuinely thinking about. And so I tweet this, what do we do with the OnlyFans whores? like when they're old and no one wants them. And I guess he took offense to this. So he like tweets at me. He's like, well, shouldn't you be worried about yourself first or your single fame, whatever it is.
But you wasn't atting him. You just tweeted it.
No, I just tweeted it. Now, to be fair, I did make a lot of videos about him before, but I only did it because I wasn't even going to do it. That's the funny thing. But he kept talking shit about me on his podcast after I came on his show. So I'm like, okay.
Why was he talking shit about you?
Oh, he was saying I was a misogynist. And like she's like making all these misogynistic, and I'm like, me?
Where did he get that idea?
I forgot what he said, but it was like him. One of his hosts was talking shit. I'm like, all right, you're gonna talk shit. Let's talk shit. So then I made the video. So, but that one wasn't even about him. And then and then I said like something along the lines of like, if what you have is marriage, then keep me the hell away from that. If the definition of marriage is cucking out your wife, then I will die alone. And then I basically said that married people should be offended. And genuinely, because this is like when I think I'm a Catholic, and I just think like I'm not the most like crazy diehard religious person in the world, but I do believe in God, and I've always been in church semi-consistently, and like, and marriage is like supposed to be sacred. Like it's supposed to be like a promise to God, like for better or for worse, for richer and for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do you part. And the shitty thing is for women that actually want to get married, it's a lot harder because all of these people don't take it seriously, and they have ruined the definition of marriage. Like marriage it's not marriage anymore.
I think you've got a good point there, actually, because I'm not the world's biggest fan of marriage, as that tweet would show and everything like that. Mainly for the legal reasons, apart from anything else, and also because I quite like the free and easy lifestyle or whatever. But the reality is, I think if you're gonna go into that seriously, then doing all that stuff. And the problem with the whole Adam 22 Leonard thing is that it seems like it was maybe the whole thing's been a bit of a setup. And you're right, that does undermine the sacrament of marriage, doesn't it? It undermines the seriousness of marriage. Like if you're gonna fucking do it, then go and do that,
Well, yeah, and that's my thing. Like, why do they have to like do it? Like, why do they have to get married? Why can't they just go be in
a couple? And
like, if you're gonna literally have sex with other people, like that's the whole point of marriage, is to not do.
I really hate when people cheapen it, because I did a podcast the other day and the girl was like, "Oh, marriage is just a piece of paper," and she had 3 kids and she was a baby mom, and I was like, "No, you can't say that, because there's people that are married that are gonna take offense to that, right?" I have obviously my parents are married, and I said normally it's because you marry because it's spiritual and you're trying to do that thing in front of you, let everyone know this is my person, right? But if you don't believe in marriage, that's fine. But let's not diminish it for all the people that have gone and done it, and it's not easy. I'm trying to say to you, and work it every single day, because I'm not married, but I understand that, there's a lot of people are. And obviously, is that you just showing your ring there? No, but, sorry, how long have you been married for?
A few months.
Okay, congratulations on your marriage. Yeah,
congratulations.
And for me, that's amazing, because I know that's not really happening today. But at the same time, I came into this whole thing with a very a very rosy
blue pill.
Yeah. And since I've been here and I've spoke to a lot more men and I've had a relationship breakdowns and certain things, I understand why. For men, marriage is very scared. You know what I mean? I understand it. It's the ideal that I would still hope to have, but I just understand why for a lot of people it isn't feasible.
Well, and that's like, I just think it cheapens it, like genuinely, and I think it's sad that it's like we grow up like this used to be, you get married and you're married forever, and that used to be like the white picket fence that they sell, and some people still have it, but really we're in a post-marriage world, and that's the truth of it. Like you're not gonna see families like we used to see them.
Should we not be advocating for normal? Should I not be trying to be married?
So this is my opinion on it. I don't think you'll see societal changes until the policies stop rewarding women for bad behavior.
But when's that ever going to happen?
Because that's the problem. Because like when women get leverage, there's just no evidence we do the right thing. I mean, she said she was going to sue. When women got the right to vote, what did we do? We made these policies, and I say this like half joking, but it's like it's out of the horse's mouth. This is what we do when we get power. She knows she has the power to sue, so sue. And so it's like, and it's the same thing in court. This is how they treat the men. Like the child support, and not every woman will, right? So I'd like to say there are great women, great wives, great mothers that will not do that and would never do that. But the problem is when you have a system that is constantly rewarding and telling us to do the wrong thing, the media is telling us to do the wrong thing. You know, our friends are telling us to do the wrong thing. The culture is telling us to do the wrong thing. Our phones are telling us to do the wrong thing. You know, even a good woman on her worst day, could do something stupid and ruin everything.
Yeah.
Whether that's, you know, cheating with someone, whether that's, you know, breaking up the marriage, whatever it is. And so I just don't see society changing until the laws change. Like, that's just my opinion on it. I can hope, right? But I don't see any evidence that's going that way.
And all the tradcons are trying to push against the tide, aren't they? And the people like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro's and all that lot, they're all just trying to sort of like, no, you've got to do the right thing anyway and man up and do it right. But it's just you're arguing against, you know, the boulder's coming downhill towards you. Do you know what I mean? It's like
nothing's going to change until the laws change. And the way, so I looked into this a little bit with work, and they were saying that it's very unlikely that they would ever change the divorce laws because they need the votes of the single women, the baby mamas and the single women, because they are the easiest to manipulate. So when the politicians even proposed changing the divorce laws in some countries, they said, we don't want to do that because it's going to ruin the vote, and we need the single women to manipulate because, you know, you can tell them anything, you can put, you know, emotional things in front of them. Like, say, for example, with everything that happened in 2020, it was all emotional. It was all about, you know, your grandma, your mom, and don't you want to, you know, don't hug your granddad and all of these things. So they said, we will not change the laws because it's not in the politicians' best interests. We're not going to get that vote that we need. And it's sad, like you were saying, like Pearl, the other time that I was on your show when you had the OnlyFans girls here, I think there was like 2 of them. It was a bit of a wild show. And the way they were speaking about marriage was so despicable. They're like, marriage means nothing. We love sleeping with married men. There's nothing more horny than sleeping with married men. Like, they were saying all of these despicable things. And it's like, just because you don't believe in marriage does not mean that it's not real and that it is not important in society. Just because you've never had a real relationship with a man who actually loves you and cares about you and doesn't just want to sleep with you doesn't mean that it's not real. And but in their heads, they're like, yeah, marriage means nothing.
Yeah,
and it's sad.
Yeah, and that's why I can never give, like, in my opinion, I don't think you can give men advice on this stuff because every guy just kind of has to weigh the pros and the cons and decide for himself. But I think it's like the blind advice, so just find a good woman, I just think is very naive to female nature because even a good woman on her worst day, it's like, okay, imagine if we equipped men to legally murder men. So imagine on like, because what guy hasn't wanted to kill another guy at some point, right? you know what I mean? So, but like, imagine if the legal system said, hey, you can legally kill them. Women are at our worst when we're spited and mad and like we hate our boyfriends or like, what chick hasn't done?
But if we talk about, we've been talking about the single parent home versus the, like, obviously, about having 2-parent like outcome. So what do we say to a guy, right? What do we say if marriage is not the pinnacle anymore, right? It's not the white gate. Then what is the new pinnacle? So what do we say to men now? What is the new thing that we?
Well, I just
do we say, you know, go create a baby mama because you ain't never gonna get married and there's no point getting married, and then if you create a baby mama, then we go and create those statistics.
I mean, that's why there's so many different. I started a list. You saw it on Twitter of all the options. I mean, some guys go to a different country and live there. Some guys go to a different country, bring her back. Some guys get a vasectomy and just are a playboy for like there's different. Some guys, like the way I classify women, there's no good women or bad women because I'll interview guys that married virgins and the virgins made their lives a living hell. It's like there's really high risk women, low risk, chest tattoo, high, but it's
you
like,
don't know necessarily.
You will never know
because people say, "Oh yeah, you got to vet her, you got to vet the woman," but I don't believe you can realistically do that.
What's a high risk woman?
I would say like a high risk woman is a more promiscuous, OnlyFans.
There's going to be
tattoo, like it's basic stuff.
There's going to be some very obvious things, like if she's got a meth problem,
why,
and she's like, you know.
I agree with the tattoo thing. Why do women seem to have a problem? Because I went on a podcast and I said that like tattoos for me is a red flag, like especially like sleeves and long things like that.
It's a green flag for me, man.
Oh.
Why? No, for casual.
Because like, you know, I think I saw something that you said slutty and spontaneous. I could have stopped laughing because, but for me, yeah, because it tends to be. bad decision making, and also it tends to be attention seeking. When you have people with long sleeves on the arm, long on the leg, it's all attention seeking, and it's not attention from you, it's attention from other people. So, like, the reason I'm asking this is because what does it look like for men going forward? What are we?
Well, what do I think's going to happen?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be really sad. I think you're not really going to see families. I think that's like pretty much done. I mean, think under 40, how many families do you really know that are still together? Like that have been married 10 years. It's starting to go away. I think there's going to be a declining birth rate. I think we're going to see it drop below 1. I think you're going to see the obesity keep going up. What else? I think, I just think we're in a post-marriage world. You're going to keep seeing like men with multiple baby mothers. I think that's going to be a new thing. I think you're going to see older women start to date like younger guys and do that weird stuff.
I can see that happening.
Yeah.
And
I can see
also,
that.
isn't it like more than a huge percentage of women are going to be single and childless by 2020?
50.1% in the UK.
Well, think about this. Okay, I'm gonna break this down. I know you're so ready, but wait. Okay, so we have 100% of people. Now they're predicting half of women are going to be single and childless. Now they're not saying this because you okay?
No,
So
sorry.
they're predicting that half of women are going to be single and childless, right? Now, these are bankers. They're not saying this because they have a vested interest either way. They're just saying invest in this, right? So now we have half of women, no kids. Now the other half of women, let's say, get married. Well, we know half of marriages end in divorce, so that's 75%. Okay. Now let's take the remaining 25%. We can agree that marriage has a bad reputation, and I would say at least half of marriages that stay married are unhappy. So that leaves maybe 10% of people, 20% of people with a happy ending, maybe. And I don't say this like in a happy. I was kind of sad when I started to think about it, but we're just in a post-marriage world. You're going to see long-term relationships. That's the new marriage.
And I don't see it changing unless, and then some people are like, somebody's wrote a comment on one of my videos recently, like, yeah, there's going to be like this complete civil upheaval and it's going to all change. I don't see that happening realistically.
And I think all the other countries that say they're like better, I just think they're 20 years behind.
Yeah, they are.
I
It's
think,
true. Yeah.
because what I see is it goes the black community first in the U.S., then it goes to the white community, and then it goes overseas. And like that's just the trend I see.
If you go to Poland now, Poland's very, very, very westernized now, really.
Yeah,
like
and
Polish
even-
women. I mean, the Ukrainian women is a bit different, but the Polish women
No,
are.
even Ukraine, because this is the interesting thing. I started researching some of the like more based women's places.
Yeah.
All the birth rates are below 2.
Right.
So if you're there, none of them are living trad, right? And that's why I say I really don't think traditional women really exist anymore. I think there's a lot of like, there's women that are like trying to learn and play catch up, but
Yeah.
I think there's very few women that were actually like raised to be wives. And I'm talking like cookbooks from scratch, like, like the women of our great grandmothers and grandmothers' time, because really what I've seen just from doing all these interviews, there's like my generation, which I would put like under 35 maybe. And then the women between like 35 and like 45, 50 is like the career women that really didn't put their families first. So none of them really taught their kids. And then above that, like that was the beginning of the propaganda. So they didn't believe, a lot of the generation before that, like while they had skills to be wives, they still raised the next generation of wives. So they typically don't believe in obeying or submitting to their husband, like traditional roles, and a lot of them separated. And that like, so I see this as 3 generations. And like when I interview more like 90-year-old women, like those are the only ones that.
I don't understand why you're not like super pro contraception with everything that you've said. I feel like it would align with your views if you believe like modern women are like this and they're incapable to be wives.
I'll explain it to you. I'm only anti-contraception if the other shit goes too.
Okay.
So like right now, I mean, the way it is now, I mean, you have to have it. But if this was Pearl's world, this isn't going to happen, sadly, guys, but we can try. But like, I would get rid of voting. I would get rid of women voting. I'd get rid of, honestly, men that aren't net taxpayers. They can't vote either. But I would get rid of birth control. I would make divorce illegal. Like, all of it would be together.
Yeah.
But like, no, I don't think you could ban it and not ban divorce. It's got to be both.
Okay.
That's how I would do it. Okay, I'm gonna read super chats, and then this is the longest show I've done in a very long time.
I mean, I was thinking, they never used to be this long, were they?
This is
Like, what's going on?
I honestly don't even remember the last time I've done this long of a show, but I'm gonna read the supers. Okay. And then we'll close up. Daniel, high-risk women are those with tattoos, colored hair, and speak all feminist buzzwords. Red Gorilla, Islam. And I'll tell you why, like, and you're young. I hope we can save you, but probably not. But okay. So the issue that you get with women that talk about suing and talk about like coercion, sexual assault, is those are typically the women that are more likely to pull that shit on you in divorce, because when they get spited, they feel the need to sue, to go to the police. And the thing is, like, the way our brains work, we just find a way to like make things oppressive. I don't know why. This is just what we like. A lot of feminists do. No offense, but okay. Daniel, Red Gorilla. All right, Islam was the only thing that protects the family structure. I think Islam, the issue they're going to have, I see them having a lot of the same issues in like 20, maybe 30 years. I don't wish that. I hope they don't, but I think you're just going to have a hard time with social media unless they do something to limit that. That's my feeling. 90 Free Topai, corn was made for older men. It's like the military for... corn was made for older women. It's like the military for men. The common average guy might be lost. That's corn for women. The average IQ. Nigel, Pixie, show your feet. You would make a killing on OnlyFans. Chris, imagine being married to Pixie and having to argue like this all the time. It's insufferable. This is why modern women are for recreational use only. Is Amy Dangerfield? You know her?
Yeah.
Yeah, she says she's your friend. Sorry. Pixie does have friends. Love you, Pixie.
No, they do Pixie dirty.
Love you, Pixie. Good job keeping up the momentum in a 4v1. You know I disagree with your points, but commemorated the effort. W Pixie, W Pearl, W Troy. Great show tonight. Mad Dumb. 25 years involved in men's rights has got me removed from 2 health clubs and 2 churches. Still trying to find who made changes and what the changes are. I have a 17-minute video explaining. Oh, send it to me. Maybe I'll react to it. American viruses, Freedom Pearl. Men do not have the right to vote. Pearl, men do not have the right to vote or federal financial aid for college at 18 in the U.S. They have to sign up for selective service or the draft. If they do not have selective service, they do not have the right until they're 25. Lifted. Pixie, say I might be wrong, and I'll super chat $50.
I'll do it just for you, Pearl. Just for you.
Please do.
I might be wrong.
Ching, ching.
Right,
You better send that
Lifted,
50.
You better send it or I'm suing.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Now you want to use Pixie's techniques.
Yeah, I'm learning. 90 Free Topa. I'll be like, I was coercively, like, financially abused. All right, she wants to be a mom to all instead of her own. She wants to use the law to force politeness, but she can't because she's being mama bear. Dragon Stallion 1001, Pixie, you can't change how people treat you. The only thing you can change is how you take it. Bitch, moan, and complain. Let it push you or let it roll off your back. Baz, OMG, Pearl's got beef tonight. Well done. Undisputed. 90 Free Topai. Remember when Disney made a movie where the female character reported to HR or whoever bullies them and then sued and then quit her job and purpose in life? That was a Disney movie?
Must have sucked.
What Disney movie?
Must have gone straight to DVD.
Lifted by the wind. Made where the female character, I don't know. Okay, Lifted by the wind. Pearl, towards a massage and a deep breathing session. Are you drinking coffee again? Shut up! I quit. I did do like a 3-month coffee sober, but I quit. All right. You know, some people do really well and they overcome their addictions. I'm not the one. All right. I'm addicted. All right. Jesse, Office 304s are crazy. Ben Hunter. Pearl, I've never seen you with balls this big. Much love from California. Boundless Guardian. It's weird. Every time a woman or a person of color has issues with discrimination, they are a diversity hire. Are none of them highly qualified or just experiencing discrimination? Weird. Chris, Pixie, you have low self-awareness. Black Ups, the NBA is basically paying the WNBA instead of saying thank you. They will be paid equally as men when they bring in basically nothing, no gratitude. That's what I say. Honestly, guys, as a female athlete of 16 plus years, I'm about damn near ready to tell them to just cut women's sports because I'm so sick of hearing them whine. Yeah, bitches, if you wanna whine about not getting paid equally, I'm not here for it. I say, men, you're in the right to cut it because, I mean, we should be saying thank you for funding our leagues instead of bitching. But that's what I mean. We're never happy. BB, Pearl undefeated, enter Black Dragon. Most modern women do not understand the biological nature of men. If women were required to learn about men, you'd be less offended. You'd feel more protected. I would know how to select the first mate. Bounty, Guardian, Pixie is doing well in a 4v1. I have a question for the panel. Is there anything a woman can say to a woman that would warrant reporting it to HR if we exclude sexual comments? No, I don't think so.
No.
I just say get on with it, you know. Yeah, I mean, honestly, guys, I swear, seeing that plumbing, those plumbers, I just was like, yeah, men talk different. You know what I mean? That's just how they talk. They're mean to each other. And they're much nicer to us. So if you ever think they're mean to you, they're not. Lifted by the wind. Funds to install the Graham Norton red chair in the middle of the couch. Doug MPA. I don't get it. What does that mean?
So the Graham Norton show, he has this big red chair where he like talks to people and he has a lever and he can pull the chair at any time and it like knocks them off the chair.
Oh. Wow. All right. I've never. Doug MPA. Thank you, King in China, for speaking up for men. Christine is a gem. Pixie is a demon. Snake tongue, ponytails, fang, feet, breathing fire, demon. You see, like, these are the guys. They're just roasters. Siske. HR is by women and for women. Do you think auto repair shops have HR? Do road workers have HR? Do bricklayers have HR? No. Chris, I support you, Pixie, but Pixie is the type of girl that will co-sign the BS I tell my side chicks so they'll continue to sleep with me. We need 304s and side chicks in the world. Pixie understands. Sausage, what would mandatory paternal testing what would mandatory paternity testing, would it increase birth rates or decrease divorce rates? Wait. Would mandatory paternity testing at birth increase or decrease divorce rates?
Increase.
That's a stupid. I mean, I'm not. You know what it would do. All right, Red Gorilla. Men need to stop getting married. It's completely skewed and hugely disadvantaged. Bryden, I back her. The Ginger Menace. For the king to get a camera, my donation. Kick out Camera King. Yes, please. 46 and 2. Dude with the Black Panther t-shirt needs to take his Adderall. Desmond. Pixie, I don't agree with a lot of your opinions, but I've read that one. He liked the way that you expressed yourself tonight. 90 free toe pie. It was sarcasm. Lifted by we got our super chat. Yay! $50 super chat. Okay. All right, guys. We'll do final thoughts. Thank you all for, I'm going to do a big round of applause for everyone. This is like the longest show in such a long time. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so thanks for having me, Pearl. It was a lot of fun. You can follow me. My husband and I have a podcast and a TikTok and Instagram where we do red pill content, modern dating, street interviews, all that fun stuff. I also do lawyer reacts videos on there as well. So it's SJ__Rose. And we are also on YouTube and Twitch. And you can find my music on Spotify and YouTube as well. It's Shristi Jade, which is SHRISTIJADE. Thanks again.
Hi, I'm Pixie, otherwise known as the Demon. You can find me on, Twitch, PXIE, or Instagram or Twitter with Pixie Love, PXIE, LOVE. I guess my final thoughts, I enjoyed being here. I hope that there's another one soon. Even though it was like tough sometimes, I think everybody kept it fun. So thank you.
Do you live around here?
Sadly, I don't. I'm just here for now.
Troy Francis, thanks ever so much for having me on, Pearl. It's been a great show and lots of interesting points been raised. If guys want to learn how to escape the West and really embrace the bachelor lifestyle, then you can come to Mexico with myself and James Tusk. 5th to the 8th of October, we're running a boot camp. We're going to be teaching you about how to cold approach and how to charm the ladies, how to get your Riz. on top tier with those Latina lovelies.
and then
Get out of the Anglosphere. Sorry, yeah.
and then get in the ocean every day, right?
Get in the ocean every day.
Get a vasectomy.
No, vasectomy is an extra, but yeah, definitely we're going to be having a lot of fun out. So Mexico City, you can email me, troy@realtroyfrancis.com. Follow me on all social media platforms @realtroyfrancis, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. And I'm now monetized on Twitter thanks to that.
And he's just leading all these men to destruction. Right?
Basically, but
That's
if you
what
want
they say I do too.
Yeah, I know,
Like, you're just leading them.
I know, incredibly irresponsible tweet. But listen, on the other hand, if you want to come to Mexico with us, then get in touch. Thanks very much.
Yeah, it's Vic Santoro, and thanks for having us, bro. You know what's so mad? I was a bit nervous coming in there because I hadn't watched, like, I'd seen your stuff in snippets, but I hadn't watched the full episode, and I was trying to get it watched this week, but I had so much press to do. So, you know, one of my team members was like, please, can you go and research her properly? I need you to do a deep search. And he came back, and I was like, oh, quite interesting. I even messaged and said, what's the conversation going to be about? But it's been completely different and insightful. So I've learned a lot. So thanks for having us. And I want to say to anybody listening, even people taking in podcast content from YouTube, just like sometimes seeing like antidotes, like you would say, it's not enough to have a, you know, like an overview of what the show is about. This has been really interesting compared to most of the podcasts I do. People can find me on across all socials is VICZ official. I've just had a new film come out. Am I even allowed to say that?
Yeah.
It's in the cinema. If you happen to be in cinema and you see, you know, a film that I'm in, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but yeah, please take it in and, you know, look up my stuff on Netflix and, you know, all the other film stuff. But yeah, thank you for having me, and yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. It's always fun to come on here. Yeah, go check out my Instagram if you want to hear my Instagram, my YouTube. It's been a long show. I'm all scrambled.
Yeah, it's in the title, guys. So all you got to do is just click right in the title. It says with Christine Grace Smith. Get her to 20K.
Great. Yeah, go check it out. Go check out my series Debunking the Lunacy on my YouTube channel, where we look into some of the liberal madness going on right now and try and discern some sense of it. So yeah, I'll see you over there.
Yeah, and you did one debunking like birth control this week or something.
Yeah, we've got debunking contraception, debunking the idea of democracy is one that's coming soon as well, which is a very fun one. Debunking health. Yeah, pretty much all aspects of society, right?
Okay, guys. Also, we're looking to sign a couple talents probably in the next month-ish.
Yeah,
so
she don't remember me in the corner over there. She don't remember.
Go. Okay, come on.
Cool. It's because I came late. That's what.
No, I've actually enjoyed your YouTube videos lately. He has these like celebrity sort of like gossip, but he does his commentary and it's funny. You are funny.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is China, the man name's voice, and I haven't actually been on Pearl Show for about 10 months. This was the first ever podcast. This was actually the first ever podcast I've done. I came on just as a guest, like a lot of people, had lots of viral content, millions of views. Since then, I've gone on loads of different podcasts. And yeah, man, like I just, you know, I have a relationship with Pearl. Sometimes she says things that I don't necessarily agree with, but we always talk behind the scenes. And I wanted to come on particularly now because there's a lot of stuff going on within the community. And I think that podcasting, as Vic can be saying, people look at clips and they don't really look at what's going on. And we need more unity and less division. And in the 10 months since I've been on Pearl Show, I've been on lots of different podcasts, and there can be a lot of criticism sometimes about the Pearl Show, but what she does is she brings a lot of people together, and I sit next to people I wouldn't normally sit with, have conversation we wouldn't have. And that is what I'm trying to take back into the podcast space within the UK. There's a lot of crabs in a bucket mindset, and you know, before you start criticizing people and what they do, and you need to make sure that what are you doing. So, and the reason why I say this is because my whole thing is about what am I supposed to do now with my platform, with my voice. I just got monetized as well, so which is good on YouTube. I mean, but and it could have happened a lot faster, but that's not the point. It's the fact that I'm starting to understand what type of content I'm supposed to be creating and what type of things I'm supposed to do. And so yeah, Pearl, man, like, you know, I appreciate it for having me on the show. I know, like, you know, I think 3 hours is probably one of the longest shows we've ever done. But it's good to be in the studio. It's good, you know, King, the producer, you know, and yeah, man. And obviously it's good to see Vic. That's family over here. It's good to meet everybody in the studio. Christine, I've seen your stuff before. Pixie, why you like? I mean, it's a lot, and Troy and the rest of it. So just for me, just thank you for having me on the show. And yeah, make sure you go subscribe to my channel. And yeah, go check out some of the stuff I'm doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go subscribe. It's the Mandem's
Yeah,
voice?
my name is China with a Y. Yeah, the Mandem's voice, but my name is China. That's the Instagram.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was like just
Mandem's voice. Yeah.
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 Okay, guys. Oh, you should tell all the podcasts we're doing except the ones you know who can't come, but we're doing a meetup in 2 weeks.
Oh,
So you could tell former show guests.
what
everyone.
now?
No, in 2 weeks. Like we're gonna do it in London. So,
Okay, yeah,
yeah,
cool.
we're gonna sign up for
Yeah.
the Google form, meet
Yeah.
or follow my Instagram for updates on. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Gonna be a big party, so we can all hang out. Also, guys, like the video on your way out. Subscribe to the channel. Also, if you want to apply to be a talent at the Audacity Network, like our friend Christine here, right? Fun time.
Great fun.
Great
Best job
fun.
ever.
Better than copier sales. All right. DM me on Instagram. Let me know like what type of channel you want to do. Like the video on your way out. Subscribe to the channel, and I'll talk to you next time.
Woo! Bye. We done?
That was the longest show ever.